What's
we're
up,
live.
everybody? We're live. Mark's here. We've already had the entire experience of the chat already. Me and Simon, we did it. It's over.
Yo, congrats.
What's up, Louie?
Louie.
Beckerman. Brother
Becker.
John, what's up? Yeah.
Good morning, you magnificent bastards.
Here we are. You're welcome.
Maybe you should go make yourself a coffee, Mark.
I'm working on it.
We were just talking about Mad Spidey's recent get of his first Moon Knight.
Yeah. Absolute.
That's not Spider-Man.
I can't afford the bloody Spider-Man books I want. Not that I should have been able to afford a first Moon Knight either. But it was an absolute fluke that I won it on eBay. Absolute fluke.
What book was it? Was it Werewolf by Night?
Yep.
What?
32 and 33. So first and second appearance.
Were they raw graded? What? Tell us the story.
Totally raw. The 32 was really rough, but I don't care. I have the book.
It looked good to me. I mean, I know it's not high grade or anything, but who gives a shit?
Yeah. I just want the book for my personal enjoyment. It will never leave my collection.
Too, man. I mean, let's just say this show is good, and it looks like it's going to be. Who knows what they put Moon Knight in going forward?
Yeah.
He's a big actor. I mean, he's already been in another Disney property with Star Wars. Like, if it's great, sky's the limit. You know, it could be the next whatever.
Yeah. Well, the other books in there, I don't know whether they were keys or not. Like, obviously, first and second Moon Knight. I think the West Coast Avengers book was, first time he joined West Coast Avengers.
And you said Moon Knight pops up.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say that.
Yeah, what are the chances of that?
What else? Hang on. Let me grab the books.
Oh, you got them in hand?
Yeah, show them off.
Hang on. I haven't got any pants on, so I better turn off the camera.
Just point it
doing a Remy trick.
We know who it was now.
God.
Maybe I think I still have it. Maybe I should upload it here so we can play it every once in a while.
Just did remember like back in the day how they just take the word censor and just put it and the word censor would be like edited to be the exact length of the dong. Oh man.
Just enough to cover it. It's technically covered. You still know it's there.
Yeah, and the size.
Man, what a surprise too. They just died laughing.
I hope you have a good day at work today, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
He's about to show off his Werewolf by Night 32 he just scored from assuming an incredibly good deal.
We're hoping that's what shows up anyway.
Yeah.
No pants. We don't know yet.
This could go either way.
Yeah.
Sticking around to find out.
What? First time on a live stream. What's up, Mike? What do you mean it's the first time? I've seen you here.
Definitely. There's a lot going on over there, Simon.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
I'm getting there.
I was telling him about the Joker thing.
I should have muted myself while I was.
Should have worded that better.
Yeah, that was well, I got the laptop on my lap and I'm lying in bed, so it's very late here.
All right, let's see it.
All right, so yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming this would have been a mini series because that's just one of 4. So as I said, there's a couple of random books in there.
Spidey, that's not his first appearance, bud.
Yeah, we don't really. I don't know if we. No, care about
I'm getting to it. I got to build up to it, you know. And it's also, you need to tell me what they are because I've got no idea.
That's Moon Knight number
Moon
1
Knight.
of 4.
Yeah, I could tell that. Now I think that's
What do you
first.
need us for?
That's West Coast Avengers.
Yeah, so I think that's the first time he joins West Coast Avengers. I think. I don't know. Mark Spector would be able to tell me that. He's the Moon Knight guy.
What's up, DPRC?
It's a number 1. I think a 2014 series.
That's a series many don't show. And then Brother John said that's not a werewolf.
Yeah,
So-
I know.
So
I'm getting there.
everyone's
I'm getting
hoping
there.
in the chat. That's Moon Knight number 1 as well.
Yeah. And then that's
Why don't
far as
they
I know,
show it, Dave?
that's second appearance of Moon Knight.
Nice.
So that's not too like,
Look
yeah,
how
it's
tall
rough,
they
but
are. They're like tall as Godzilla.
yeah.
They're destroying
then-
that poor city.
There it
Yeah,
is.
so you can see that
Nice.
massive. Hang on, where is it? There we go. Yeah, so there's that massive chunk there. Like it's still
Are you calling that
attached.
a massive chunk that's barely the size of your fingernail?
Yeah, that doesn't look that big, man.
you
When I
seen
think
Moon Knight,
massive
dude?
chunk, I think bigger than that.
Yeah. So it's still, yeah, there's like massive spine. Where is it? Oh no, there.
So y'all
Yeah.
be on the lookout for his major pop haul number 6 in a month, where he brings home a lot of Moon Knight pops and sells a Spider-Man
Moon
one.
Knight 1 is first Mr. Moon Knight 1 is
Yeah.
first Mr. Knight is what Dave just
okay.
made up. Yep.
Cool. Thank you. Somebody's being constructive.
I think you just made it up, but I don't know.
Yeah. And then there's massive sort of creases and stuff through it as well. But as I said, I don't care.
Do you
Just
mind
from what I
putting in
see
the
there, it looks
private
like
chat what you spent on that.
2.5 maybe.
I won that whole auction for 630 Australian.
What is
Wow.
that, like 5,000 USD?
That's I think it's 6,000 or 7,000 US.
That's pretty good.
It's about $500 US.
I mean, that's pretty insane
guess
with
that's a good
what
deal. I
that's
don't know.
going for. No, it's definitely good because Moon Knight 1 or not first Moon Knight, not Moon Knight 1, is going for like 1,000 and roughly in that grade.
Yeah, so I was very, and as I said to Tyler backstage, I think it was like something like 55 or 58 bidders on it, and he started it at $1. That auction, he started at $1, 7-day auction. So I still can't believe that I won it.
I like when people do confident auctions like that. They're like, people would be like, "I've got this book. I want to sell it for 500. Put it up for auction. Starting bid 480.
Yeah.
Just sell it. Just put it up for what you want. Just let it sit there.
Yeah,
till it's
just
done.
buy it now. If you want $500, just put it up. Buy it now, $500. Or the ones that do the the best offer thing, and it's like $200. Buy it now, and then you put in a bid of like 120 or something like that. Oh no, it's been declined. You get to like 195. Oh, your offer's been accepted.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those are the best.
When I do stuff like that, I've gotten a couple things recently where it had a bid or buy it now, and I put it in. It's just an automatic decline. Automatic, like instantly. So I don't even do one after that. I just message them like, "Hey man, I'm interested in your book. I see it has offers accepted. Are you taking offers?"
Yeah.
Because I tried to send an offer and it won't. It doesn't look like you're taking offers.
I have done that before too, where I message them just like you just said, but I try to do it nicer than that.
Like I understand, if people, if it's a $5,000 book and somebody goes, "I'll give you $5," something stupid like that. I can understand why people do it, but it's got to be within reason. So.
You just described what Tyler does to Nick.
This is $300. I tried to offer you 25 and nothing went through for me. It's weird.
Yeah, hasn't Nick like barred you from messaging him or asking
about
or asking to buy books anymore?
No, I don't think so. I think he only sells books to me now. I always send him pictures too of my Tootsies, and that seems to get me a couple of bucks off too.
Morning.
Yeah, pull up that picture again. We should talk about it. Let's talk about it, just like Ruby.
It is Circus Day. It's sitting down there.
Yes, it is.
You're excited. I mean, this is the day that you said you want to drive him to school. Now I'm excited. Finn's about to get dressed up like a clown, and Kyle made him.
You know why he's a clown?
Because he's the funny guy.
Not Pennywise.
What?
No. Like a funny circus clown. He did this.
Context. It's Circus Day at Finn's school.
Okay.
Animals, ringleaders, clowns, whatever. Kyle gets the memo. She's like, "Oh my god, I want to make Finn a clown a lion outfit. I'm so excited. Let me go spend money and everything before I talk to Finn." And so then we go and get Finn. And Kyle's like, "You're gonna get to be a lion, buddy." He's like, "What? I want to be a clown. I'm the funny guy." I'm the funny guy.
That is classic.
So now she's like, like John said, because his father's a clown.
When he did that, I was like, "Yep, that's not my kid. That's his."
I'm the funny
Good
guy.
morning, big guy. You ready for Circus Day?
Not yet.
Not yet. Come here. I told you it's just sitting over. No. Look where I always put the college using the table.
I'm not ready to go there.
I know you're not ready to go yet. Tell Tyler what you're going to be today.
A clown.
You're gonna be a clown?
Nice.
And why did you pick a clown?
Because I wanted to. Because I'm silly.
Because you're the funny
That's
guy.
a good reason.
He's silly.
I don't know many silly clowns, but I think you might be the silliest clown.
he's got his face.
It's too early to be silly. You have to save it for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, you should tell him about our 80s conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What's the 80s?
Yeah. He learned what the 80s were last night, and he thought we were lying.
It's a good time to learn, you know.
Well, he's like, "What are the 80s?" Like, that's when
Tyler
Daddy was
doesn't-
born. He's like,
Tyler doesn't know what the 80s is. He wasn't born then either.
No, I was born like a couple decades after that.
Yeah, funny guy.
Yeah, that's a clown if I've ever seen
Hey,
one.
Daddy, you smell funny.
And Coleman said he wanted to be a clown. And so, but I did.
So I'm gonna go make some coffee, as Mad Spidey suggested of me, because I take
Good idea.
suggestions these days,
Go get
and life's
some
better for it.
I'm getting
I'll do that too. Mad Spidey, you got this.
Oh, I'm not doing it on my own again.
Spidey, what you do in an event like that, you just go back to the beginning of the chat and just
Yeah,
redo.
I can't run a show. That's what
That's right. That's my go-to line.
I was thrown out of the clown college.
Oh, be clear. I'm sorry.
Kyle, you responsible for this?
No, I said, Finn, go get under
I got a first appearance of Moon Escasita today.
started with my beauty.
I do not know what that means, but congratulations.
That might be the Spanish Moon Knight or Mexican Moon Knight. Might
You
be like
think?
a Moon Knight Libre.
Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I know Mark pulled it up earlier, but this is what, if I can find it, this is what the Joker looked like. In
Oh
the,
god, that is horrifying.
Yes, it is. Looks like a guy that fell in some acid and didn't come out too hot.
He didn't even get the smile or anything. He just got the. Bleh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeesh. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but
That's-
he, in that scene, I know you haven't seen it, he really killed it. And I know a lot of people really like, I think his name is Barry Keoghan. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The actor, but he killed it in that scene. And I'm really disappointed they didn't keep that in.
Goes for a couple of minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 5 minutes,
Oh god.
maybe 4.
So
I
in
don't
other
know.
words, it could have been a 4-hour movie instead of a 3-hour movie.
Well, my argument would be that should have been in there, and the last two scenes should have been cut. And I said it, they should have been cut the very first time I saw it. It's like the movie ended with the Batman looking up, and then we get those two scenes that just were throwaway. And this scene was much more impactful, and it even like fit into the story better.
But they had to do the get that off.
That's a great reaction. If you're reacting to that, that shows you how impactful the scene is without even seeing it.
But I think they did it the way they did it, with just the the little bit of the talking sort of thing in in those end scenes to wet the whistle a bit. I think just to sort of go, oh, Joker's going to be in the next one.
Yes, Brother John, that is him.
Same guy from Eternals is Joker. There was
I have
quite a few people in
this is
Eternals.
Nick.
Yep.
I have a real hard time believing this is Nick.
They shouldn't have cut shit. Oh, that must be.
Like I said, you don't have to
Dustin have hijacked Nick's account.
Your clowns have bow ties. They're funny.
You're funny.
What do you think? Wave.
And then the Pennywise makeup.
Then say we all float down here.
So that'll say that all day, actually.
Yeah.
Oh
No.
Do you want a balloon?
What do you think?
But the back of his head was really scary too. It was like mangled, and
Suspenders tied
yeah,
or
he did not have a good
The
day.
new
whatever
guy
day
came
that
and
was.
sat there and picked at his hair and his
Wow,
skin.
you look awesome.
Oh, done the old sort of crazy, and he's obviously they've gone for that sort of crazy look.
It definitely. I don't think I saw anyone say they disliked it.
Mom and Dad
Not
are-
like the Jared Leto version that immediately most.
Why are
people
you
didn't
sure of
like,
that?
but-
Because he wants to see his outfit.
Yeah,
Are you a
I did
fan
not
of that
like.
one?
I did not like Jared Leto Joker. I
I
reckon he
think-
looks good. He looks good. I know everybody's thinking Morbius is going to be a train wreck, but I actually reckon that the way, like the long hair and the facial hair and like the way they've done his makeup and stuff for the actual transformation, from what I can see, looks really, really good. They're trying to keep sort of true to the source of that part of it, at least.
Introducing the idea that Batman might agree with the crimes results earlier in the movie would have made the whole movie better. Tyler's edit suggestion, I agree with 100. There you go. Awesome. One person, first person to agree with me in my whole life. Thank you very much, aggressive. Maybe he's being sarcastic. I get that a lot too.
It's probably because you never get agreed with on any of the whack lives or anything like that. So you got to at least get one win somewhere.
It's morphin time. Burke, your stream cut off in the middle of someone talking last night. I couldn't figure out why. You didn't say goodbye or anything. All of a sudden, it just ended. He was awesome at the end of Justice League Snyder Cut. Yeah, Leto, I agree. That was, the Snyder Cut. We don't even need to talk about that. That was amazing.
You sure you don't want to? You're sure.
We definitely can,
Sure
but
you
that
don't
might
want
be
to.
the whole show.
Snyder Cut. What's the Snyder Cut?
We can do it.
Yeah, the Snyder Cut. Yeah, I really can't even find many flaws. My biggest flaw of the whole movie is I thought the scene with Aquaman walking out was a little too extended. But even that, I even countered that with I didn't want anything cut out because this was made for us. This is what he wanted, that's it.
When he was walking out.
When he was walking out on the pier, it was like in slow-mo. That was a little too much, and I thought that the song that was being played was a little not great. But
Yeah.
I
I didn't mind it. I got the point of it as
picking a
our
bit too much.
introduction. They're using the dialogue from the song to set the tone for the character, which I completely get.
I don't even. It doesn't even matter because that's like it took it. It didn't even move the needle for me. It was still an A++ movie. So
Well, now that we got one comment that says #ToddFatherRules, there was something that Tyler and I were talking about. That's why I even put it on the thumbnail because I'm definitely going to cover it today a little bit and talk to some people because it's getting about the time. Rob's awake at this point. Rob is probably letting the dog out and making coffee, so he'll be here soon as well.
Rob said he couldn't come on today,
Rob's not making it today. He's busy.
but you also said that you weren't going to be here today, so I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, because
lame. How do you ruin my guy Dark Side? You don't, and they didn't, and you are wrong. But that's
Dark
okay.
Side. Oh, I know Dark Side is an idiot. Man, I don't agree with that, but hey, that's a. Oh, Rob is coming on. What the hell? What's going on? He literally said that he couldn't come on today, but
It's in the group chat, Rob.
get your shit together.
But yeah, I almost feel like Mark, we should play the actual video of Todd talking.
Too much effort.
But I never really found it except for like with
So
people
what is
talking
this
over
all
it.
about? Describe us. What
I think
we're
Mark's
talking
gonna
about.
have to like break it down if we can't watch it.
There was an article that went up that was criticizing Todd McFarlane for his views on making female toys. That's the broad topic here. He was in an interview with a guy on YouTube who's got a bunch of thousand subscribers. He had been on the interview with them before, and they were just talking, and the concept and the idea. And it's weird that he only got criticized for the aspect of the female toys, because in the conversation he was talking about monsters, villains, and females. He cannot do a single wave of figures that only includes monsters, villains, or females. You cannot have a four figure plus wave of only monsters, villains, or females, because it will not go off, because these toys are meant to be sold in the boys aisle. And what he's talking about are big box stores where he has agreements and contracts signed with these big companies like Walmart and Target, where these toys are placed in their stores. So the Twitter warriors took off on him and was telling him he was being insensitive, and that's not how things go these days. And little boys love little girl toys and stuff like that, and we're being very critical and calling his ideas and his mindset antiquated, so forward. And it was kind of the most ridiculous and funny thing I'd ever read in my life. And it started popping up all over the place. And I went immediately and read what he said, and how they took a little piece of what he said and ran with it versus his whole point, which was monsters, villains, and girls' toys. And he even he just went on to point out that little boys like to play with little boy toys. You know, they like to play with the male action figures, because when they're holding these figures, when they're holding Batman, they're envisioning that is them, you know, and that's just what sells. And he said that he made a point. I can sell female characters. I do sell female characters, but I wouldn't make a whole wave all females, monsters, or villains. And it was just one of those things that people just want to jump on and attack him. But the craziest part was, that I thought was the craziest part, was he's been like the standard for action figures for decades. And at this point, he's even winning awards for his action figure lines. Like, he is the leader in collectible action figures, as well as just like adults collect them, but kids still do buy them. It's adults that do the chases and the exclusives, but these things still hang on pegs. They still sell off of pegs in kids' aisles as well, to kids. But people are wanting to criticize them when they should be asking him for advice. That's what blows my mind.
There you go. Here's the first response. Miss So says, I wasn't offended by what he said. He's a businessman talking about what sells and how he has to sell stuff. Twitter is full of idiots. I love Twitter, Miss So thank you very much. But morning, all listening. But no, but I agree with you.
That's what it is.
So that's how I was introduced to it. I saw a couple of people on Twitter saying that, like, Todd's an idiot, and I was like, oh, I wonder what happened. So I had to look it up. Almost as cold as my one. No, man. White Ranger's hat's pretty cool, but I mean, I do like you a lot, Justin, but the Green Ranger hat is cooler. A set of McFarlane characters that are all girls. This is 4 of the same damn lady in a metal bikini.
Good morning, Rob. How are you today?
You are muted. This has happened one other time.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me put a tally down.
Yep.
We're now up to 2.
I, for one, am offended, says Burke. Of course you are.
But the counterpoint.
Nice, Melvin.
There was the counterpoint in the article that people made that it's adults buying the toys, and they didn't take into consideration where they're actually selling at. You can find them in specialty
Check
shops.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We hear you.
Oh, okay.
You can find them in specialty shops and comic shops, but Todd even made the point, like about being critical of his line of figures, of the figures that he chooses to put out. He says, when I stop bringing you giant royalty checks per our agreement, then y'all can decide what I put out. Like, but it's such a cool. He's got the business model, like he even talks about earlier on in the interview, about how he does like what is it called, lectures and stuff with companies, and how he's always surprised. It is the Transform Mans.
And then they are the rocket ship.
They are. Where are your
Yeah, I
pants?
can do that.
That's the new hashtag. We are rocket ship.
Who doesn't?
We are Hulk.
Yeah, this is how some people wear hats. I mean.
Yeah, I'm just used to always wearing a hat. So when I'm at home, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I wear it like this normally, but I'm known to wear hats like that sometimes.
But yeah, he was talking about his business model too. Like he's like how a lot of places are always talking about that bottom dollar first. He's talking about product and product quality first, because he feels like that's how you ultimately get to that bottom dollar. I thought that was really cool. And,
I'm personally all about that product placement first.
yeah, it's not a bad idea, Rob. Slab Hub Saturdays 12:30.
I was hoping this would be a Slab Hub mug.
I was going to say my
today,
Slab Hub mug is too far for me
but
to
it's
reach.
not.
The new mugs just came in.
Oh, okay. I'll give you a pass.
I love hats.
Yeah,
But once I get it, I'll be using
the
that
Wonder
every
Woman
single
toy is
Friday.
still on the
I
shelf,
can't wait
and
to
isn't
see
being
it.
sexist, just stating facts about sales. Yeah, and it's also and it was also the point that he made, like if people want to complain about that, they also need to complain about there not being Jim Gordon and Bruce Wayne figures in the girls' aisles, which there's not. It seems to be a very one-sided complaint all the time. You don't walk down the girls' aisle and like have that same complaint. It's about what's happening in the boys' aisle. Why isn't there girl stuff in the boys' aisle? Why? It's just, I don't get it.
I'd love to have someone come on today with a different opinion to like talk about with, honestly, because I really don't see it. I just don't see it.
No,
I don't get it at all.
I hate my head.
To me, all he was saying is that he's a businessman and he's putting out things that sell the best.
I can't wear my hat like me right
that's
now,
all.
Biggie, because I don't have it in arm's reach, but I can wear a hat like you.
Oh, yes.
Can't even tell us apart now.
We are Biggie.
We are Biggie.
Wow.
There you go. Two bros, Nick.
There's
That's
plenty
right. I
of
have to take my little girl
female
to the
versions
boy
of toy
aisle
lines.
to buy Spider-Man.
The big box stores, he may have been able to sell stuff a certain way. Yeah, he's been doing this a while. He knows the ratio of stuff that he's going to intend to sell. And with the upcoming figures, just yesterday on his Instagram, he showed off the Prime Wonder Woman from Death Metal when she ends up fighting the Batman who laughs at the very end when they're in like God mode, and she's just like covered in gold from being in the World Forge. So that figure's coming. And it's also, he was talking about how it's like an homage to his first Spawn run where he would do those chase variants that were just all gold colors.
Yeah, I know the missus has got a whole heap of. I don't know whether you guys ever remember. He did a whole heap of dragon figures.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just called dragons, and like the missus, because she loves dragons, she's got a whole heap of those, and they were absolutely awesome. Used to get them in just the blister packs, and you used to be able to get them in big box sort of versions and all sorts of stuff. It was awesome.
That's a real man's hat. You damn right. Todd made his name off being progressive in commercial art space. As an industry leader, be the change you want in the world. Can you expand on that?
Good, but well,
The market share of kids buying figures is tiny. Yeah, he did kind of mention that too. I think, right? Was that him that mentioned
when
that?
you get to a certain price point, people aren't buying toys for kids. They're collectibles, right? It's the same thing. Like it's also where you're setting up and where you're selling and how you're selling your toys that matter. I remember having a conversation with a shop owner who used to carry nothing but super high end retro. It was a store base. It was called the Star Wars store, and you go in. They used to have nothing but really old vintage stuff. And you go in there now, and there's none of it. And the vintage stuff is like a shelf in the back in glass, and everything else is new modern stuff. And ask them about it. They're like, "Oh, well, we used to do all that stuff, and that's great when we're selling online, or it's great when we're in certain areas. But now that their store is basically in a shopping mall, it's the demographic is different. It's the kids coming in from soccer with their mom, say, hey, can I have this? Mom's not buying them a 30, 40, 50, $200 action figure. Mom's buying $9 action figure. Here you go, right? So depending upon what it is that you're making, you're selling, and your market channel that you're distributing through, that's going to dictate who your audience is. And then you're going to make your product to match that audience.
And he has a wide product audience, being in those kind of stores, LCSs, game stores, Walmart, Target. So he's
I can't believe you say Target as well.
I'm not bougie.
Yeah, we like that. We'd like to be all fancy about that place.
Mhm.
I thought
Target.
that was only an Aussie thing, but obviously
No. We all do it too. Make fun of them.
Mm-hmm.
These
It lets
fancy
us know that we're high class. That's how do we tell ourselves we're high class?
That's right.
We're high
I don't
class?
shop
We say
no
Target.
Walmart. I shop at the Target.
Do they sell Barbie in the boys aisle? Not usually. Where
they might with those Marvel versions of
Do
the.
they still? Is it still separate boys and girls aisle? I thought there was kind of just the toy aisle now.
No, there's like 15 aisles, and let me tell you something about how it works. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. My kids are long beyond
if you
that.
have multiple toy aisles, and it's a department, your shop is, and then you don't take like one McFarlane figure and put it here, and then take one Barbie figure and put it next to it, and then take one Transformer, then take one Minnie Mouse, and then take one Mickey Mouse. You don't do that. Your employees have to be able to know where merchandise is, to stock merchandise, to pick up moved merchandise, to put it back. And when you organize a store with a lot of volume, it automatically separates itself. Automatically. It separates itself due to the volume of the product. And then all of a sudden you look at it and you put a kid there and you let the kid go, and the kid somehow, don't know how this works, goes right to what he's interested in.
Well, there's different arguments that somewhat is difference between that's subliminally planted, some people say, over time, and kids get steered in certain directions.
That's why
I'm not an expert in the field, so I don't know.
And use the word, you just stick a kid there and just let the kid go. You don't. I don't like when we hit the toy aisle. I'm not telling Finn where to go because he's got more energy than I do, and he's normally in front of me. At that point, just takes off, and he finds what he likes.
I miss working at Toys R Us.
Brother John, my man, what's happening?
What's up?
What's up?
God damn!
I had to jump in on this conversation.
I want to hear it. What do you think?
Make them big.
Oh no, you don't need to do that.
I'll do
He'll
that.
do that.
He's like, I will be out of here.
Yeah. No, I think some of the flack he was getting was not. It had less to do with sexism and more to do with marketing. Kind of what Mark was talking about. But like, the choices, the number of choices, I think is the bigger issue. They've created this circle. Boys don't buy female action figures. Well, that's because there's hardly any there for them to even choose from. So they're predetermining what the market is and based on assumptions, and not providing product as an option. Which, I mean, as business people, that's their option to do.
And then using the evidence of the lack of
right. They're saying, the boys don't buy
make the reason why. Oh, well, they don't buy them. Well, you didn't make them, but the old chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah,
right.
I think it's and that's an interesting take. But I do remember as a kid, I had the Red Ranger, the Black Ranger, the Blue Ranger, and the Green Ranger figure, and I always remember the Yellow Ranger being on the shelf, and I never wanted it. And I wasn't really interested in the Yellow Ranger. Now I have them all.
Sure.
I have the girls' toys now too, I guess. But I guess me personally, what didn't have anything to do with
just because it's a girl figure.
I don't know why I didn't. I just didn't want
you're
it.
Gonna you hit an age where
Weird.
right?
I had
where
my Princess Leia's.
Right. You prefer the Yellow Ranger and Pink Ranger, right? Because don't we all?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
but this is across the board in this kind of stuff. If you look at, I have a DVD of the first Avengers movie, and everybody is on the cover but Black Widow. Like on the front of that DVD, every character is on the front of that thing but Black Widow. Because it's like, why? Why leave her off? Yeah, you got the Blu-ray, fancy man.
Yeah, you're right. She's not on it.
I need to see where mine is.
The first run of the DVD.
Did all of the characters on your cover have their own solo movie before that?
No.
Tyler?
I don't think so.
Say that again. What'd you say?
Did all the characters on that cover have their own franchise at that point?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Hawkeye didn't.
He's not on the cover either.
Yeah, he's on mine.
Who?
The one I have is she's not there and he's there.
I've got every dude. No way. I've got everybody on the cover of mine. I got the 4-disc set with a holographic cover.
Ooh, nice.
Like Nick Fury in the background, and she's in the background as well.
Here's the Age of Ultron, and she's on that one. And Hawkeye is, but she's smaller. Hawkeye and Nick Fury.
Mine has no characters on it.
I just got I got the cheap 1999. The cheapest one they had.
Yeah.
Working at Movie Stop, so we got good deals on the pre-orders.
On the back.
I think I've upgraded to 4K at this point, though.
But I can tell you, back in the 90s, I had to travel all the way across town to find one Huntress action figure for my daughter, because nowhere had them.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, action figures and things like that were a little cheaper than they are now. So kids could buy them, or kids could ask for them, and you could pull them. When, like what I was talking about, when you go through the store, your kid says, "Hey, I want that." You could do that because they were a little cheaper. Now the market, in terms of children that are buying these things, is so small that it seems kind of silly to work from that, kind of algorithm.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different.
He made plenty of money on his Angela action figure back in the day.
And just like now, like how you see primarily Wonder Woman, just using his most successful and most recent line, Current, which is the DC Multiverse line, which is winning awards and moving stuff. You primarily see Wonder Woman because, I think a lot of that has to do with she's Wonder Woman. Like, you have her big anniversary happening right now. He's been able to do variations of her and stuff, but there are a lot of untested female figures out there that he could run the risk of making. You know, and that's what it is. Like I think the business standpoint comes into it.
There's also there's a dearth, right? There's a certain amount of
I'm sorry, did you say
volume issues. Dearth, a lack of. There's a certain lack of, you know, when you look at the space of figures, like you're talking about Wonder Woman. Okay, great. Well, you look at the DC universe. Okay, without digging deep, if you're looking for mass appeal, mass knowledge, characters people know of, how many female characters are there? Right? There's Wonder Woman. Okay, who's next on the list? When you go to Marvel, right? There's okay, you get a few more because of the X-Men or something else here, but there's only a handful, right, compared to the number of male characters. You get when we went to Star Wars when I was a kid, right? There was Princess Leia. She was like the only female practically in the entire universe. Apparently, I don't know how that universe took care of itself, but you know, whatever. G.I. Joe had 2, but you still had way more guys, right? So there's also just a simple limited of number that you're. Oh no, you had Baroness, I guess that was, you had 1 on the Cobra side. So you just have, there's a certain aspect also. That's the other piece of it, right? We're presented because it's the creative world is really dominate on the male side of it all from that, so not or that's creating and dictating that stuff. Then if you're coming in the second go in there, you have what figures are they supposed to make?
Yeah, like I can tell you that just anecdotally, at GalaxyCon this past weekend, there were a ton of females looking for anything Spider-Gwen related they could find. I think it's back to kind of what Two Bros Nick had there. No, companies should not be forced to make product based on assumptions like that. They should look for opportunities in the market. That's what capitalism is. Look for opportunities in the market and take a risk if they want to. If they don't, they don't. But you know, there's obviously some opportunity there. It's just up to them whether they want to take that risk and go for it.
It looks like that they take advantage of that opportunity with the ratio of figures that you see out there. You know,
Yeah, I think so too.
They're not ignoring female figures. They're producing them based off the sales figures and their confidence level with filling that void in the market. You know, it's the demand for female figures is not equal to the demand for male figures in this toy line, in this whatever this demographic of figures.
Right.
It's not a 50-50 ratio.
What was the original question, or what did McFarlane say? I missed the early part of it.
Todd McFarlane went under Twitter fire for the lack of female figures in his recent toy lines. That there's not enough, and he made the comment that he sells them in the boys aisle, and that, like, you know, he's making them primarily for boys. And so couple videos went up, an article went up that I read that's criticizing not just his line, but it did go on to criticize like Marvel Legends, G.I. Joes, and looking at these single digit or barely double digit percentages of female figures to male figures, and not understanding why there aren't more female figures, because boys like buying girl figures too, and girls like to buy boys figures, and which is true. But I think that the amount of female figures is also balanced to how true that statement is. You know, and I don't know. I think they just want Todd to be an advocate for something that he's not trying to do. He's trying to be a businessman and sell figures.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest point.
That's the biggest thing, and this kind of goes back to aggressively relax. His point said that he made a name for himself being progressive, and where is that? Here it is. Todd made a name for himself being progressive in commercial art space as an industry leader. Be the change you want in the world, and that's not like that. There, he can be those things without having to sacrifice his company to do it. Like it's not one or the other. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I
He's
wonder
running
too.
a business.
What's the ratio? Like, when we
It was around 10%.
no, but I'm just saying, like in overall general characters, right? There's more, at least in my opinion, there's more male superhero characters than there are female. So, if the ratio is 70-30 or 60-40, whatever it is, you're going to have less female.
Yeah. So
action figures.
how far off is 10% really from the reality of actual characters?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that just goes back to the bigger problem, right? That's been around forever. The ratio of male characters to female characters, and so
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I'm making something, if I have an opportunity to make 10 figures,
right.
I'm going as a businessman, I'm going to choose to make the characters that I think would sell the best, right? Regardless of gender.
Oh, right, 100%.
When Todd was explaining the situation for the kid asking if they had any other toys. Yeah. So Todd ran this hilarious scenario. He's like, he was saying, think back when you were a kid and you worked real hard and you made straight A's all year, and your parents are like, I want to reward you. I want to get you a toy. Me and your mom, we're going to go to the store today and we're going to buy you a toy as our way of saying good job. And you go to the store and you go to the boys aisle where the toys are that he sells, and you see these monsters and you see these dragons and you see these villains and you see the Superman and the Batman and then
You ended up with Captain Marvel.
you grab Captain Marvel and you're like, this is the one, and you go home and you come home with it in the bag and you see your son, you're like, I got it, you did so good, I got the toy, he's excited, he can't wait. Then you hand him Captain Marvel and he just
It's Pennywise.
Hey,
My man is gearing up the funny. Gotta
Fix
get
up your
hyped.
hair, Simon.
Pants. But you show the kid the toy, and he's like, "What are
That's
monsters?"
even worse.
And they're like, "Yeah, there's tons of monsters. There's monsters
I've been
everywhere."
waiting to say that.
And then you show the kid. He asked if I put a paperclip on it. You can do it. Why not? But the kid asks if there's monsters. You tell him, yeah. They ask him if there's bad guys. You say, yeah, there's tons of them. You ask him if they're Batman and Superman. He said, oh, you should have seen how many were on the pegs. And then the kid just looks at you. And that's a legitimate thing that would happen. Would it happen 100% of the time? No. But is that a majority of the time scenario? Absolutely. And that really made people mad.
Well, I also think that kind of what you were talking about before, Mark, him using the thought process of the boys aisle that's outdated. I mean, that's an outdated model because the stores don't do that. There, at least where I am, there's no boys aisle.
There definitely is here. I've never
here. It's all branding. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a boy toy or a girl toy or however you want to market. If it's McFarlane Toys or whatever it is, they're all together.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going, oh, we got to take these girl ones down here and put them on the shelf down here.
And take it one step to the left or right. What in a big box store? What's next to it? First off, let's point out that McFarlane doesn't set the aisles.
Right.
So what's next to the McFarlane figures in any Target or Walmart? It's universal.
Well, the one, I don't know, the one around for me is freaking Paw Patrol crap, but
is what?
Paw Patrol is next to the action figures, which blows my mind. I don't know what's going on over there.
Is that a smaller store? Because that's typically
it's Target.
Over. Yeah, so we like normally every big box store that I've ever been in my life, including smaller ones like Walgreens and stuff, it's all categorized into figures and then age. You see age appropriateness attached to it as well. So it blows my mind as well that Paw Patrol is next to McFarlane. Yeah. But it's always Transformers and G.I. Joe Classified, which are kind of comparable price and age range figures. They're always like that.
Yeah, this is actually a big store, and they have that too. So they have all of that stuff there together. Star Wars, G.I. Joe, action figures, and then it's like Paw Patrol, and some other.
Yeah, all of
thing.
ours are done by like age, and it descends down. Like if you start at one end of the toy aisle, it's like the infant stuff,
Right.
and as you go,
Yeah, they have that.
It kind of ends off with bicycles and stuff, but right before that is like the puzzles and board games, and then like the more the McFarlane stuff, the NECAs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the comment Todd's like, I don't. Yeah, Todd. That story was funny. He's like, so I don't know how it works, but I'm assuming with serial killers, there's always a moment in their life, and for that kid, that could be his moment. When you disappoint him with a toy, that would have been Ralphie's moment in A Christmas Story had he not gotten the BB gun. That would have been his serial killer moment.
It was there for a minute. He thought that's all he got. He had like a 5-minute window of like, I'm going to kill somebody.
Yeah. He started envisioning how to hide the bodies, and then his dad.
Hey, what's back there behind the? And he was like, "Wait, I don't have to. I can actually get what I want."
I bought a McFarlane figure yesterday.
Nice, the three Jokers, Red Hood.
It's about time you bought your own Red Hood figures instead of me buying them all for you.
You know, it's the first one I think I bought.
Are you gonna take it out or no?
No, he's really suffocated and died in there. So
It's
maybe
really
I'll buy a
bad.
second one. Keeping up.
Well, dude, the good thing about those, you can actually take them out and put them back without damaging the box or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's stupid? You know how they have that thing that's sealed on the back sometimes? Like sometimes they'll have a stand and it's sealed onto the back.
Oh, I don't take the stand off. Like the Superman that I got has the stand that holds them up in the air, and they have the little bases. I don't take those out. They still stand up without them. Like,
yeah. I wonder what these look like out of the box. I never know.
Do we have Nick and Dustin in here on two different?
Yeah, it looks like you do.
is Dustin still not at work? Send him the link. I don't know.
I
if
already
Nick-
sent it to him. I already sent it to him. I sent it to Justin anyway. That's all that matters.
Send it to Nick's safety manager. Or Dustin's safety manager. What about the wrong person to get in an argument with? We got a $4.99 super chat.
Oh, Eli, what's up?
Locked in. What is up, brother? How are you today?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
that
that's
makes
right.
sense.
Yeah, Alan Rue, all figures should be taken out.
Yeah.
I wish I've got some in boxes, but if I had enough shelf space, I would
My
really
place
like
gets
it.
really dusty though, man. I don't want dust on my figures. Like, too bad.
Did I not?
Easier to
Biggie, I
get dust
swear
off a
I
box
always
than a
send it
figure.
to you and then I don't. Did I not?
Biggie, no rapping. No one asked him about counting balls.
I'm gonna vote no rapping as well.
That's later tonight.
I think he's on tonight.
Yeah.
He's on tonight for the rap battle, so you can save it all for then. I just sent it to you, Biggie. I did think I already sent it to you.
Let's see. A part of Todd's brand has always been what is the nice thing I can do. I don't know. He's always been the bad boy in comics. Character rights, yes. Creative freedom, yes. So when he starts writing market research, it's extra eye rolling. I don't know if I understand the context of that.
Yeah, I get that. He's been the bad boy of comics, but that's because he was fighting against the man, the system.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing. Everything he's done, it's always been towards creator rights, and being able to hold on to your creations or.
So
or
now
the
do
work
we
you
find
do
it
and-
ironic that the voices that be, not want to call it the powers that be, but the voices that be are trying to tell him once again how to run his own ship? How?
Well, no, he's saying that he's citing market research as the driving factor for what he's doing, as opposed to any kind of
Well, why
regular
now?
creative vision of his own.
Why would market research for this be important to Todd? Why?
This is
Because
where he
he's-
makes his money.
Now take
That's
that
why.
factor out of it. Take
I
that
agree.
factor out of it. Who gives him his money?
Right.
Daddy.
We
The
do.
people-
His
right.
fans, his supporters.
Right.
So market research is important to him because he's trying to deliver a product that we want.
Absolutely.
And
But
it's more important to him now because
you're
his
saying
company's a lot bigger than it was 30 years
you're
ago.
saying we, and look at this panel, and he's citing kids. He's citing research based on kids.
And he's not
Which-
limiting it just to kids, though.
The number of kids that buy these things is minimal. The number of kids that buy these things in a big box store like we talked about is even smaller because you can get everything online now.
Yeah. And it all
So he's taking a very small fraction of the market and citing it as a reason for his argument, and people just don't understand that. And so that's what makes it eye rolling. That's what makes it eye rolling.
Yeah.
Is it's kind of like you're taking one small, minute fraction and trying to make a point based on it. Now,
do we know if it's actually small, like the big box store sales?
No, it's quite big.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the primary focus of his sales is to the big box stores.
yeah,
That's
because
what you
he
want.
sells because that's in bulk, right? That's where you're doing the bulk sales.
It's a much easier distribution model.
Right.
Mhm.
They take on the inventory. Problem with the small shops they only want it on demand.
And it's like he said, his goal, like one way he has to look at it is those big box stores in their clearance sections and not allowing his figures to make it through the store to the clearance sections. And once that happens, if he sees what hits there, he has to take that into consideration moving forward.
Are you sober, Remy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just checking.
Remy looks tired this morning.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. Maybe I should put a hat on because I don't have my hat on. People are like, "What's wrong with this guy? There's something weird about you."
Yeah, that would actually been pretty funny.
What time is what time's the rap battle on tomorrow?
Today.
Oh, well, today.
Or today, you're tomorrow, maybe.
No,
What
it doesn't
time
matter
is
what
it
his
on?
day is. It's today.
What time
Or
is
it could
it?
be yesterday then.
Yeah, maybe.
What if it's 2 weeks from tomorrow?
When did it happen? Just now.
When?
What time is it?
It's time to get ill?
It's time to get funky.
No one answers, Simon. I think it's at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Simon. I'm like pretty sure.
Well, it wouldn't be Eastern Standard. It would be daylight time because we're on
is
daylight
it
time,
daylight?
standard time.
EDS.
Check
They've-
that.
they've-
EDT.
EDT.
They've finished
EDT.
daylight saving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but like, wouldn't they?
Yeah, we
call it-
start. We're
isn't
on
this
our
back
own.
to Eastern Standard then?
No,
No, 'Cause
It's
when I look
Eastern
it up-
Spring. You spring forward.
You're confusing Simon.
So we spring forward. Into
Go back to
daylight
bed and give your girlfriend some attention, Simon.
Yeah, where's Sarah? I miss Sarah.
You
I haven't
awake?
talked to her in 5 minutes.
There's awake. Yeah, because I'm doing my celebration stream tomorrow, so I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to clash with links.
Ooh.
That's not good.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, well,
That's all right. We'll get
No,
the main
no,
viewers
because
and the
you do it at
nighttime
8.
one.
Yours is at 8, and he's at 9.
yeah, I'm going to be. I don't know how long I'll be doing it for anyway. I'm just going to be hanging out. I just don't know how to
but
prepare it. Like, I'm thinking about because I've asked like 2 people just to start off the stream with me, and then I was just gonna like, I don't know, I might eventually just put the link in the. I don't know how I want to do it.
yeah, it's always a good idea to put it in the chat.
That's what I do.
Ask Remy.
Yeah, when you showed up, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's all right. The better one will be the one at our nighttime.
Remy's gonna get you back.
I still got to. I did a video where Sarah did a reaction to your stream, Remy. Because
Are you gonna
she
post
came
it?
home
I
that
gotta
night.
see that.
She came home that night, and I was like, "You gotta see this." She's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "We're gonna film a reaction video." She's like, "What am I reacting to?" I was like, "You'll see."
That's hilarious.
Angel handled the show well to start yesterday. I thought she did a great job. Except for not being able to reach anything. That was hilarious.
He's got all this stuff here, and I don't know what to do.
I just can't reach it.
Simon, the answer to the question is it should be 9 a.m. Saturday morning in Melbourne.
Oh, that's early then. That's like 6 p.m. Eastern then, isn't it?
No.
Oh, you know what? Hold on.
I was
That's
gonna
right.
say,
I'm
you're
looking at
definitely
Pacific
wrong.
time.
Because 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow is going to be 11 a.m. here.
Yeah,
that's what time my stream
it's
is.
3 hours.
What time are we doing the one at night?
It's noon then.
That's going to start at 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was looking at DJ's site and it was saying 6 p.m., but that's because it converted to Pacific time for me.
What an idiot.
Noon Saturday. Time is hard. It's all wibbly wobbly.
It is annoying. I'll say that.
Wibbly wobbly, timely wimely, or whatever it is.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Timey wimey, that's right.
See, Freaky said Angel was awesome too.
Remy's wife? Yeah, she is.
Well, yesterday,
Let's Talk About It show from last night. I didn't see it.
Actually, that'd be a great show. We should get Lisa and Angel on a show together.
Angel messaged me on Instagram and I messaged her back and I didn't see it for a few days because if for some reason I'm like have never messaged somebody, Instagram will not let me see anyone's message. So it took me a couple days to respond to her, but she hasn't messaged me back. I think she's getting back at me for taking too long to message
Burke,
her.
you're calling me an idiot? Is that what you're saying? You got it, buddy.
Like, I'll show him.
I will. Yeah, I will. You're on. You're now on the list there, Burke.
Instagram is probably the last thing that she checks.
We won't make fun of anything that you do. Fucking warping time.
I still don't know what happened on Burke's stream yesterday. It just ended. Oh, Nick, what's up?
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, Spotty!
How you doing?
Simon! Is this Brother John's first appearance?
Oh, man. That's the show I want. I
Is
want
it your
both
first
of you
appearance on here, John?
I jumped
be
on
the other guy
I
for
jumped
one
on a
show.
couple weeks back when
Yeah,
y'all
I
were
thought you
talking
jumped
about
on before.
Elseworlds.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
right.
had to go to work, so I just jumped off.
How's everybody doing?
Nick, how many mystery boxes do you have left available?
9.
That was a hint, Spidey. There's a mystery box available.
I can't buy it because I had to pay for that.
He can't even buy his books in the bloody LCS at the moment.
I know. I'm going to go see Mark tomorrow. Beck and I are going to go see Mark tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm probably still not going to be able to afford all the books that are there.
Well, there's a little bit of there might be something there to help you out, just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's all right. Sarah already told me.
Oh, what? You already told him? You told him that we got him a gift voucher.
Good job, Sarah.
Good surprise.
Well, Mark told me there was a voucher there, and I thought I might have been one of the mystery ones again, but then Sarah blew it and she told me.
Sorry, Burke. It's on now. You're on my list. In fact, I should just go unsub his channel right now. What use is it, anyways? Bunch of no sleep wearing hicks talking about Kansas like it matters.
Oh my lord!
Yikes!
Hey, I hear they have an amazing statue of DJ Lynx in his town, so I support it.
Now, is that Linkstown or Lynxville or what did they dub it again?
Lynx Point.
Lynx Point.
I might have to release the unedited video of opening the Burke box.
Ouch.
Is that the one where you have to fight the tape?
Fuck, dude! That it's so much of it that hoarder's hide knife, it got all jacked up from fucking tape got down in it and everything else. That man used packing tape like it was, I don't know. He's yards of it, meters of it. Sorry for the
meters of it. Yeah.
I was more concerned not so much about tearing the bags as I was about the bags of the comics getting bent inside, because it adheres when there's so much of it stuck on that bag. It ends up bending the board and everything inside. You have to be very careful. They're crazy. Probably could have when I was helping him, I should have told him that you put all those inside of a single magazine bag. It holds them together and you don't have to use all the tape. Nothing wrong with loving country music. What does that have to do with anything?
Hey, have we discussed the Joker's new design?
Yeah, we already talked about it.
Oh man, I missed it.
Yeah, that's it. That was the end of it. So,
Was it good?
it was a great conversation.
Shall never to be discussed again.
Yeah.
Catch the replay.
Yeah.
What hasn't been discussed yet that we can talk about?
I
Let's talk
think
about it.
that's it. We might just have to end it. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Hey, it was good seeing everybody.
Have a good day,
Tyler,
guys.
you hop off first, Tyler. Okay.
No, I'll just end it. I have the controls.
It's
How would
It's
half white
circus
shadow
day,
be
right?
on here
We gotta
without
go.
full white shadow?
What'd you think of it, Nick? What'd you think of the Joker?
I like the actor. I hate the design.
Really? I'm shocked.
I mean, look at him.
Oh, quick.
Dude, it's terrifying.
It is
creepy as
very scary, but I don't like it.
You don't think it suits the style of the movie?
Oh, absolutely. I just don't like it.
You
Well, I
scared?
think. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll evolve. As will the Batman character if they keep going with this. With this franchise.
I thought it looked like a guy that fell on acid.
No self-respecting girl is going to buy that figure.
Don't tell that to Todd, or he's gonna say it out loud and people will be mad.
Hot take.
He classifies as monster and villain, right?
Monster.
Yeah, he's hitting two markets right there.
Yeah, right on.
I think it's an interesting take. Like having read the article talking about what he was doing with his Joker, with like the disfigurement that his Joker was born with, that causes his muscles to retract his face into a smile and it stay there from birth. Like you envision one thing, and then you see him where it looks like he's been pulling his own hair out and his skin is all disgusting looking. He obviously messes with himself all the time and everything. Like you can extrapolate a lot from just seeing him that short amount of
You can
time.
get like that if you mess with yourself.
Not the way you do. You'll just go blind.
And you
That's
don't
a different messing with.
Yeah, you don't moisturize.
Yeah.
You could chafe. Yeah,
People,
you got to be
lotion.
careful.
That was close.
I thought it was really interesting how it was shot, where the actual window is in frame, almost like completely separating Batman from Joker. And then at the very end, as Batman's walking away, we get the Joker actually not blurry. He's actually clear, and we get to see him like from the top, and then it goes down. So I thought it was a really interesting scene, and it should have been in the movie.
Yeah, I think it'll be a flashback, whatever happened that year previous. I think that just the whole design.
Bye, Remy.
Does Remy got to go, or does he have a question?
I have a question.
Oh, I thought you were leaving. Damn. I mean, sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you guys talking about? Did I wake up too late? Did I miss the
It happened yesterday.
I need to check something out.
Go ahead, Nick. You keep talking about it. We'll pull up the picture.
Ugh.
I saw that. I don't know what it is.
So
I
they
don't know what that
released like a 5-minute clip of
A deleted scene.
a deleted
from the
scene,
Batman,
from the Batman movie.
with,
Oh,
Barry Keoghan as the
Keoghan.
Joker in the Reeves verse.
That's hideous.
Yeah.
And I guess you gotta love it because I mean, those villains are terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely a very sadistic version of everything. Like taking the Riddler and turning him into a straight up serial killer Zodiac style person. Taking the Joker and doing that with him, it's a more twisted take on the already dark and twisted rogues of Batman.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
I think it's even more realistic. It's like the realism from the Nolan verse was turned up, but this is even more real.
With actual science behind it.
No, just shut up, Nick. But there, I don't know. It just feels more real. Like if it was,
It
jumped
definitely
out of the book. Yeah. What do you think, Brian?
I was going to say it has more of a feel of like a drama or a thriller movie as opposed to a superhero type movie. A lot of people have said the seven comparison, right? So it's more thriller based than people running around in capes.
I think that's a really good comparison. Just imagine
I like
Seven
thriller
on the case.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think they're trying to treat it more
serious.
Serious, yeah.
Hi,
it's
Sarah.
like real world based. Like you're pre Nolan, all the Batman movies and superhero movies were very cartoonish in design and so forth because they were their own separate world. They're trying to kind of base this in a realism
square
Get out
ones.
there. I want to see
Tyler.
Sarah.
makes it even more scary.
Yes.
Sarah's here.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Bye,
Hello.
Simon. Goodbye, Simon.
Bye, Simon. Another Simon, Mad Spidey Simon, you need to go to bed.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. Cheeky bugger.
What does that mean?
Cheeky bugger.
Bugger.
Love
that very
stuff.
Australian?
I hate that we can't say that stuff.
No, it's just terrible.
Cheeky bugger.
Can't say that. Can't call you guys blokes. None of that cool stuff.
Why? Why not? Why can't just use Aussie slang all the time?
It's terrible.
Some of it might get you in trouble in America, but
It probably wouldn't fly.
Tyler says Macca's, right? Don't you, Tyler?
Yeah,
Macca's.
we have,
but that's because I made it up.
Oh, okay.
we have like actual
whatever you reckon.
McDonald's here with signs that say Macca's.
Yeah.
Well, I know their website. The website's is Macca's.
Is Bogan bad? No, Bogan's
Is Bogan bad?
It can be an insult.
Yeah, I don't think it's an insult. Like I used to get called Bogan all the time, and I was like,
You're just very.
my teacher
Aussie.
called
I
me.
wouldn't call you Bogan.
My teacher called me Bogan because I listened to Triple M. I was like, it's a radio station.
I still listen to Triple M. Nothing wrong with that.
No one knows what that
It's
is.
because you're a Bogan.
Snap, snap, clap. Spidey's powder tumbler. Yeah, I know there was like an anniversary Funko Pop from Australia that said Macca's on the sticker. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, they had like Macca's pop vinyls. Like they had like the hamburger and like, what?
They still got the hamburger.
They had a chicken
Yeah.
nugget.
They did like a.
Yeah, there used to be figures for all those.
Hamburglar and Grimace and
Can you
Grimace,
remember the
Officer
trans-
Big Mac. You had the Nuggets. You had the Fry guys and the Early Bird McBird.
Can you remember the transforming ones?
Yep.
They had the transforming fries and the transforming burger.
Oh yeah.
they were in the Happy Meals.
Yeah.
Remember the little Beanie Babies?
They
Those
had
were amazing.
fries that transformed.
Sarah might not remember them, but
Yeah, they
Shape
made all
of a
the
tater tot.
characters
What
into
was that, Tyler?
Transformers.
Cooked,
the little Beanie
uncooked
Babies.
and then cooked or fried,
Beanie
or,
Babies.
Pretty much.
or regular with, or
Yeah,
they transformed with
Beanie
ketchup.
Beanie
Dipped,
baby.
dipped in chocolate shake.
A beanie baby, isn't it? Those weird.
Those like toys.
Yeah.
Beanie
They're
Kids.
just
They're-
tiny stuffed animals. That's all.
Were they
They're
called
full of
something different there? The Beanie Babies?
We had Beanie Kids. I used to collect them as a kid.
I think we're talking about different things right now.
What's it? I'm gonna Google Beanie Baby.
Yeah, Beanie Babies were like little animals that were full
Yeah,
of
those
beans.
animals. Wasn't there a show? Was that a show?
No, it wasn't a show. It was a made-up
It was a
fad.
stupid collectible by
Yeah,
Thai,
yeah.
the
So-
Thai Corporation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are like the Thai ones. I used to. Oh, everyone knows Thai. I used to collect Beanie Kids, which were like
yeah,
a
Beanie
different
Kids,
kind
Beanie
of
Babies, probably the same
brand.
thing.
I don't know what Beanie Kids are.
No, they're different.
They're
The
slightly
Beanie
grown up from
Kids are,
babies.
Like branded Beanie Kids, whereas Beanie Babies are Thai.
Honestly, Tyler, this whole time I've just been binging whatever they say and putting Australia at the end of it. So they're like Triple M, and I'm like Triple M Australia, and then pull it up, and I'm like, now I know what you're talking about. And then they're like, oh yeah, Bogan, and I'm like, oh, let me see this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do kind of look like Beanie Babies.
So, what is Triple M?
See, when I'm on my phone, I can't ask my phone, so I have to bing.
How did you spell Triple M? Did you just write 3 M's? Or did you write
No.
triple?
I know the tape versus the radio station now, sir. I didn't accidentally do that the first time.
Or could have used it with MMM carpets.
The only problem is when it says stuff like relaunched in Perth, and then I'm like, what's Perth?
It's
So
it's
it kind of
like-
leads
it's
me
what,
down that rabbit hole, you know.
That's what
like-
Mike Tyson holds when he's going like
Right,
as,
got it.
Marilyn Monroe.
Clever, very
Yeah,
timely,
give up,
timely
Tyler.
joke. It was a timely joke.
Why did Nick shake his head? Whenever Nick shakes his head, I know I did something wrong. But
Because he's like, you're an idiot.
Coming from the guy who
Nick used to say that he said it yesterday on the show that he thought he didn't like me, and I just can't figure out why.
have you looked in the mirror? Wait.
Yeah, every day.
Oh, okay.
Every day.
I don't get it. You're my favorite lovable rascal.
What's a rascal?
John, what are the odds?
It's
that
a
you're making
scooter
a
that old
video,
people ride.
I'm
a bit like
looking
a-
for rascal in Australia.
It's a bit like a cheeky bugger.
Exactly.
There you go.
Hover around takes me where I
Is that
wanna
what they
go.
called the show in Australia? The cheeky buggers?
Mm.
So the little rascals.
Yes, ma'am.
it's the only one at work.
Tyler, I remember there was a word I said to you once. I can't remember what I said. You thought actually slack. I said that I was being slack.
No, I said that.
What?
I said that on our stream. Remember?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you were co-hosting.
It's the worst statement I've ever heard in my life.
Okay.
Being slack.
I'm having slack. I'm being slacked. I don't know what it is.
No,
It's
being
terrible.
slack.
Being lazy.
Yeah, it's so much. Yeah, just say that. Don't make things
Being
up.
slack.
It's terrible.
Shut up, you drongo.
I'm going to tell you
Oh
this.
my lord!
Do not
You
look
gotta
up
find out
Slap
that one.
Australia because that is not good.
Don't look
What?
up slack in Australia.
Oh, is that what we're saying? I thought you were saying slapped.
No,
No,
slack.
Slack.
I should have,
He,
I should have
nobody
looked up
knows what you're
slapped
saying because
Australia,
it's not
and
even
it's
a
not good.
sentence. I'm having slack. Like, what does that
No,
mean?
what the
Tell us what slap in Australia is, Remy.
Yeah, what is that?
It brings up adult situations.
Well, now I need to know. Thank you, aggressively relaxing. I'm tired of being hated on. Like, I don't do anything wrong, and people just give me shit. Like I don't get it.
Tyler's cool.
It's just like yesterday on Gary's channel when they
Yeah,
were
as I
asking
said,
who do you
drive-by
want to-
slapping. I think
Yeah,
Tyler
drive-by
was the-
slapping, and you were my first choice without hesitation.
Brian was
The
No, you
question
were,
from
Tyler.
Gary was there was a story about drive-by slapping somebody, and it was like if you could drive-by slap somebody, who would you drive-by slap?
like a high five, like slap hands.
No, like slap their face
No,
from
like
inside of a moving
what?
car.
Why would you do that?
See, and I explained because
It'd
I just
be
thought it would
funny.
be great to see you at the mailbox doing your thing like this, and to drive by, slap you, have you spin around, fall on the ground, and go, "What did I do?"
What did I do?
Pokemon cards going flying in the air.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God.
Bet he had slapped with a mini
I would
slab.
just roll around in the street and say, "I'm being shot."
Exactly. See, that's why
Somebody
you would have
shot me.
the reason you were my choice was between the Pokemon cards and the fact that you would have the best reaction of anybody.
I just can't imagine my
You
Crocs
drive by,
would go
slap Nick,
flying
and Nick's
off.
just gonna get up and get his gun and chase after you.
My
Morning
dad
enough to
dropped
get
my
up.
towel.
It's the latest internet craze. It's drive-by slapping.
That's right. And I said, I don't want to get drive-by slapped by Pocan because he'd probably have some kind of freaking thing loaded up his sleeve and evil air
Grenade
device that's
launcher.
gonna- Yeah, exactly. You're gonna get more than just a slap.
Yeah, you get tased and slapped all at once.
And a little NFC chip put on you.
Exactly.
Exactly. Your phone would open up to his YouTube channel.
With him just going like, "You've been slapped. You've been slapped. You've been slapped."
We're gonna jump out, guys. Have a good night.
Au revoir.
And
See you later tomorrow.
Bye,
come to
Sarah.
the party.
I'll see you
Take care.
tomorrow.
See
Have
you
a
Yeah,
great
see you
night,
guys.
Sarah.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone. But Tyler.
See you tomorrow.
What?
See you, mate.
What did I do?
I don't get it. Try to say
It's
something
coming
nice.
along quite well there, Nick.
Told you. You think I'm trying to make fun of you? I'm not.
He's trying to get ready when you travel over there with Joe to get some
Yep.
sweet
Oh,
H.
don't start because then he'll rock up. He'll pop up on the stream and he'll start again.
He's already in the chat. What did Joe do?
It's like Stewart from Mad TV.
No.
Look what I
Look
can
what
do.
I can do.
Stuart.
Oh.
I agree.
Well, it is midnight and I've got to get
Oh,
up in
what's up,
6
Marcus?
hours.
It's after midnight.
Something evil lurking in the dark.
Yeah.
That's Poke and Joe. Yeah, there we go.
Sweet, sweet H. Yeah.
Candyman.
Joe's still trying to figure out how we can go to Australia with a load of comic
Yes.
books and sell them.
Joe's sending one into space soon, I think. I'm
Is
not
it a
kidding.
rocket
He
or-
said that.
I believe that he can reach escape velocity. I believe in Joe.
Mhm.
I believe Joe can fly.
Joe's nobody.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose I better go to bed. All right, guys. Have a good
Take it
night,
easy.
morning, whatever it is.
All right.
Good night,
See you, boys.
Spidey.
Have a good
Night.
Bye.
Night,
Oh
buddy.
yeah. Have a good night. Yeah.
Lucky am I.
Well, yeah, bud.
I haven't heard that in a while.
Oh.
So I'm sitting here trying to add another channel emoji because I can add a lot more at this point, and I'm trying to actually format it. This is Tyler had to help me. Like Tyler and Lee both. We sat here on I think we were on the Instagram video chat because I was on the computer, but took a lot of work to get the loyalty badges and custom emojis. Like I was working at it for a while, trying to get them formatted right and everything for the YouTubes, and it got to the point where I was just creating images on what I know how to create them on and sending them to Tyler. He would reformat them in a matter of seconds. The platform that he was using, and then he would email them back to me. But I'm trying to do that myself. And wait,
Just tell me what you need, man. I made all of
Southern Comic Geeks.
Yeah, I made Southern Comic Geeks, and I did why am I blanking? Small Town.
I'm just waiting on an email to come in at this point. I just
Well, just tell me. I don't know what I'm making.
No, I've already made it. I'm just waiting for the email to come in. So I just made it. Then I had a one and one it or whatever.
I don't know. I think we do have a lot to say about our show. Like for instance, the fact that it's Mr. Knight. Yeah, but you can
Nick, my comic shop has a crow statue. I think it's a statue, and it's like the crow standing in front of a chair, and it's got like a big circle behind it, like a half circle. Have you ever seen that one?
Is his foot up on the chair?
I don't think so. I wonder if I took a picture of it.
I think I may have seen it.
I feel like I did, but maybe I didn't. I don't see it.
I've reached a point, and it's not even really money anymore. I mean, money has always been an issue, but it's space now.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
That's where I am too. It's all about space.
That's why I was trying to like move some stuff out and everything. All right, let's see if this new.
I mean, for your collection?
Huh?
For your collection?
Yeah, just collecting anything really.
There's just comics everywhere now. Like I've been trying to pull stuff out to sell, so like I don't have to. So I'd have to move stuff to add more long boxes or short boxes and stuff at this point, and I'd rather just get rid of the stuff that I've got plenty of stuff like just like $1, $2 books, you know, that are just taking up space that are doubles and like that my dad has and stuff that are in a PC that doesn't go anywhere if I want to reread or they don't have any inherent key value. You know, you can move them on to a more useful place. That book's got life left in it, you know, just send it on.
Yeah, and I don't have the patience to sell those kind of books. So I'm just trade them in my LCS for pennies on the dollar.
And I've done that in the past where I just take little small runs or mini series and I'll take them to Dead Media and put them on the counter. Like, what are you looking to get for these? I'm like, dude, give me whatever you want. I'm just gonna go over here and grab some stuff. If I save $3,
you check to see if you have any kids shelters or children's hospitals near you. If they're kids appropriate books, depending on the ages, that you can donate them even. Take the tax write off. Or have a show and do giveaways and throw your books into a fucking bin and send them to other people. Make it their problem. I mean, tune in on Slab Hub and get your chance to get some.
Oh, nice. The Augusta Book Exchange.
I'm hoping to win some tomorrow because I want my shot at that G.I. Joe 21.
That is in there still.
You know what I had to do? The original image wasn't a 1x1, and luckily the background for the image was white. So I just went to Google and just searched all white background, saved it, went to my phone and the photo app and just dropped it down to 1:1. Then I just laid the Augusta Book Exchange one over it. Had to resave it by sending it to the email, download it onto the computer. It's a lot of there's nothing difficult. It's just a lot of little.
Yeah. You're a genius. You're a genius, Mark.
Let's not get carried away.
No, but seriously, it is. It's like you have to do 9
You can say he's a genius for Georgia.
It's
Georgia genius.
Let's preface it.
Geographical miracle
thing.
Does the channel emoji show up for y'all?
Yeah.
So that happens pretty quick. I don't know how many more I can add, but I can add more.
Oh, you mean to type it in? I can't confirm that. Let me look.
Okay.
No, I mean
Yeah.
like is it active in your
Yeah, I can
options?
see it.
Yep, it's in there.
Okay.
Geographical miracle. This.
Nick, you're going to Heroes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So brother John and Jim might be going. Austin
God, I
is
wanna go
going.
so
You are
bad.
going. Remy lives there. I was looking at the tickets yesterday. I'm probably going to pick up the tickets today. I don't know where we're staying yet. Me and Pop's got to get that part worked out.
Mm-hmm. June 24th, right? 4th through the 6th.
That sounds right.
Wow.
Flights are
Started an
expensive.
hour early.
I thought they said tickets were like 50 for the whole
For all
weekend.
3 days. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
early
think that's bad at all.
Appreciate that aggressively relaxing. Throw in that new custom emoji for channel members. Brian, use yours. Brian, use yours.
Hint, hint. Call me out. Call me out. Go ahead.
Was there's one that says the CBCS awards?
No, I'm not a channel member.
I'm trying to get Brian to join.
Or
Brian brought up a good point that he
CBCA. God
At
damn
this
it.
point, Brian,
Right?
it would be you would get in trouble if you joined a channel because you'd be biased at that point.
I know, and that's the other thing I have to consider, right? That would be the other criticism, right?
Anything and everything that someone can complain about, they will eventually.
Well, it's funny because we were.
That's where I am too, right? I don't want anybody criticize me.
Oh, John,
As you always say, you never want to
you
be
in
a
the
member
corner,
of a
buddy. You'll
channel
be
that will have
joining.
you as
You'll
a
be
member.
joining real soon, John. I got you covered. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta.
I've been putting together what it takes to get John to join.
That was an off the cuff comment. That wasn't a contract.
Hey, you're a man of your word.
Well, it was funny. We were joking on Chris the Comic Vet stream Wednesday night. We were joking about, getting nominated, and I'm like, well, I'll give you my PayPal. Slip a little something in my PayPal, and I'm like, I need to be careful with that because somebody will call it out and be like, oh, well, Chris got nominated. He paid you, and like. Because if they find something to complain about, they will.
I actually clipped that already and sent it out to numerous detractors of yours.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes. Here to help. John, what is it looking like for the odds of you and Jim making it to Heroes Con this year?
I think it's pretty good odds. We got to get the wives on board. For both of us, it's a situation where we're leaving them to kind of handle everything.
Well, the best way you can do that is just don't tell them you're going. Leave in the middle of the night. Leave a note that says, "Honey, I'm doing some much needed soul searching," and then just go back up in 3 days.
I've done that before, and that's why this is my second wife.
Going to go get cigarettes. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, leaving won't be a problem. It's going to be.
She knows that move, right? She knows that move.
She's always on the watch for it.
Yeah, she would show up in North Carolina with all the kids and be like, "Hey."
Here are the kids. I'm going to go do some soul searching and just
exactly.
Well, always remember, the best child, babysitter there is duct tape. And chloroform.
Well, we're in a good situation now, in that we only have the one that's younger. All our other kids are grown adults, so we can push him off on them.
There you go.
Usually when we need to.
Don't you want to watch your brother? Do you not like your brother?
They spoil him rotten.
Yeah, I'm
Uh-oh.
definitely excited to go.
That's Nick.
It's been a long
Lordy,
time since I've had
it's
the
still live.
opportunity to go. The last time I went was an anniversary, and there was a big Rocketeer anniversary, and Stan Lee was there, and all. Court of Owls was going on in Batman Comics the last time I went to Heroes Con.
Wow. So that was what? 2013,
13?
14?
Mm.
No, didn't it start in 11, 12? Because that's when I started getting back into comics. And that was
Well, I
like
mean,
one of my first-
it was going on. It wasn't like just starting. Like people like in the panel with Snyder and everything. That was all the questions. You know, like people not asking about his creative process, this, that. Like what's going on? Who are these people? Why is Batman scared? Like,
Did
I
you
put
see
the
the
link in the chat. Aggressively relaxing for exhibitor info for Heroes Con.
Did you see the thing I tagged you in yesterday with the Jurassic Park? meme?
Yeah, that was awesome. Made my day. I like how you're standing on the window too. That was pretty funny. Yeah, what day was it? My mom was over here hanging out, but I turned on the first Jurassic Park when the kids were kind of just running around wild, and I fast forwarded straight to that scene when the T-Rex first gets out, when it's storming, and they're shut down right next to his exhibit. And my mom's like, "This is too much, Mark," because I didn't realize it is kind of intense. Like the T-Rex is trying to eat these children out of this car and stuff, and. But I'm like, no, this is great. And like, how like both kids like snuggled up on me, like peeking out, like one eye watching it. I'm like, no, this is perfect. Look, they love me again.
They look to you for security.
Yeah. My dad works with dogs. He can handle that. No. Rob, what are you studying?
I'm reading a really weird article about a theme park in New Zealand that's being shut down by some 85-year-old guy because, as far as I can tell so far, because he didn't understand the size and amount of noise it was going to come from the park. But the entire park is shut down because I'm trying to read if there's something else here. But I don't know. It's really weird.
They built the park next to his house?
No. It's just like this big, huge park. It's called Ninja World, and it's basically like filled with all kinds of stuff, but for like big folks, kind of like one of those obstacle course games type stuff, as far as I can tell from the images. And the guy assumed it was like for children or something, and now he's complaining once he bought like some kind of passes or something, and he's complaining that he was astounded by how big, the size of the scale, and how loud it was, and how much noise was being generated by the park. And so now somehow this has gone to legal court and the place is shut down. I'm just trying to read what's the catch. Is this just some weird New Zealand thing where they got to make everybody happy? I don't know.
I thought ninjas were supposed to be quiet.
Well, they said their defense has argued that children having fun inherently makes noise, which is pretty valid. We hear that all the time on the Legion of Comics channel.
That is true.
I'm tired of all these kids having fun.
Wow, that's crazy, though. If you Google Action Ninja World New Zealand, it says temporarily closed.
Yeah, exactly.
I was planning on going this week.
The place is.
I guess there'll be no
It
meet up
seems there
there.
must
Huh?
have been some sort
No
of
Action Ninja World Con.
He does not live next to the park, but his son with traumatic brain injury does. And it seems that the noise has a negative impact on his son. So the Auckland Council has been ordered to restart the consent process, as the court ruled that they failed to disclose full information to neighboring residents.
Wow.
So there you go. You're too loud. Therefore, I signed a consent. You didn't tell me how loud you were going to be, but now that I hear it, I don't like it. It's kind of like people around here who move next to the airport. They know it's there, and then they hear the airplanes every day, and they go, "Oh, they should do something about all that airport noise. I'm going to file a lawsuit." It's like, What'd you think? The fucking planes are quiet.
You need to put better mufflers on them.
I live right next to the train tracks. There's like literally right outside my driveway. There's a railroad crossing.
Yeah.
That's loud.
Yeah, but
You get used to
the
it.
noise is not an issue. Yeah, we've gotten used to that. The problem I have now is that they can't get their schedule right, so they just stop the freaking trains right on the tracks and block that crossing. So
Yeah.
I can't several times a day. I can't get out of my driveway or in my driveway because there's cars backed up out there because the train has just stopped.
That's
And I'm
different.
like,
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't
We
get
have-
consent for that.
Yeah. No, I have the double whammy.
I'm
I have
20
the-
yards from my driveway and I've been sitting here for 40 minutes because you guys can't, get the
That's
Tropicana
tough.
things moved out.
I got the double whammy. We have the airport is about a mile, just a little over a mile away, and the runway, depending on which we're taking off, you get the takeoff
Your
noise
body.
really loud. And then I got the railroad tracks are not too far. Fortunately, they're far enough I don't hear them most of the time, but when they come through the crossing grades, you hear them as they're blasting the whistles as they go through, which I only hear from outside, thankfully. But later, I can't imagine there's apartments that are right there. They're right underneath the takeoff flight path and across the street from the train. And I just think, man, that's just got to be a noisy frickin' You hear them coming through at midnight, the freight train's rolling through, and you're just like, God damn.
We put these 0 decibel glass windows in the house. So when you're inside, it's really not, even though we're right next to it, it's not bad. When you're outside, of course, it's loud, but inside, we've gotten so used to it. It's not a big deal.
Trains are not unless you spray paint them. All right. Well, I have to run off to some meetings, and I probably won't be back because end of fiscal year, end of quarter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Nice.
I
Good
bid
luck
you all
with that,
adieu.
etc.
All right,
Triple
Rob,
whammy.
etc.
etc.
etc. Nick, what are you doing about selling out these boxes, man? We need you to promote and push these things so that it throws that extra grand prize in the mix.
Yeah, what's the GP?
What? You don't know?
No, I don't. I need to know now.
Let me show you.
It is a.
This is
Black
what you
Panther?
get, Brian, when you become a member of the Legion of Comics membership.
So first off, the boxes already all have a GP quality book in it. Granted that you're paying for that, plus you're getting well over your value. But if all boxes sell out, he's going to run a raffle with a small number of people because it's not a large mystery box round. And he's giving away a $300 book. That has like a unlimited ceiling on it right now. We don't know where it'll go, but right now there's an unlimited ceiling on this.
What
book.
is this book? I see it, but what is it? It's
This is Black Panther #3. And this is the A cover, the Alex Ross cover, the dollar cover. You know, granted there's a 1 in 25 out there, but this is a $300 book in a slab, 9.8. But it's the first appearance of Tossin. Isn't that how you say his name? Tossin?
Depends on if you're turning or not.
Tosin.
Yeah, they're comparing that guy to the Black Panther version of Miles Morales.
Yeah, this guy's got like MCU.
He has a video game coming out?
Quite possibly.
Probably.
The 1 in 25 for that book, I think, is going for like 12 to 1,500 bucks.
Yeah.
Will there be a figure on the boys' aisle?
Good question, John. Nick, will there be?
I cannot speak of that.
And that's a recent book too, right? That's
last month.
Yeah.
It was, okay. I knew it was recently. I didn't know it was that recent.
Yeah, very. A lot of spec.
Yeah. If Jim was here, he could explain it. Digger Jim is the guy we go to for our spec information. He's big on spec.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Nick?
I don't like to give Tyler any information because he likes to decry it and debunk it all, and then makes me all sell all my stuff.
No,
So-
I only did that with one book, and that's in my opinion. I don't know if that's it. It could still have long-lasting effects, and the one you had was the only one to have, in my opinion,
And
because
which book was it?
it was the
The
Invincible whatnot. Yeah, because that's the one that is the lowest print.
Hey, you know that bookmark is showing up in Walmart packs now.
Oh man, good thing I don't buy
The
Walmart.
Tosin?
No, not the Tosin. The AMC Batman book that they were
No,
No
but-
way! I
but
didn't
it
know
isn't-
that.
Is it the Long Halloween version of it? Because there's a direct edition version where this is the B cover for Harley Quinn
Oh,
that just came. You know what I mean? Like when you look under the
so you
Batman,
can
it'll
get
say the
that.
Long Halloween #1 or Harley
Looking
Quinn.
right now.
You can get this cover, but the AMC one, I believe, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the AMC ones were only Long Halloween reprints.
let me see.
What is the Harley one that it's coming out? Oh, it's just called Harley Quinn.
Whatever issue it was from last week. Hold on.
Regardless of what his views are, it's so hard not to buy these.
Is that Rebirth?
Why can't it focus? Yeah, I can't get it any better.
Is that the Rebirth one or the New 52? Which does it say at the bottom of the box?
Well, what's your opinion about it, Nick?
What was he said that he can't make figures for girls because they just don't buy them? Is that what it was?
He can't do. He said specifically he can't do a wave of all girls, all monsters, or all villains. He has to spread them out based on the way that they sell.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to disagree with the guy who reimagined the whole industry. Doesn't sound right to me, but I mean the guy's obviously done well in the business he's in. So
yeah, I can completely agree with the whole wave of any one thing, and like fill in the blank. I can't do a whole wave of fill in any blank, and it's probably more true than false. Me personally, like I don't buy enough to really have like a stake and an opinion on it like that, but I would be curious to see if they just kind of increase the numbers, not like did a whole wave, but there are a lot of characters out there that, I mean, I love looking at these things. I see them, I get excited. I'm like you just said, it's hard not to pull the trigger. That Wally West that he's dropping, I want that so bad, but I try to manage what I get in that aspect because there's a lot of things that I don't manage that I get, that I have to figure out what to do with. But I would love to see like a Zatanna or a Power Girl. When you look at the DC Multiverse line that predates Todd McFarlane, they've got the Big Bardas, they've got the Power Girls, they've got all the Metal Men that include like the female figures. They really didn't shy away. They did everybody. But I don't think that those figures garnish the sales numbers that McFarlane does. Hence why he got the contract. So I don't know. I would like to see him, but
Yeah.
I don't think that he should be obligated to here's all of them and like that there's a middle of the ground here. You know what I mean? There's a middle of the road.
and you got.
Well, I don't understand why he didn't just say, I created Spawn and Angela, and I've made those. Whatever I'm, but I mean the figures. And those are mine, so to speak. Whatever else I'm contracted to create is not up to me. So if you want more female figures, talk to DC, talk to Marvel, talk to
But
whoever.
I think it is up to him.
I think it is up to him.
Yeah, it is up to him.
Definitely think it's up to him.
And that he made that point. He's like, he said at the end, like, when I stop bringing you the giant royalty checks that we'd agreed upon, then you can decide what figures I'll make. And he didn't say it in like a go suck it kind of way. Like it was more nuanced in the context of the conversation than I just put it. But
right.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they give him carte blanche to do whatever he wants, though?
He's Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, but we're also talking DC Comics.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's
The
some
bigger
kind of
entity is-
oversight, but Todd being who he is, I'm sure that they don't have to like. Again, I can't pretend to know how the business model works, the agreements or anything, but I can imagine. And if it was me, I would hire Todd to do a job with like a little asterisk in there. If we feel the need to interject, we have the ability to. But at the same time, it's Todd McFarlane, so you probably don't have to. Or if you do, it's very little. You know what I mean? The guy is familiar with both industries of comics and toys in and out. He's a standard setter for it. So you can probably hire him comfortably knowing this guy's going to do what will be beneficial to the company, the fan base, all of the above. You know, he's a successful guy in these fields.
DC was doing all of their own figures. If I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not 100% sure, but they gave or sold all of their rights to selling those figures to Todd McFarlane within the last year. Correct?
He has the contract to do DC Direct, which is huge.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Huge.
It was DC Direct. Because he was selling.
DC Direct has been around what, John, for like 30 years now?
Yeah, long time.
And that's awesome. That used to be the only place to get amazing DC figures. Like I'm talking high quality, amazing sculpts, like superior packaging, and the price tag reflected it. And you're looking at the price tags today, you mean like they're definitely more than what we paid, but the price tags today with increased prices over the years or what DC Direct was from the beginning, just because of the costs involved. And now having someone like McFarlane doing it at a distribution level that he's capable of reaching, the cost being the same as it was 30 years ago, that's a huge achievement in itself. Like, so they're doing big things.
Well, I mean, think about it, right? If you are Marvel or even DC, if you have to go work with a toy company or somebody to make it, then you're probably spending a ton of time with them to get it right. At this point, you go to McFarlane, he, like you said, he understands it all. So it's like, all right, here's the characters, go make what you know.
And see, that's
there's
one
probably a
thing
lot less management on the, the DC or Marvel or whoever side, because they kind of trust what he's got a track record.
That's a huge point too, because isn't it Hasbro that has the Marvel Legends? It's Hasbro that has the Marvel Legends. And when we're talking the adult collecting industry having such a large influence on the sales and everything and the collectible side of the hobby, one thing that you see talked about a lot with Hasbro Marvel Legends is how they reuse sculpts very often, like torso sculpts, arm sculpts. They reuse the hell out of them. Todd doesn't recycle shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Chips mentioned that with the Star Wars, the Black series,
Hasbro as well.
Yeah.
So he, like you mentioned, he knows what he's doing. He knows that these collectors want. If this is this character, I want it to be this character. And so I don't know. He just
but I still
seems like such a nitpicky thing to try to bring up and everything. There's some validity in it for sure, but not to the. I don't think to the excessive degree that it was criticized.
Yeah, I can't see that there's not a good deal of oversight on DC's part, though.
Oh, I'm sure. I just don't think it's needed. I think he's just, you know what I mean? Like they're there. They have the ability for when it's needed.
I'm sure, but it's probably a lot less than if they were to go to just like a Hasbro. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Like Todd's worked for DC before, and when it comes to like design us a figure, you probably don't have to tell him what to do. I can't imagine it. You probably, if you're smart, you're like, we'd like you to make our figures. Can you tell us how our figures should look, please? Like that. That's how I would envision the conversation going. Show us what we should be doing now that you're here, Todd Father.
Well, first of all, take away those boobies, and then we'll have a deal.
I just wonder how close in likeness are they able to get to characters without, like, how do they, like, not just Todd McFarlane, but like you see it with Hasbro as well, like with the Power Ranger figures that they do. They're not allowed to use but like so much likeness without having to pay royalties to the actors. So you have like these movie version figures and stuff, and like if you've never seen the movie, you might not be able to place the actor or actresses. And sometimes you might be able to, sometimes you might not.
Well, I was just thinking of, right, the Wonder Woman. So McFarlane did the Wonder Woman figures for the movies. So you had, the villain, Cheetah as the main, villain. So 2 female characters. And I wonder how those figures sold.
Well, you have multiple Wonder Womans as well.
Oh, yeah,
you have
different costumes.
Armor, yeah, you have multiple. And I bought the Wonder Woman 84 standard Wonder Woman because he did not come out. He didn't do a Wonder Woman for the Snyder Cut figures because he had just done a Wonder Woman that wears the same outfit.
Exactly the same, yeah.
Yeah, so the only difference would be possibly just a different paint, on it, just a slightly darker shaded paint. But I was very close to getting the armored Wonder Woman that was like from the Perez era when he did that Wonder Woman in the comics with the full armor. But the movie sucked, so I didn't. Looking at it gave me bad feelings. I'm like,
and that movie may be proving Todd's point also.
Well, I remember seeing those figures on clear because the film was delayed, and I remember seeing those figures on clearance like before the movie came out.
I mean, you got a woman protagonist, a woman antagonist, and a woman who's directing the movie.
Yeah, it didn't help that the movie just wasn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first movie did. I think the first movie did so well and was good that they rushed the second one, and they rushed it at the start with the script, and that's where it fell apart.
Could have been. Yeah, something fell apart. something.
They lost the plot in terms of literally, and then, like I said, it was all about.
They also lost Alistair in the movie, as seen at the end when Maxwell Lord runs around for 5 minutes straight screaming, "Alistair!"
Sure.
DJ said, "Sounds like I stumbled into a no ma'am meeting."
No, sir.
I just think overall, I think it got blown out of proportion, the whole McFarlane thing, in terms of, there's the big push right now, not just in comics, but especially in comics and everything else, is about opening up spaces and widening the audience and different things to do that. And I think people expected a more tactful reply to that kind of thing. And again, we're 5 grown men and a bunch of people in the chat talking about this, and he's citing again the kids as the buyers, and they're not the buyers. So it just felt like a little bit of a cop out. And I think that's why people just kind of jumped up and down on it. It's really kind of silly.
But it's, it's also generational, right? From when he grew up, things, and not saying there's anything wrong with it, but gender rights and is a new kind of concept over the last 10 years or so. Look, my 3 children are much more sensitive to it than I was when I was growing up. Somebody being gay was a big, it was different than it is being today, right, with the things that we have. So, and and then you have the internet to fuel the fire, with a Twitter or Instagram or whatever, wherever it may be. So because I see it in my own 3 kids, like they're more sensitive and they have friends.
Socially,
it's more closer to them than it was for me when I was a kid, so.
I love him too, DJ. Hey, and just to Jim's point, we are of that generation prone to what's looked at as the wrong way of thinking. But Todd's in the business, he's in the press business, and he definitely, well, I guess his handler dropped the ball when he was in the interview.
What's the word?
Yeah, but sometimes, right? I mean, someone was saying that it kind of spiraled out of control, like on Twitter, right? And sometimes you can't control some of that
Yeah, everybody has a voice now, so and a platform to say what they want. So it just
And
gets
they're hiding,
spun and spun and spun.
Right. What they might type in a Twitter post may be different than what they would say to Todd in person, right?
Right.
A lot of tough guys out there hiding behind comments, may not voice that same opinion in front of somebody. So
Right. So if like Mike Tyson was in the room, you wouldn't say, "Hey, is he carrying a Perth?"
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
a lot
who would
different
say
than
that anyway, really.
But yeah, the sense of humor in between generations is definitely different. You just have to know what you can say and who you can say it to. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow. You want to talk about that, Brian?
Yeah, sure. I'm doing a live stream tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, to reveal the schedule and all of the new categories for the 2022 awards. So, looking forward to it.
I have my outrage post ready to go.
Good. Yeah, I'm expecting, I'm going to stay off social media all day on Sunday so that I don't put my foot in my
You're not starting
mouth.
until 9, you said?
Yeah, 9 tomorrow night at 9. Yeah.
All right. I'll have to schedule a nap tomorrow.
Hey, man. No, I'm looking forward to it.
Will you have the PayPal ticker at the bottom for donations?
But I will be talking about sponsors and donations, because that's one of the I've been reaching out, doing some outreach to some companies and things like that. But so if anybody has any contacts, or I'm also doing sponsorships for like individual awards, and really all that's going to be used for help funding the trophies and prizes and things like that. So,
and you'll map out the nomination process and how that works.
Nominations is going to be open nominations. We'll have that opened up, and you can nominate any.
I'm gonna nominate Beckerman.
Marcus
for
cannot
everything.
be nominated, by the way. Circumstance is off the ballot.
The only person.
That's what I got to say, Marcus.
I've already set up a program to eliminate his name anytime it comes in. But it's going to be open nominations, and then I do have a committee of about 15 community members who will help. Just the only thing that really is going to be done with the nominations to validate that somebody who gets nominated is valid for that category, because there are some categories that have, so best pressing and cleaning, for example. Make sure that people are, that person's the channel that was nominated actually does, pressing and cleaning, things like that. So. But yeah, no, I'm hopeful now that there's more awareness of it, that we'll have more nominations, more more votes in general. So and then if people, like I said last year, any press is good press, even if it's even if people are complaining about it, then maybe it helps spread the word. So we'll see.
Yeah, you can always grow and change and alter things as you go, and you already are, so that's cool.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, so last year we had 11 categories. This year we're going to have 21. So we've basically doubled the amount of categories, and it's based on some of the feedback from the community about sub counts and things like that. So we're trying to adjust, and I could have easily made it 40 categories, because there were some things that people wanted to add, or you could do international, you could do this, you could there's a lot of different things you could you could do. But so we'll see. I'm excited to hopefully get the information out, and then see what the response is. Hopefully it's better than last year, but we'll see.
Very fun. Yeah, I mean, you can never make everyone happy, right?
Yeah, no, and that's not. Yeah, and I realize that. So it's not a it's hopefully to try to represent the community. Generally, like you said, there's going to be individuals that and there have been people that I've reached out to, and they've said, I'm not, I I don't like the award, or I don't want to support the awards, or the awards aren't for me. And I get
Yeah.
that. Like it may not be everybody's cup of tea. So, and that's fine. I get that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what you do, what you've changed, what people's reactions will be too. That'll be fun. And
Yeah, no, we'll see. I'm definitely interested in that to see how year two reactions compare to year one. So we'll see.
yeah, and I mean, no matter what, you're like I said, you're not going to make everyone happy. I mean, look at the Oscars. The Oscars, what, the biggest award ceremony, can never make everyone happy, and they've made tons of changes.
Oh yeah, no.
Every year they did this year. I don't know if you heard about that, but there's 3 categories for the Oscars that aren't going to be announced live this year for the first time ever. They're going to be announced before the show starts, and they're going to show clips of the people that won.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't hear that about you.
Yeah, and people are very upset about it.
What are the categories?
One of them is editing. Well, I want to say one of them is sound mixing. I'm
some
not
of the technical awards. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure what all 3 are, but I know one for sure is editing.
And most of those technical awards are usually the films that are more popular, right? Like, because you usually have like a sci-fi or a,
Yeah.
I think like No Way Home was nominated for a few of the technical awards.
Yeah. But who knows? But I think people are upset because, like, I don't know. You can figure it out. Everybody gets it. You gotta be mad. Everybody's got to be mad. I think there's always a way to make things better, but there's always a reason to be mad, and you have to just find the balance. Do whatever you can do. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying like the Oscars, just any.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately,
Award
right?
ceremony.
An award show is a competition, right? Any type of award show, because there's one person that wins and there are others that lose. So, just the nature of being, most people are competitive, and so there's a little bit of, that. As friendly as you try to keep it, it's like I said, it's ultimately a competition. So, there are people going to be upset that they didn't win. From an award perspective. So that that's one thing I try to keep in mind and try to balance that. But like I said, there's only one winner at the end of the day. So
Your Flasher said 80% of the movies I've never heard of.
right, yeah. I think that's the biggest complaint, right? With for like the Oscars, right?
That's the thing too for your situation. It's all open. Nominations are open, and voting is open. So you can be disappointed if you didn't win, but to some extent, if you get nominated and you want to win, you got to get out there and get the votes.
Right.
and if somebody's got a bigger community, they're going to have a bigger audience to get votes. That's just how it works.
Right. It's by no means perfect, but we did, like I said, there will be some changes with some of the sub counts, like some tiers with some of the categories that will hopefully help balance that out. That was one of the biggest feedback that I received last year, was saying, if I have 500 subs and somebody's got 5,000, how could I compete against that channel if I'm nominated against that channel? So
yeah, get more subs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
I'm just saying, you got to look at it though. The person with 5,000 obviously put in the work to get there. I mean, I'm sitting at 52 subs and I haven't done anything to get. I mean, I need to do more if I want more than that. That's just how the system works.
Yeah. But I think there's a good balance in that too, because which is what Brian is trying to do.
Yeah, I think so too. If you're going to set tiers or like categories that are fit that, I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, no, I think that's the good compromise, because I think that was kind of one of the, and two, right? If somebody goes out and, like you said, campaigns for votes, as opposed to somebody who doesn't, well, the person who's campaigning for the votes or reminding their audience or viewers or, subscribers to go vote for them, they're more likely to get votes than somebody who doesn't say anything about it at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can always say, like, there's a lot of different ways you can look at it, because if it is just about the sub count thing, then technically you could have the same 5 people nominated, or same 5 channels nominated for all 21 categories because of that sub count thing. And then what's the point?
Well, and that's why we added additional categories too, to hopefully diversify the category list, so that you wouldn't have as many. Because there were some complaints. Oh, well, so and so got nominated for so many channels. Well, the people voted for him. I don't control that, but also spread out the amount of categories, so there's more opportunity maybe for channels that don't fit a particular niche. So we'll see. We'll see what the reaction is.
Yeah, I'm bringing up points. I'm not trying to diss anything in any way. Not you.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm literally just talking about it. And then Flash Ray, 80% of movies I've never heard of. And in a way, that's a great thing, because that gives those movies that, like I said, we could do the No Way Home thing. Could No Way Home be nominated for everything because they made the most money last year? I mean, definitely. But then what's the point? You want the smaller movies to be put up on a pedestal so more people go see them.
Oh, definitely. I think you need that. You need that balance, right? You need it.
Yeah, there has to be that balance. I completely agree.
No Way Home is a great example because it's so popular. But is it the best? Right. I think that's the Oscars approach. Is they're really trying to highlight the best of the best, but does the best equal popular?
Yeah, or most money made, or most for channels, most subscribers, most likes, most Instagram followers. Like, what does that equal? It's an interesting balancing act for sure. Top 5 under 500 subs, possible category.
Yeah, we definitely have some tiers built in this year, and we've got some fun. We added a category or two just kind of for fun, just a generic kind of category.
Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning.
What's up?
Or night, or afternoon, wherever the fuck you're located.
I think most of us
bald,
are still morning.
best bald head.
So good morning.
But I mean, we don't want to hurt people's feelings like Nick's when he's not even nominated for that.
I was hoping for a best bald head category. I'll go run and get my Manscaped right now.
Nick looked extra sad at that.
Oh shit. Oh,
how would you do would that have sub tiers as well? Like, because like Comic Vet and Nick and Circumstances, they all have the beautiful domes. But would you have to split that
tomorrow to compete?
I'm
Well,
not
that's it.
trying
I mean, you could end up. I could end up with 100 categories, right? If you split it.
You can keep going.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's what's hard. I feel for you on that, trying to navigate that, because people's votes are based on their experience and sentimentality and that kind of thing.
Someone say cinnamon.
Bring it to the stage. So it's hard to you're trying to play off of that or try to figure out how to navigate that. It's tough. I admire you taking it on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, year 2 we're going from 11. Year 1 was 11 categories, and now we're going to 21. So we've just, like I said, almost doubled the categories. So to try to kind of fit everybody in and include some of the tiers. So we'll see what happens. But it could have easily been 30 or 40. There were a lot of ideas that were kicked around on different categories, but at some point you got to kind of just say, all right, you got to kind of rein it in and say we can't.
Yeah,
can't have a category for
you can't have 1,000 categories.
Right.
And like you, even last year, technically, you had 10, and you added one.
Right. We added.
So who
a
knows
people's
what
choice.
could happen? You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you'll take 5 away and say, you know what, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can't make everybody happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and then in the end, it's all about recognition, right? So people, I mean, it's not like they're getting a monetary award or anything, or, you know, it's just to help people out and bring recognition.
I
So,
agree. It's to boost people.
As cliche as it sounds, it's, you know, it's an honor just to be nominated, because just being nominated gets you out there and gets your presence, you know, more spread. So, you know, you're doing a service. So people need to back off.
Well, and that was, I mean, going through the nominations last year, there were channels in there that I weren't even on my radar. So I discovered a bunch of channels just through, you know, the nomination process. I mean, the finalists, I think, were, you know, pretty well-known channels, or, but, you know, the nomination process had a wide variety of channels, which is what, you know, what it should be.
Yep.
And kudos to you, sir, for just hopping into the community and getting all this started and bringing about a good thing as a whole.
Yeah.
Pretty
I
massive
agree.
undertaking, and it was a great job by you. So thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I appreciate
absolutely.
that. Yeah,
it's obviously a labor of love for you. So, you know, people shouldn't give you shit about it.
Well, I was surprised. I was surprised that there wasn't something already in, but I know the last couple of years there's been, you know, from what I learned was there, you know, the last couple of years there's been a lot more channels that have come on. You know, was it pandemic or just people coming back to collecting? So I think the YouTube community, collecting community, has really kind of exploded over the last, you know, 2 or 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
So, and you kind of have that old school faction that I learned about, you know, over the last year or so. So,
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the business shirt on. What's going on?
Oh, shit. You got to call him sir now.
Giving me the business.
I know, I'm conflicted because he's got the hat turned backwards, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, it's still circus
Part
day.
of part of the strategy, the outfit.
Yeah.
Nice. And flip flops, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Let me see them tootsies, baby. Yeah.
Hey now.
Yes.
I can confirm there will be no flip flop
It
category.
was just a little preview there.
Best
There's no
Tootsies, though?
competition in the flip flop.
Best Tootsies?
Best, yeah, I mean, I want a best tootsies category.
I do too.
First of all, I have to say the just getting up DJ Link's voice is very, very sexy.
Yes, indeed.
Yo, I literally just woke up, brushed my teeth. I was off from work today, and
That's nice.
I took off yesterday and today, and then Madeline got up. My wife, she got up to go run some errands or whatever, and she was just like, "Oh, I'm leaving." I was like, "What time is it?" She was like, "Oh, whatever." And I jumped on my phone. I saw you guys were live, and I brushed my teeth. Fucking threw some deodorant on. Didn't even wash my ass, and jumped on the stream. It's all right. I'm home. I don't even have pants on, if I'm gonna be completely honest.
You sound
Can you
like
show
that. I
her?
don't know how she got
Prove
out of
it.
bed.
Can you show us, DJ?
What?
Can you show us?
Yeah, prove it.
He
Best
showed
dick
the
category?
flip-flops.
Prove it.
We're still just trying to find the
No,
culprit from Remy's stream. So if you could just stand
Yeah,
up.
we
Well,
are.
he said he had no pants on. Let's just confirm he has something on.
No. I have basketball shorts on.
Okay.
Prove you didn't
mean-
wash your ass.
I can confirm the skin tone wouldn't match up to Remy's perpetrator. The skin tone or the length doesn't match up to Remy's perpetrator. What are you doing? Smelling with your fingers, Nick?
I like that he watches the content. Good one, good one. Hey, is that T-shirt a reissue or is that the original T-shirt from back in the day?
This shit, original t-shirt from back in the day when I was a DJ. So I would always wear, I had a few of these. I'm surprised this one still fits. So that means this used to fit me like a nightgown. Yeah, DJ Links. So the name of the company was Nellyville Entertainment. That's after my brother, and then established 1980. That's the year I
Nelly's
was
your
born.
brother?
Huh?
Nelly's your brother?
Yeah, my brother's name is Nelson. So he used to be have a thing called Nellyville Entertainment. So this is before like Nelly and
The
stuff.
original. He's the original.
I'm pretty sure every person in the world that's named Nelson has gone by Nelly at one point or another. But yeah, this is I don't even know if I still have the designs for this. I might put these up for sale if I still have the designs for it.
Cheap.
No.
I have this one, then I have like black and red after the Run DMC colors with the Brooklyn Bridge in the background. So I think this is the New York skyline, and then I have black and white with red up here, and it's the Brooklyn Bridge.
One thing about the stream yesterday is no one brought up is if you smell with your fingers, like you don't need to wipe because just that would suck, you know? Maybe you just should eliminate wiping altogether.
Then you have a shitty ass.
Yeah, but
No,
I mean,
I think-
so what?
I think
Just hold your breath when you wipe.
Ignacio's
No.
Would
That's
that still work
ridiculous.
though? There's so many questions I have now. Well, Nacho just said just get a bidet.
Maybe it would create a new like invention where you like set something on something that's pointy and you just like sit on it and rock back, you know?
It's called the spike.
Yeah.
What are you, Vlad the Impaler? Did you just see like a Dracula documentary this morning?
No, you don't go all the way in. You just go a little bit, and then you just, like I said, rock back, and it wipes for you because it kind of like creates that kind of emotion. Yeah,
scoop.
Like a hook, like a scoop. Yeah,
I'm sure that's
scoop that shit out.
That could be the tagline.
Yeah,
Scoop that shit out, because it's like hood,
The
but it's
pooper
also
scooper.
literal.
The human pooper scooper. Scoop that shit out.
Nah, so then it would have to be a scoop. So it would have to be in the shape of a scoop, not something pointy.
Yeah, it could be a scoop. Wow.
So it sounds like I missed two important streams. Nick, I got to go back and watch your show stream from yesterday,
For
and
sure.
I missed Remy's last night.
The
Yeah,
important
I-
takeaway
That's how I ended my day, watching those back to back, actually.
was scoop that
So-
shit up.
So Nick, in the stream, someone posed a question. Was it circumstances or somebody else?
TM. It's going to actually be a recurring bit.
The same question?
Not the same question.
So
Same
TM
type of question.
Oh, okay. TM posed a question. Would you rather have no nose, but you could smell through your fingers, or be blind and have the nicest smile?
It's a no-brainer. I've always wanted to smell. with my
TM
fingers,
nerdy,
to
ladies
be
and
honest.
gentlemen.
That's
It's
kind
like
of
a dream come true.
I mean, who was it? 22 Comics brought up the whole wiping ass thing, which I didn't think about. But
That I would have to
That would get rough
retire
real
from my
quick.
fingering career.
Learn how to use them tootsies better.
Yeah.
I would be banned from Chubby Chasers Club, Chubby Pop Chasers Club.
oh, Jesus Christ!
Like, come here, let me smell you.
It's dark in here.
Oh my god. Yeah, so that's a wild question.
Just thinking about all the things that I could smell better. I think it'd be an advantage, really.
And then that came up also. If you whack it, how is that going to smell?
Like rug burn.
Comic books?
They're really good.
Like rug burn, then you get fucking sauce in your nose. So it's like diving without holding your nose. No, so is it only smell? Or is it also breathing through the finger nose?
Fingernails.
Because you could drown. You could have a masturbation session and you could drown.
Well, you can still breathe through your mouth as well.
Waterboarded. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like torture. So then what happens is if like you fuck around, you put on your scarf. It's winter, you put on your scarf, then you throw on your gloves and you're walking and you're like, and you just like keel over and die.
Yeah, what happens when you wash your hands?
You just don't. I've already done that. I don't wash my hands.
You'd be
You
like,
don't really need
yeah,
to.
you'd be gasping for breath.
Like, why would you need to wash your hands? If
You don't
think
need to
about
wash
it?
your hands, Tyler. You're your own man, and we love you for everything
Yeah,
that,
you don't
that
need
you
toilet paper either.
represent.
Just use your
I
hands.
stand
You'll
with
be
your
fine.
community.
Yeah.
Fuck washing hands. I'm never washing my hands. I'm never washing my hands.
I just
Note
see the
that. Don't
point.
shake
It's a waste
DJ's
of time.
hand
It's a
when
waste
you
of
meet him in
water.
person.
Waste of hand.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I saw X yesterday.
Oh, what'd you think?
Did the rest of you see it? You guys don't even know what it is.
You can still say what you thought about it.
No, I'm just saying because then it's a different level of. So then it's like one thought category, but then if everyone is seeing it, I could do a sub thought category, so we could tie it all back to the award.
And we're not talking about the Spike Lee movie.
No. Oh man, travesty that Denzel Washington didn't win Best Actor for that. Travesty. Who was it? This guy for Forrest Gump, right?
I think so.
Travesty.
Tom Hanks.
No, X was like independent A24, one of those A24 movies. So independent movie. Bunch of young adults rent a barn on this.
Oh, the horror movie.
Yeah, on this Texas Chainsaw Massacre style house to film a porn movie. It's funny because when I watched it, so I'm not giving anything away or spoiling anything. I liked it the more and more that I thought about it. So at first I was just like, but then I was just like, oh, this is refreshing. They've never tackled this topic ever in a movie that I remember.
What movie is this?
X.
It's just called X.
Yeah, it's just called X, which is weird because the theme
Where'd
song
you
takes
watch
place
it?
in the theater.
In the theater.
Oh, so it's not on streaming yet or anything?
No, it just came out. It
Yeah,
came
it
out
just-
last week.
Yeah, it's in the theater, and it took place in 1979, which is weird because the opening credits, "X gonna give it to you," was like the theme song. Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Was that the one with Cuddy in it?
Yeah, with
Yep.
Cuddy and his member.
Deadpool 2, when they start playing that's such a hype moment. It's,
How's it?
then he realizes he just left the guns in the cab again.
X gonna get. Yeah, I thought it was good. What did you think, Tyler?
I thought it was good. I'm not a big fan of horror movies, but I liked the way it was shot. I thought I like Brittany Snow always, as always.
She showed her boobies.
Yes, she did. So that's a plus right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm pro booby. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pro booby.
I am for
Nice.
sure.
We can.
Oh,
bond
and I love the girl. I definitely don't know her name. She was in the new Scream movie, and then she was in this movie. She was like the youngest girl who had a change of heart. That's all I'll say. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, she fucking looks like she's 13, bro. Stay away.
No, I'm saying I love her as an actress.
Oh, okay.
I think she was fantastic in Scream
Roman
and
Polanski
fantastic
over here.
in this movie. Yeah, you're right. She does. She looks like she's 13. But
I was like,
think
why would
she's
you?
a really good actress.
That
I
big
think she
one.
has a big future for sure.
Will there be a McFarlane action figure though?
Absolutely
Well,
not.
female action figures.
If there are, just one of them.
Well, I'm looking at the cast,
Well,
right? The
just
one
because it's
of the
kind of-
actresses is only 19 years old in that film.
Yeah, that's her.
DJ,
Yeah.
just because it's kind of like been a topic rolling around as people come on, you did put your thoughts in the chat, but go ahead and share what you thought about it because that's a good point that you made as well.
About McFarlane.
Yeah.
All right. So I understand it from a business perspective. I've collected figures like I started in 96. So what happens is at first I started getting just the ones that I wanted because you knew they were going to sell out from a wave. And then if you wait 2 or 3 months, you can get all the female figures on clearance. So that's what I did. And that's how I would finish a wave. From a business perspective, I understand it. So it's like if there's a monster line, human figures aren't going to sell as well. So you will always get, if it's like 5 werewolves and then like a Van Helsing or whatever, you know what I mean? That Van Helsing figure is not going to sell. You could get them on clearance 2 or 3 months later. So that's what I would do at KB Toys and Toys R Us. So human figures, if a monster line doesn't sell, and female figures, if it's like the only female figure in the set doesn't sell as well either. Neither do there was like the Terminator 2 line, for example, and the Edward Furlong figure did not sell at all.
With the little red dirt bike that came with him.
Yeah, that one sold, but the regular one of just him in the smaller box that didn't sell. So
I wanted
understand
the
that
dirt
from-
bike.
Same thing with like there was a McFarlane had a dragons line, all the dragons sold, and the priestess, that shit clearance all day. So I understand it from a business perspective. His reasoning for saying that was trash. It was ridiculous. Like there's never been a such thing as the boys aisle and the girls aisle. It's just the action figure aisle. So his reasoning and bringing gender into it didn't make any sense if he could have just approached the whole thing from a business perspective. So that's where I stand.
That's
So his reasoning was
exactly what I said.
Now I got like two questions that I
I
was curious to
completely
ask
agree.
you specifically. Behind you is an impressive collection of toys, and what is the question one? What is the ratio of male to female figures behind you? And question two is, why are you sexist?
That is a good question. I am not sexist. I represent all. I am. It's funny. My friends, like legit, my friends call me woke links, which is hilarious. So I have a Harley Quinn right here. In the case with Joker and Deadshot. None here. I got Princess Leia, Captain Phasma. There should be a Black Widow behind me, a Captain Marvel, and then over there I have another Black Widow, Gamora.
2 Mark 85s.
No, so it's a Mark 50. That's a Mark 50 from Infinity War, and then my Mark 85 is the battle damage version that I unboxed the other day. So I am not sexist, sir. What happens is that they know that these figures don't sell. For example, with the Eternals figure, the Eternals movie. So Hot Toys last month or a month and a half ago, so they announced that they're coming out with Eternals figures, and they announced Athena first. And that shit is trash. And that's probably the first Hot Toys figure from a big Marvel movie that I am going to pass on because it just looks boring as hell. But then, whatever. DJ Links, why do you hate all females? I need an 8-page response, double space. Why do I hate all females? Here I go. Tyler sucks.
I was looking at the same thing when John brought it up about is the amount of female figures that you have necessarily a statement of figures that are out, or is it a statement of are there not enough women who are superheroes or whatever?
Yes. Yeah, to your point, because I tend to buy, especially MCU.
John's point, definitely. John's point.
Well, John's not here, so it's your point now. You own the point. You're the captain now. I tend to buy all figures from the DCEU and from the MCU, so it doesn't matter whether male or female, whatever. There is clearly a lack of strong female superheroes.
Yep.
That's why I was so hyped when Captain Marvel came out. I was super hyped about Captain Marvel because it's like, now little girls everywhere could have a strong female figure, character to look up to and stuff like that. The movie sucked, but it was worth it because I remember I was in Forbidden Planet in the city, which is a comic book store, and I'm there, and it was like a 4-year-old little girl. She's like, Captain Marvel! And that warmed my heart. There definitely needs to be better female characters.
Yep.
Captain
I
Marvel.
agree.
So who hated females on here?
Just Nick.
I got Jean Grey. I got Jean Grey twice.
Nick, you hate females?
Yeah.
Right.
Just Nick.
But I understand why Nick hates females. I mean,
they don't like me either.
Oh, but the person that was demonstrating that exercise bike in the mall was a female. So it's just like you got your finger cut off, and now you're like, I hate her. Now you're a serial killer. So to Todd's point, you've become a serial killer. You're a Long Island killer.
Do you have Bean said? Yeah, there is a boy aisle and a girl aisle. There definitely is where I live.
And 100%. Boy aisle and girl aisle. But then again, you live in Indiana.
It doesn't say, but that doesn't matter though. But like, there's a Lego aisle next to the boy aisle, and next to that, there is a girl aisle, which actually has all of the princess Legos. So you can't get the princess Legos in the Lego aisle. You have to go to the girl aisle.
I hear your point, sir. But it's not specifically called the boy and girl aisle.
It used to be.
Nah, I don't remember that.
In Walmart, especially, I think in Walmart it's more prevalent.
I mean, Walmart, they allow you in there without shoes, so of course.
I remember just being by like the colors, right? You would always see like the bright pastel or pink.
Yes,
it would be like an aisle, and then the boys, not boy, but then there was like action figure was more darker
and blue.
Just color wise, you could kind of figure out what aisle to go down.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is. It's tied to the colors. I agree with you, Brian. So it's like, it is the pink aisle, and pink is associated subconsciously with girls. So then you're automatically going to say, hey, that's the girls aisle, but it's not. It's the dolls aisle. wow, I didn't know I would jump on this sexist stream today.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Well, you said no, ma'am, earlier, didn't you?
There is a difference in toys for boys and girls. Yo, so back in the day, I remember I would go to my cousin's house. Valerie, Tony Ann, and Lynn. They were my older cousins, and I was all about action figures. And they didn't really have action figures, but they had girl toys. So they had like She-Ra or whatever. And I would play with that because I didn't see those as girl toys. I just saw them as action figures because of the articulation and the way they were set up in the molds. So there was a difference between action figures and dolls. Like dolls are girl toys. I believe it is a colloquial phrase, boy, girl area. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Comic books. Let's get out of this topic. Jesus Christ. Yo, DJ Link's about to get canceled up in here for defending his progressive views.
I don't think so. I think it's just a conversation. No one needs to be canceled for having a conversation.
That is true, sir. That is true. So how did you feel, Tyler, the first time at C2E2 in Chicago when you had to go into a gender-neutral bathroom?
I didn't have to go into a that was the first time I've ever seen one. I did say that to you, though.
Yeah. I don't care. I'm proud of my stuff, and I'll just like, boom, here you go. If you want to look. I don't care.
No, that was for sure the first time I've ever seen one. At least where I've been in Indiana, I've never seen one.
Yeah, I guess for us,
no,
like
literally never.
Yeah, I've never seen one either in New York, but there's always been a thing. Like in some nightclubs, it's always been like that. But there's always been a thing, and it's an unwritten rule. And I remember this from going to the movies back in the day. The line for the men's room is always shorter, so there were always women in the men's room. So it was like nothing. So yeah, that hasn't bothered me, especially in the movies downtown Fulton. You used to go to that movie theater, Nick? Downtown Fulton?
No. For me, it was always just the clubs or the bars. There was always that gender neutral thing with the trowel.
I hate that shit. Yeah, it's just like, why are we peeing in this together? It's just like, get out of here. No, I don't want to reenact the Duel of Fates with you. What's wrong with you? Yes, Lady Fantastic. Yes, Lady Fantastic. Anyway, I know Lisa was, oh my God, I don't know what to do.
Did she say that?
Yeah. She was like, Tyler, I don't know what to do. There's like men in the thing. You're like, why are you telling me?
That doesn't sound like something I'd say.
I think you were more mean in your delivery. I was like, oh shit, that's the real Tyler?
Definitely. I'm a mean guy for sure.
I told my wife, I was just like, yo, Tyler just screamed at Lisa. Like, what the hell's going on? All this like guys stuff is all a farce.
You got the off-camera Tyler.
Yeah.
There's Whack Comics Tyler, and then there's Tyler.
There's Indiana Cornstalk Tyler, which is not my favorite Tyler. The one of the funniest things too at C2E2 by the bathrooms. So Tyler and I are waiting for our wives by the bathrooms and stuff. So we're just chilling. So then I would say a female right now comes out and looks at Tyler. Short dressed, obviously hairy ass legs. It's clearly a dude. Did he have a beard? Or did she have a beard? I don't remember the beard thing. Anyway, he looks dead in Tyler's eyes and goes, "Sup, bro?"
Yep.
Yo, 100% facts.
Yeah.
That shit was that was like the funniest thing ever. "Sup, bro?" Fucking in a pink mini skirt.
The only thing that could have made that funnier is he would have grabbed his nutsack afterwards.
Yeah. He did have some nice gams. All he had to do was shave them up, and he had some nice gams.
He had some nice gams, see?
Hey, look at those gams. Oh, shit. That was fucking hilarious. Should I open this?
What is it?
So, from Spidey's Powdered Tumblers.
Well, don't spoil it. Even...
Oh, I thought he was frozen like that.
I don't know. I just got yelled at. I feel like Lisa. I just got yelled at.
Poor Lisa. Yeah, open it.
Oh, no. So, I mean, this is an exclusive. I'm going to tape it back up in the front on my channel. So this is a tumbler. So what he did, it was kind of like a raffle. So he was selling these tumblers. In a tumbler, he put $100 bill. So in this could be $100 bill.
I mean, really, what's $100 for a guy who saves the city anyway?
It's all relative. It's all relative. I don't like that talk, Nick. I am not elite and privileged. Make me big, man. What's wrong with you? There you go. Boom. So we got the little this is like what is this? A card thing that you hang up by your mirror?
Air freshener.
Oh. There's nothing else in here. So this was box number 4. And there should be, hopefully there's $100 bill on here. And if there's $100 bill in here, I will immediately roll it up and sniff this lime. Oh my God. And this is one of the bigger tumblers. This reminds me of like the cup that you get from like White Castle. Oh, look at my ugly face. There you go. SPT.
Glossy.
Glossy. Give me some good vibes, gentlemen.
Do you hear anything in it?
Yeah.
Well, that might just be the.
How many? So how many did 4 out of what? How many did he have?
So he had up 40. So they were $40, and he had up 40. He didn't sell 40. He closed it out, I think, at about, I want to say 18, 19. You know, the kind of age that Tyler likes, according to his movie taste. So he closed it out around there. I am gonna turn away. I'm gonna open it. It was called The Search for Benji.
That's how old I am.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. There's some stuff in here. Ah, boo! It's a sticker.
Oh, damn.
Spidey's powdered tumbler sticker. That's funny with the Spidey, and then Susie, his chicken. This guy does cockfighting too on the low, not just with chickens. And then the tumbler. Damn it, man! Ah.
It's a nice tumbler.
Yeah, how will you make the decision which one to drink out of on any one given occasion?
I hate this house. Nah, this is too big. So this
Think
is
about how many clearance female figures you can buy if you would have won that 100.
Yeah, but you could fill that up, and then you don't have to get a refill during the.
Me and the wifey been talking for a minute, but I do want to go back and say hey to Lady Fantastic. You hopped in the chat while we were talking, and Beans is here, my dude.
I know.
What is up? House of L comments in the chat, and to House of L, if you weren't here earlier, there are new custom emojis added for the channel members. Same for you, E-Man. Be sure to use those. Sling them all around. DJ, I don't know if you were here when I added them.
You added new square, right?
Yeah, the first square, the only square, the Augusta Book Exchange.
Yes, the Augusta Book Exchange. Big shout out to Paul Rogers at the.
Dude, I have no clue how to do them as PNGs. I was just happy to get one formatted one for one, but I'll probably go back and try to.
Dude, if you ever need help, let me know.
No, I will not. I asked Tyler for help.
Yeah, I've made all of them.
Tyler sucks.
In all sincerity, we made all of them.
When I say I just meant
you,
both of us, because
we are one.
I am Legion.
That is true. That is true.
Which means we are Legion.
There they are. There they are.
I hate that you can't see it on the YouTube like that. That it shows up. As
I figured that out. I kind of got like I made sure that when you put the names of them in, like that's the We Are Legion one, the Austin Over Peach, the Jane Gang, the Augusta Book. Like I made sure I wrote it where I can at least like interact with it.
Really, I kind of like it better this way anyway.
Yeah.
For mine,
thing?
Yeah.
Why they don't show up?
StreamYard doesn't pick up custom emojis. It doesn't have the code for it, I guess, or however it works.
For mine, my emoji names in the background are all curse words, so all I see is like dick, balls, shit. ... Oh, I'm sorry. The children's the first. I apologize.
Hey, there was Paul throwing his own custom emoji that I did not ask for his permission to use.
17 times.
17 times. I was just sitting here. I'm like, I always twiddle with something while I'm on live streams. Let me see if I can make I can add a bunch
use this to twiddle with.
Like the number of custom emojis you have are based on how many channel members you have. So it starts you out, I believe, with 4. And once you hit like 5 or 10 channel members, it unlocks the next one, then 25, like so on. But it's used as an incentive to try to get channel members. That's your Apple TV.
I don't know. Everybody's just showing random stuff, so that's.
Can you send me that, Kyle? What is it we wanted to watch on Apple TV? Let me hold it, DJ.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Something with Reese Witherspoon. It's a show.
Mythic Quest. Oh, that's the.
I want to watch so bad Foundation, Isaac Asimov's Foundation TV show that they adapted. I want to watch that so bad.
You can't get a free trial?
You have to actually have the box, don't you?
No.
No,
you
no.
don't.
You can watch it online.
Huh.
This might be an extra one.
Well, I'll send it back to you when we're done with it. And if
I have to. Yeah, let me go in. I'm dead ass serious too. I'll go in. I'll delete everything, and then if it is indeed the extra one, I'll just.
Or just leave everything in it and send me the passwords. That way, it saves both of us time and effort and energy.
But you really don't need it. My TV back there is a
Smart
LG.
Yeah.
And it's got Apple TV on it.
LG.
So
you got that shit at the welfare line?
We don't need the box.
Hey,
Kyle said we don't need the box, so we might just have to scan something or something.
I bought that one specifically for the PS5. That was the top of the line when it first came out.
That shit came with a block of cheese.
You better relax, Ninja.
Nick, have you opened or watched anything on Apple TV, or is it just an app there waiting to?
Yes, that Tom Hanks Battleship movie was pretty good. I watched Mythic Quest. There's a couple other good ones on there. Ted Lasso, I heard, was great.
Defending Jacob was really good. That's with Evans, Chris Evans.
Yeah, they've got that one with Momoa on it. That's pretty good too.
Ted Lasso is fantastic. And back to our early conversation about Oscar movies, there's a movie, Coda, that's up for Best Picture that's on Apple TV, and it's fantastic.
I like seeing that the streaming services stuff are actually catching like full recognition. Like you can see the shift from theaters to streaming services being equal as long as you put in the quality.
Yeah.
I want to watch the Oscar movies, but only the movies that their awards aren't going to be shown during the broadcast. So I want to go look at all those movies out of protest.
Well, aren't they showing them during the broadcast?
Because they're fucking boring.
They're trying to shorten
this.
Yeah. So they took out 3
Were people
categories.
complaining about the time length?
Yeah. It's pretty long.
Yeah, it's like 5 hours.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Who
a long
hops on
time.
something for like 5 to 8 hours? That's insane.
Yeah, they would think of the people that are in attendance, and like they're not probably comfortable. They wear these outfits for the sake of the designers and stuff that put them in these their costumes more or less. A lot of them, and then they have to sit there.
No, Lady Fantastic, please don't cancel me. I have a bunch of girl action figures.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's happening.
Cancel DJ Links.
No, I have 1, 2. Oh, there's 2 in a case. That meets the quota. 1, 2,
2 girls, 1 case.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, that's a good ratio.
Now,
DJ, this is going to hurt you in the CBC awards, man.
Yeah, you're not even going to be nominated now.
Yeah, Reggie's going to win anyway. So it's all good.
You better get that
Reggie
PayPal
Award.
link.
I'm sure that's what you heard the most of, right?
Yeah, there's this new war series on Russia versus Ukraine. It's intense. Yeah, it's called The News.
The antagonist Putin is batshit. What if we really had to deal with a psycho like that? Oh wait.
Oh Lord.
Lynx has 2 girls, quota met. He isn't judgy. Have you guys ever seen that video out of curiosity?
No.
Which one?
2 girls, 1 cup?
Yes. Can you bring it up on your LG TV?
Yeah, I got it.
Yo.
Yeah.
No. that shit is.
I've had it saved on here for years.
Do not.
So.
No.
For yourself or for Lisa, Tyler?
You said do not. Like I was actually
That would be a good whack comic skit. So you start playing the video, but then you cut it, and it's like you're serving like chocolate soft serve ice cream from like the thing? And just
Would
be like,
it? Would it be a good one?
That would be a good idea. You're bringing it back. Throwback Thursday. It's trendy
Better
now.
than two girls finger pain.
Oh, I had to think about that one. Yeah, I remember the first time. I've never seen it to come. Well, not even complete. I've only seen like whatever until I figured out what it was, and I was just like, "Yo, what the
Nick was quick on that one.
You stop? I mean, how do you?
Did you get tired?
For me?
You never seen
No, it was at work because at work. No, listen.
Where did you work?
I used to work at the law firm.
We need to cut the stream. DJ's gonna get
Yeah,
himself.
right.
Oh,
No, it's good.
God.
It's all good. This is years ago. No, this is years ago.
No,
I used
that
to work
makes it
at this
better.
law
Go ahead.
firm. At the time, it was the #1 law firm in the country. So I used to work in it. So there were messengers. So I was the nighttime supervisor of all the messengers, but they were in-house messengers. So bringing shit to like this floor, that floor, that floor. We had, I think, like 14 floors in the building, but it was all guys. And it was like, they would literally do whatever you want. So you would walk in the mailroom. So I would be like, hey guys, what you guys up to?
McFarlane Productions.
Huh?
Was it Todd McFarlane Productions?
Nah, it wasn't. But you would literally walk into the mailroom because it would be quiet. So then I'm like, these motherfuckers ain't working. Now I got to go tell them something. Walk into the mailroom. Hey guys, what are you guys doing? All of them just gathered around the little TV watching porn. And I was just like, come on, guys. What if it's somebody else that walked in? So anyway, that's how it was. They were like, yo, watch this around the computer. And I was just like, Rah! And I like ran out. But I was never like, I never got anybody in trouble because it was just like, whatever.
Yeah, that was literally like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life.
And you met Tyler in real life?
And I met Tyler in real life.
Wow. How do you laugh at that?
Oh,
like, yo, watch this. This is hilarious. Oh, snap.
Yeah. Dude sucks.
She smells through her fingers.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was so I literally ran out. But yeah, working with back in the days with a bunch of dudes, that's literally all it was. You walk in, whenever it was quiet, you knew somebody was watching some shit. And I was just like, come on, guys, what if it was like whatever, somebody else walked in?
I work in a factory, so it's kind of like a daily thing.
All right, boys. I gotta jump off. I was off for a while. I got a call. My day off from work is no longer my day off from work. So
shit.
I will
See you,
catch y'all
John.
later. Appreciate y'all hanging.
Okay,
Take care.
All right, John, take it easy.
I gotta head
Brother
out
John,
too,
ladies
guys.
and
I'm
gentlemen.
gonna go get some stuff done. My day off too.
GSD, baby, GSD.
See you, Brian.
All right, take care, guys. Have a good day.
Later, Brian. Brian LCS, ladies and gentlemen. Brian LCS.
Leaving the building.
And then there were 4.
Full white shadow. I love that you're embracing your full white shadowness. Is there some sort of white shadow robe?
Is there a white shadow robe? I don't know. Nick would know that better than me, but
Oh, that's awesome. You're a full white shadow nationalist. I appreciate that.
oh, is that face, Nick?
Be proud of your white shadowness.
I don't understand. I'm only a half white shadow.
I know you don't get the same opportunities as the
I know.
full white shadows.
Yeah. What'd you read this week, DJ? What'd you like?
Whoa. I actually have all my books here. I only read.
Harbinger.
Yeah, no. So this was Poke Joe.
What's up, man?
Did you really wait for John to leave to get on, Joe?
No.
Oh, you and John got beef? I read Maestro, or as Mark calls him, Maestro. It was good. I really enjoy it. Obviously, I'm a Hulk Mark, but I read that, and then I read what I read yesterday. Yesterday I was out all day, so I didn't get a chance to read. I read another one. I forgot what it was.
You and everybody else, LF. You and everybody else.
Yeah, those half-breed shadows.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, the fourth man, number 3. The fourth man, number 3.
Wow.
Yo, white shadow power, man.
Oh my good lord.
The stream's gonna get shut down.
We are Legion, right? We are.
We like testing it though. We like to see where that boundary is.
Oh my god.
But we all say the wildest shit when it's not our stream, which is hilarious. on my stream later and be like, "Welcome everyone and good evening."
Ironically, I'm kind of the opposite. I don't say things here, but on my comics, we say a lot of things.
That's why I don't stream. I don't need people meeting the real Pocan Joe over at my channel.
You guys still get dinged for saying the C word?
We've never been dinged.
Really?
We just one day might be, you know.
I don't talk to them. Big shadow. I think that's the comment of the morning. That's hilarious.
That's what we were just laughing about. I pulled that up like a minute ago. I'm out. Not a fan of DJ.
Oh, my heart breaks.
Oh, Beans. I'm sorry.
Aw.
See you, Beans.
Hey, so what are the matchups for tonight, Mr. Lynx?
What are the matchups for tonight? We have Biggie Shaq versus Tylox the Mighty. So Biggie Shaq versus Tylox the Mighty. Who else? Ruby G versus Flash by Night. So Flash is on. And then returning Manny Chamorro Cinema versus Actual Dracula.
That's a
And
good
then-
matchup right there.
Yeah, and then Remy Q versus Kenny, Comic Head 84.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. So then judges, we have Morbius Comics. It's one of the judges. Shit, I'm blanking. Because I know somebody.
Aren't you running this tonight?
Yeah, no, because it's funny because I had just did the thing. Morbius Comics, I forgot the other judge. Panda, my bad, Panda. There you go. So Morbius Comics.
Sorry, Panda. Sorry.
Yeah, no, my bad, Panda. Morbius Comics, Panda, and
Is
then
Panda in the
somebody
Link
else.
Squad?
Panda is in the Link Squad.
Oh, I remember him. Yeah.
It's just I have so many people that like me, I just forget my thoughts. So
I'm about to go mobile. I'm gonna hop back on when I get.
all right, dude.
I'll see y'all in about 10, 15 minutes.
We've heard that before.
That's very true. I didn't say whose minutes, Tyler.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, was that the one the day he hit 1K?
I think so.
Might have been.
It was great.
And as a reminder, real quick, I'm supposed to be like sharing this more or something. But the monthly channel member giveaway is getting to the end of the month. I'm going to be giving away the JLA Avengers Hero Initiative.
Oof.
Hey man, don't be free-handing my book.
$300 book now.
Don't be free-handing my book like that.
We got the We Live collection. So you got all of the trading cards, the white and black A and B, the free comic book day book, and volume 1 trade. And then the Big Time Collectibles sponsor donated the Cowboy Bebop #1 Miko foil, Silver Surfer Rebirth #1 exclusive. This surprisingly expensive TMNT book. I forget what number it is, but it's a Raymond Gay wraparound cover. I think it's like a $35 book. Like, wow, wasn't familiar with that. And then the Carlo Cohen Batgirls 1 minimal trade dress will all be included in this month's giveaway. I added it all up, and it hit approximately $492. And that's with placing this at $250. That was like the bottom average for it.
Juicy.
That saddens me.
$492 giveaway this month for channel members. So if something that you're interested in, look down below and consider hitting that join button. There's 4 y'all do this. All right, see you in a few minutes.
That's a crazy box, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever wished as hard for a win this month.
I know. It's funny because I want that JLA, but I also want the We Live trade. I'm kicking myself for not picking it up at C2E2. It's always sold out at my comic store.
Yeah. What was it? Lady Fantastic. I don't think I've ever found a double cover anywhere.
I have a slabbed one, a Hulk something. I think Hulk 311 double cover.
So you can't prove it.
I mean, it says it on the thing.
Should have said on the label.
Yeah, but CGC messes up all the time.
That is true. I could prove it right now. I'll just get the slab and a hammer.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't prove it because
Write something.
you can't open it.
Oh, Charleston Midnight Tales #1. That's actually a good book.
I don't know what that is, but that's cool. Charlton. It's awesome. I found a 5 cover 361. Wow.
Wow. House of Comics.
I bet Lee could make a 105 cover Berserker.
Yeah, how did he? I always had that question. I always keep forgetting. How did he get so many copies of Berserker?
We went in together on it, and we really are specking on it.
Berserker.
We expect a lot out of Berserker. Yeah, exactly, Scott. It is Schrodinger's double cover. Exactly what it is. I thought you were gonna break it open, DJ. You're not.
What?
The slab.
Oh. I was wondering why I got up. Like I went into the other room and I just came back. I was like, wait a minute, what? I was like, okay. I don't know what I did.
Oh, just posted pics to IG.
Nice.
Oh, let's all go to IG.
I'm gonna look.
Yay.
I can honestly say I didn't know you. I feel like I didn't know you had one.
Leg videos. Hey.
Yeah, they can be called.
Yeah, I definitely didn't know you had one. What is your IG? Because I've looked to send you the link before, and I didn't see you on here. Does anyone have Lady Fantastic's IG?
Yeah, hold on. Let me search Lady Fantastic because I don't have all women blocked like Tyler.
My God.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, it's not under Lady Fantastic though. It's
Caro_syrup84.
Yep.
What it is?
Oh,
Caro
that's
Syrup 84.
why I didn't find it. Yeah, makes sense.
It's in the chat.
Oh yes,
There it is.
we're in a group together.
Well, I'll send you the link.
Oh wow.
Someone just joined.
Wow.
I think I know who it is. I'm just afraid to add people that I don't know for sure, and this is like no one's on it.
Yeah, don't add them.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
was gonna say I'm pretty sure I know.
I had this whole transition I made.
Yeah, I know,
man.
I know.
Background, played everything.
You understand why I was a little afraid, though, right?
I
We didn't want to see dicks.
Well, I can't promise that that's still not going to happen, DJ.
That's true. What's going on, Manny?
Oh, dude, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I got a little bit of a headache. I think I was up too late practicing my rhymes for the night, so I'm nervous.
It's gonna be a good one. I'm excited. I'm always excited for these things. And then the day of, I'm like kicking myself for not like.
No, I mean it's gotten progressively, infinitely better episode after episode since the first one.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah, it's just like these mofos are like super talented, man. Super talented.
Yes, I
Yeah, the
am.
one with Javon Jordan.
Yeah.
He was like, "Man, I'm hanging out with the wrong people."
Yeah. I was mad. Well, not mad. Mad is not the right word. I don't want to get canceled for using the wrong word. I wanted Kenny to do a bar breakdown. Because Kenny does the bar breakdown. Yeah. So, but he's been really, really busy with work. So.
Yeah, I was about to say he's pretty busy at work and stuff.
Why would you get canceled for saying mad?
I don't know.
You've said so many other bad things. Mad is not the one you'd be canceled on.
Fuck it. Yeah, no. So I'm excited for tonight, man. Yes, I wanted to do Kenny to do a bar breakdown for the last one.
Hey, was that a low key Dust Till Dawn reference?
Yes. We got apple pie. Oh no! Hey, look, we got a new flavor, apple pie.
If you find it anywhere better, okay.
That movie, I love that movie. First of all, for many reasons, but I remember I saw that movie in the theater in Fulton Street, like we mentioned that theater. I was walking to the theater, and it was a torrential downpour. Like when I was halfway there, so I'm like walking in like a torrential downpour. I'm the only one in the movie, so I'm just like, F it. Yeah, I like stripped down to my undershirt and my underwear, and I had all my clothes just laid out, like drying while I'm watching From Dusk Till Dawn.
And it was like 2 girls, 1 cup all over again.
I have nothing for that.
I've never seen From Dusk Till Dawn because when I was younger, somebody told me they hated it. I forget who it was. It was like my older cousin. It's like, this is the worst movie ever. Never watch it. It's like just one of those things I never saw because of it, and now I wish I had. I need to see it though.
Yes.
It's a classic, dude. Super. I think it's to this day, it's still George Clooney's best performance.
Yeah, he played a good character in that. Yeah.
And he could get away with the head shakes. It fit.
Yeah. And pull off a neck tattoo as well.
Yeah. Excuse me, Richie.
Mark said Manny's Todd thoughts.
Be careful, Manny.
I know it.
Be careful. People might
We've
say
been
they don't
talking
like
about
you.
it for a long time.
No, I mean I agree with DJ. It's from a business standpoint. He's right. He's not wrong. If we want, you see it with Lightning Collection too. If you want the female, if you want more female toys, then we need to buy more female toys. And I just don't know that the sales bear that out. I would love to see more female action figures. I'd love to complete Lightning Collection teams, without having to wait forever for them to release one so they could squeeze it into the production as their peg filler piece, but that just doesn't happen. I'm also agree with Tyler. There is definitely a boys and girls aisle. My daughter Kyrie shops almost exclusively like Marvel Legends and the boy aisle, but they space them out, just like Tyler was saying. There's delineations between what would be the stereotypical boys aisle and the stereotypical girls aisle.
I don't think I was trying to argue that there is. I just have always thought that in my head, just out of what I see. Not necessarily that, like, boys aisle, but you said exactly what I was meaning at the same time.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely visible. But have your kids play with what they want to play with, man. So
that is true. I remember once upon a time I had to play with wicker action figures when I used to live on the farm.
Are you talking about that?
So I mean, I don't know. As a kid, I played with my fair. I had to play with my fair share of Barbies as a kid. I never was like, oh damn, you know what I mean? So there's not. I don't know. Play with what you want to play with.
Yeah, I said earlier as a kid, I had like the Red Ranger, the Black Ranger, the Blue Ranger, and the Green Ranger, and I didn't have the yellow or pink. I don't think I could ever get the pink one. I think that one might have been sold out, but the yellow one I had no interest in. It wasn't necessarily because it was a girl, I guess. I just never really thought about it. I just didn't want it.
Yeah,
but
the color yellow.
Yeah, maybe.
It just didn't look good, like as a figure.
And but I will say I played with my sister and her Barbies, like we'd play Barbies, Like I had no problem with that. So I wasn't like anti-girls toy or I don't know. I don't really know. I was a kid, I just played with stuff. I didn't really give it more than zero thought. I just played with toys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ignacio, I sent you the link too, if you want to jump in. My daughter likes to play with Hot Wheels and figures instead of Barbies. Yeah. Maggie also played with tons of Hot Wheels with me. I loved Hot Wheels.
Yeah, my daughter, when she discovered Star Wars, she had like all the Star Wars figures, and I was just like, oh snap. And then she had all the Star Wars figures, the 3/4 when they were re-released, and then she had, you know, a Barbie house and all that stuff. So she would play Barbies with the Barbie house, and then go to the Star Wars figure, and then play Star Wars.
Yep.
So it's not like I was gonna be like, no, these are boys' toys, you can't play with them.
Yeah, Star Wars is not a boys thing.
It's a nerd thing.
Yeah. It's a movie, right?
Awkward silence. Very awkward. Let's just stay here quiet.
Not for me. Shh. I like silence sometimes.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. What else did you read this week, Tyler?
Oh, well, my pick of the week was one I figured for sure would have been my pick of the week. It was Saga. I mean, Saga's the best.
Never read it.
Fish Flies, which
Never
was the Jeff Lemire Substack book, and number 2 came out. So good. Ghost Cage. Did anyone else read Ghost Cage?
I did.
Was that
What'd
good?
you think?
It's weird. I like the concept of the
Yeah.
story. I don't like the story itself. Like, I think it's very muddled. It's just an allegory of how energy works throughout history, right? And there's just new type of energy, right?
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, I liked it a lot, but I don't know if I liked it.
Yeah.
That's
Like, I like the
exactly what I
concept of
thought.
the
I'm like,
story.
I don't know.
Yeah, but with the first issue, you know, you really can't fall in love with a book like that. I want to see where it goes, I think. So I'll keep reading it, of course, because I want to see where it goes. And I hated the artwork in it. I don't normally judge art. I don't see that as a place for me, but it kind of took you out of the story a little bit.
I said in my review that I really thought it reminded me so much of a manga.
It did. Yeah, it had
It was very manga to me.
Yeah.
Lady F said, as a female who collected action figures as a kid, the female action figures are never as cool. Yeah. There you go. Straight from female.
I don't know. Evil Lynn was kind of a cool action figure back in the day. Really little Elvira shaped body.
Oh yeah, Rogues. I hadn't gotten to that yet. I really liked Rogues.
Yeah, I have it. It's next on my to-read list. Like I have it right here.
I gotta pick it up this weekend. I wasn't able to get it with my regular haul.
Yeah, that's me too.
Oh, The Bronx is Burning. So good. Such a good finale.
What the hell was that? Please hold. Something just fell randomly.
Lethal Protector. What did you guys think of that?
I didn't grab it yet.
It's very reminiscent of Lethal Protector back in the day. It almost seems like he just picked it up right from there and just kind of continued on. It was pretty good.
I didn't read the original, but this one I thought was like, it was all right.
Mm-hmm. The triumphant return of humbug.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about just a minute ago, Lady Fantastic. I thought it was like really, really cool, but I don't know if I liked it, but I definitely liked it. I really have no idea what to think of it.
Yeah. It's
super weird.
Yeah.
But not in a bad way.
Yeah. It's one of those ones you got to read another couple of issues to really figure out what's going on.
Yeah, you're right. I definitely want to read the next one.
Yeah.
It could be great. Like as a whole story, who knows? Maybe it'll get really good.
Yeah. But I like the way if you go back and you look at the tower, you know, the corporation tower and how it breaks out each level as energy. It's actually a time frame of energy as well. Because first man dealt with coal and then hydro, and I thought that was kind of an interesting take.
Yeah, definitely. It's very I don't know. There's a lot of symbolism and
it's a good allegory.
It's interesting. I'm definitely in for the next one. I'll say that.
Did you read We Have Demons? Anybody read that?
I didn't, but I heard so many good things about
It's
it.
on my list.
I grabbed it and I was like, God, I swear I've read this because it was on Comixology for it. It's like there are like 3 issues in on Comixology, so I was like, oh, I have read this.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, heard
I'll
that too.
stand by it. It's I thought it was better presentation wise and story wise than Something Is Killing the Children, because I found that to be kind of dragged out too much, where this just throws you right into the mix. And plus I like that Elseworld type story, you know, things hidden in the dark, you know, in plain sight type of thing. I like that kind of storytelling.
Yeah.
So
I was nervous when I first read it digitally because there's like the first 2 pages, there's lots of text, just like a wall of text with just the panels on the side. And I was like, oh fuck, this is gonna be like that Department of True Sasquatch issues. I'm gonna get bored as shit. But no, it reads so well. Yeah, the story keeps going really well.
Those Department of Truth issues with all the text all crazy and all that stuff. Yeah. I was ready to give up.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just giving you a quick narrative so you can get your head around what's going on in the story time frame wise and how old the story is. Now, all the text in the back in the comic book, how it was created, most of that's straight for readers. You can skip all that and still be in the story.
Yeah, I picked up the the red foil version.
Nice.
Which is like the cover C. So I was like, whatever. Scott Snyder, Greg Capullo. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. C-list. Yes, that was a crazy issue. The letters, just journal writing. You just read somebody's journal.
Yeah, it was like it turned out to be good, but I literally with that issue, well, with the first one, it took me like 3 tries to get through. And I was just like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
So it was a slog for sure. So that
We Have Demons is a really weird cover. Oh, it's a Dark Horse.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was Dark Horse.
You guys reading The Fourth Man?
Mm-hmm. No,
That's
I heard you talking about it, but I just missed it. I need to read it.
I read the first 2 issues and then I was like, oh, it's a heist story. Yeah, it's a revenge heist type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Sounds good. You just made it sound good.
Yeah, right.
It's a revenge heist
It's a revenge heist story.
With a murder.
I want to read it.
Who wants to read that? Yeah, no, it's really, really good. That was the first thing that I read this week. No, the first thing I read was Maestro, and then The Fourth Man. Next up is Rogues, and then Maniac of New York. You said this was the finale, Tyler?
Yep. I didn't know it either.
Did they Maniac of New York it?
No. It was awesome.
It was awesome. Okay.
It was so good. Maybe my favorite. Probably my favorite issue. It was really good.
Yeah.
I'm super behind. I'm still like last week's book, so I think like Firefly, all new Firefly might be the only thing I read so far this week. That's new. Oh, Hotel was good.
Firefly.
I haven't read that yet. I love
What's Firefly.
All new Firefly. It's David Boer. It's just continuing like the Greg Pak story from.
Didn't you just interview him on your show?
I did.
Yeah, I saw that. I loved Ram V's explanation of characters inside of a story. I thought that was ingenious.
I love Ram and like Dan Waters, Justin Richards, like they're always contrarian to like, everyone else is like, oh, well, yeah, when I write, I do this. And Ram's just like, no, I think I do the total opposite. I don't give a shit. I just,
I don't care about the character. I make the character fit the story, not the story fit the character. When he kind of, and that's not how he said it, but the way he presented that the characters are nothing more than the flavor, if you will, where the story's the meal. I was like, damn. And you see that in his writing too. It's super good.
And he's got that beautiful hair, which kind of like it dampens the message a little so that I can take it in easier. Because normally if somebody were to say, you know what, comic fan, you don't know what you want, I'm going to give you what you want, I'd be like, what kind of pretentious bullshit is this?
Punch you in the mouth.
But he looks so pretty saying it. So I was like, all right, I'll come along on this journey with you, Ron.
Honestly, I didn't know what he looked like until I saw him on your show. Like I always see his stuff, comic book wise, but I'd never seen a picture of him or anything. And I was kind of thrown back. I was like, oh, it's a Jesus figure. He thinks he's Jesus.
Yeah, no, it was good. Last week we had who do we have? Justin Richards and Joe Corallo and stuff when we talked scripting. And that one was probably not as in depth because everyone's scripting style is different. So like having the round table is just it's hard because there is no like one way of writing it. You know, like I thought there'd be like a certain style or format they stick to, but since everyone's just writing whatever they want on napkins and handing it off to artists, it really doesn't matter, you know.
I'll be right back.
What's up, Mark? Are you reading next week's books now?
Not yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say normally this is when you're reading next week's book. There's Becca.
Yo, what's up, Mike?
Oh, dude, Mark's here. I'm leaving.
The only reason Burke's stream ended yesterday, right there.
Oh, do you mean the roast of Steve Burke on his own channel?
Oh man, it was like stop, and then he would say one thing, and it was like, oh.
The best was the randomizing the numbers.
Yeah, and I would have won. I even looked at it. I double checked it.
That was the how do
Which
you
is fine,
rank?
'cause I didn't want that book anyway.
Yeah, what's the purpose of picking a number?
I said it.
Random
The
number.
second he said random, I immediately started typing to try to get him to
Yeah,
stop. I was like all over. I was like, all right, I'm going to get him to stop. But he did it so quick. Don't randomize it. You pick numbers for a reason.
Poor Burke. He got torched on his own channel.
Oh man. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off, guys. I hear the door. That means my corn muffin has arrived. Corn muffin and coffee. That's what I'm about. But ladies and gentlemen, if you feel so inclined, tune in tonight at 9 p.m. on my channel to watch In the Mix, Epic Rap Battle number 10. It is going to be a great show. Peace out, y'all.
Bye, DJ. Make love to the night.
I sure will.
Nobody owns the night. No one does.
Oh, dope. Shiny. I like that.
Take back the night back.
Mm-mm. You may think people own the night, but they do not. I leased the night once. But...
This was so good.
Maestro.
Is the paper really that bad on that one? Because everyone was bitching
But
about
dude, the paper is
paper.
horrible on it. It. Like, look, it's just.
Oh.
Look, it's just sitting on my hand,
Ooh,
just
hold on. Let me
flopping.
make you big. It looks a lot worse than I even knew.
Look at that. I like.
Ooh.
That is the absolute worst.
It's like crushing under its own weight.
Yeah, and that's by the spine too. There's no
Yeah,
spine. Nothing.
that looks so bad.
All of them.
Do like a DC book for comparison, or just any other.
Are these next week's books or what?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know that for sure.
Those are this week's books.
Wow.
That's just all right. 2 fingers to balance it on, and then on the spine, just a thumb. Perfectly flat and stable. Gosh. Now we'll see the
That's
same
rough.
thing with this.
What is that one? What book is that one?
Maestro.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw people complaining that like even the ink is like rubbing off on their fingers if they're just from handling a little bit. Just bad paper.
Let's check image.
Oh,
Image.
Yeah.
Let's check Source Point Press.
Yeah. Not even comparable.
That's that new John Jang book.
Ooh.
It's called Twisted Haunted Highons, and I got 3 of those because I'm going to.
Oh, that's a freaking Dirk Manning book, isn't it?
I don't know what a Dirk Manning is. I know what a Dirk Diggler is. Manny knows. I seen them laugh.
I know what Dirk Diggler is. I didn't find it hilarious.
I gotta grab that one tomorrow.
And then Paul just got in a brick of the newest set of Hero Clicks. I'm not buying any of the boosters, but I got a an exclusive Thor out of the brick there, throwing the hammer. And it came with a map. And then this is what I was excited about. There's a legacy card in it, which the old non-compatible clicks for tournament purposes, the new ones, you'd have to get a legacy card because cards come with the figures now with their abilities and stats. Or originally it was just what's included on the base. So I'm about to see what legacy card this is. Hopefully it's for a figure that I have.
Oh, so you buy a legacy card, you don't even know what you're getting. That's interesting.
Oh, it's for Fandral from the Warriors 3.
Nice.
I have no idea what that means.
Have you seen the Thor? Have you seen the Thor movie?
The original?
Pick a Thor movie. They died in the third one.
Yeah. So the original Warriors 3 from the comic books is Volstagg the Voluminous, Fandral the Dashing, and Hogan the Grim.
Fandral is the green one.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm telling for Tyler's purposes how there's a blue, green, and a red one.
Man. I do not remember. I've seen the first one time, second one time, and I've tried to watch the third one 2 times. Didn't get through it.
Yeah, none of them are very good.
I mean, everybody likes Ragnarok, but I have not finished it either time I've watched it. Yeah. But everyone else loves it, but I just...
I wish you had been on Bert's chat last night, Tyler.
Yeah, me too.
You know what's up with the Marvel paper?
No, I didn't think I had a complaint about the Marvel paper until I looked at it.
I'm kind of glad I wasn't. I felt bad for Berg.
Oh, dude, yeah, just the books sitting on the rack. The weight of them. They're starting to fold forward like that.
Oh.
But on a good thing, y'all have seen me like bending and holding this floppy thing. It hasn't caused a spine crease yet. They're made out of Twizzlers now.
It's going to manufacture more sales for them, though, because people are going to be obsessed with getting a 9.8 in it so that they can call it a ghost.
Yeah.
How ironic that they're not getting... I saw someone put up a
That's
post.
exactly what I said, Austin. All of a sudden, it just stopped. The stream just stopped. I don't know.
No, I think he left before the carnage.
Wait, I'm going to open this. I'll pay for it.
I showed up in like the last 20 minutes. And then it just abruptly
I
ended.
thought Burke was just going to all of a sudden start crying. Just not hard or anything. Just like you close your eyes and like one tear comes down and then you open them like nothing happened.
Oh, well. It was a good time. I love that guy.
All I'm opening this, but I am buying it today. You hear that?
It's really not very loud, to be honest, weirdly.
Are you going to the Indiana Comic-Con there, Tyler?
I didn't know it was soon. Is it soon?
Isn't it like in a couple weeks?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Normally, I start getting a bunch of ads pop up when it's coming, and I haven't seen any.
Real quick, I hate to interrupt, but I just want to point out, picking up the starter set, it's $40, everything you need to start, 10 figures. Yo, Todd, this one's for the girls, all females. Let's do this.
What is that? Is it HeroClix?
Yeah, I wanted to get a modern starter set just because there's some differences in the rules, and I'm finding like that problem where like it's easier to hire a new employee than retrain an old employee. So I wanted to get just an all new set, not touch my old stuff, and just reteach myself to play with just this, just to get a better understanding. And this is the second newest the newest DC set. So I just went with the newest DC set they have out, which is the Wonder Woman 80th anniversary set. Some really cool pieces in there, though. You have Mary Marvel. I think they call her Mary Shazam now, but it doesn't roll off the tongue. Mary Marvel, Wonder Woman, Miss Martian, Star Sapphire. You got who we got? Silver Swan in there, Cersei in there. They're supposed to have Wonder Girl, Donna Troy. There's some really cool characters. Cheetah's in there, and it comes with the mat, the pieces. It's just a 100%. Open it up. 2 people can play with everything that's in this box. So I want to keep it simple and start from there. And yeah.
Nice.
So, April 15th to the 17th, Tyler.
March. Oh yeah. Well, I might be going. Who knows?
All
Are
right,
you
well,
going?
I gotta leave. I'll talk to you guys later.
That was
All
a
right. See you back on. Somebody was calling. You could hear his phone ringing.
What's up, Marvin?
What's going on? How you doing?
Doing good, man. What's new?
No, I'm just gearing up for this Kickstarter going on right
I was
now.
about to say, don't say nothing. You got big things going on. Push it, man. Push it.
So yeah, I've got the Kickstarter comes on April 20th. I just got the silver foil covers for the Kickstarter. There's the cover for the trade.
Oh, that's dope.
And then I got the hollow foil covers in also. So got a lot of stuff coming in right now.
For when it floods, we got sandbags.
There's flooding? Where's flooding?
Dude, I couldn't help it but open this box set of plastic figures, and they have one of these things they put in like with beef jerky and stuff. It's got his own little indented place that sits to keep it fresh. I don't understand.
So what happens if it gets wet in there and then
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. We might have to run an experiment and find out.
What's the qualities on those miniatures? They look pretty good.
Yeah, I think they look good. I don't really have any kind of thing to compare them to or anything, but
yeah, they look good. Are those clicks?
we done it. Yeah. The hero clicks.
Oh.
How many do you have now, Mark? You like just started getting them.
Well, I have a bunch from when I first bought them, you know. And then I don't know, probably got a good 50, 60 here recently. That's not like a lot of money to get.
Yeah,
50,
yeah.
60
They're
here.
not super expensive.
Manny, how was that flat root beer?
It's disgusting, but I didn't want. I just jumped on. I was like, I didn't have my coffee, so I didn't want to run back to grab it. So I've been drinking this, and I don't know when my daughter brought this downstairs. I don't know how old it is, but it's like syrup, just zero sugar, nasty syrup.
Is that diet?
I guess technically it probably is. They don't call it diet, but it's zero sugar, so there's some sort of artificial sweetener in there. And
That sounds nasty. You just drink water, man. It's good for you.
yeah, I'm out. I was drinking it earlier, but now I'm out. So I had piss poor planning on this. So
That's what I said. I got the invite. I'm like, was I scheduled for something this morning?
Yeah. I always send the link out, but I guess normally people know, but I don't think I've ever sent it to you. So you did not know that that's what the link was for. My bad.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
But you figured it out. You clicked into it anyway. And just
Yeah. It's like, where does this take me? Oh.
Yeah.
So I did get like sticker sheets. So I've just been like playing around and see what can I add to a Kickstarter for funsies. So I got these two.
Oh, nice. Those are awesome. Who drew those?
We've got other ones that are becoming. It'll be stretch goals. And we actually got a deal going with coffee on comics, so we're going to have an Edge blend of coffee available on the Kickstarter also.
I need an interim and a Revenant. I have 2 Blaines and 1 Mystic sticker. So
Well, these will be sheets, so you'll get them all on one sheet. Because it's cool to have a sticker sheet instead of just having a single.
Yeah.
But yes, you'll be able, instead of drinking flat root beer, you'll be able to take yourself completely to the edge with a cup of coffee You'll be all buzzed up talking about, I got powers. And like, no, you don't. So it's going to be fun. I mean, I'm trying to see how long I can get it to go because I do have a con in June. I wanted to stretch it for over 45 days, but I guarantee someone's going to talk me out of it. But I'm going to say, no, I want to do like a real long one and see what happens.
Is there like negatives to stretching it out?
They recommend shorter ones because then it kind of puts people in position to get their pledges in early. But the longer it goes, the more people will say, I'll just wait till almost the end, and then people will forget.
Yeah.
So they recommend like 20 days on the Kickstarter, but you know me, I'm a maverick. I do what I want.
Yeah.
So what's going on you guys' end? Anything?
Manny, anything new with you?
No, I've got Comics Revisited tonight. So on Pop Culture Philosophers, we're going to be talking about Sandman, Dream Country. So we'll be talking about that tonight. And then DJ Lynx's Battle. But other than that, no, I'm just kind of taking a little break. So I didn't release anything this week. I got a really dope trailer for Marvin's project coming up. So
nice. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just trying to hit everything, man. My cousin wrote a song. Oh, did you listen to it?
Oh yeah, it's in there. I redid the whole trailer around it. So
nice.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just throwing everything against the wall and see what sticks. I actually am working on a series now with a Heroes Live TV streaming service. It's going to be about taking a comic book from a script all the way to the store. And it's going to do like in a documentary format where I'm going to like do a lot of visiting stores, talking to people. There's going to be video of me just sitting at my desk, cursing at myself for not being able to finish a script. Because right now I put myself in a spot where I'm working on 5 scripts at one time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool, that documentary thing. Where will we be able to watch that?
It's Heroes Live here. I'll put the link in the chat.
Definitely check that out.
So I actually signed a deal with them to provide content for their service. It's a brand new service. It's been around for a little bit, but I think it's something that's hopefully going to pick up. Oh, nice.
I'm looking at it.
All right, guys, lunch is here. I got to jump. It's good seeing y'all. I'll talk to you later.
Yep, see ya.
Got a sneak peek in there. So what it's going to be is in the next 2 months, we're going to be filming at local comic shop, New Dimension. We were going to be filming. We might do a little bit of filming at a local store called Heroes Inc. But their owner this week posted that they will no longer be getting new comics. So the only new comics they'll be carrying are our stuff. They're done with because he says that the stuff doesn't sell. Like people aren't buying new books from Marvel, DC, etc. Because he doesn't want to deal with Diamond because he doesn't want that overhang on him with the costs. So he's going to go direct. So he'll go direct with us and a few other people that we recommend.
I just had a new shop open near me, and they said at least the first 2 weeks. I think it's been open 3 weeks. The first 2 weeks they were kind of having trouble selling the brand new stuff, but they were having a lot of success selling toys and games.
Yeah,
like, tabletop games.
Right. Yeah, they're going to the tabletop because they actually have people in store doing game meetings, things like that right now. And they're going to move to that model. I mean, it's sad, but I mean, this is and like I was watching those Marvel books. The quality is horrible. I mean, it's like they're printing on toilet paper.
Yeah.
And you're not getting a new customer based on that. Like you pick up an Image book or one of our books, and the quality is there. It's thick. It's hard. You can throw it across the room and not damage it. Those books, you pick them up, you might tear it just picking it up. That's bad for business. What's the name of that shop?
It's called the Arcade Comics. So and then just the letter R, CADE. They're on Instagram and Twitter, and they have their own website too.
I'll check them out. But yeah, That's where we're at right now. And a few shops have contacted me and said that they want to go direct. They want to cut Diamond out the business. So I mean, I don't know what's going to or won't happen with Diamond, but they've got problems coming.
Marvin, have you reached out to Eric over at Mind's Eye Comics in Minnesota?
Yes.
Okay, because I know he'd be interested in going direct. I'm sure he's a big proponent of cutting Diamond out.
It's like everybody, like I've been contacted by like 25 stores that says that we've had enough.
Yeah.
And it's just that they're getting a lot of damaged books, and with the quality that the Marvel is sending out their books, they've got to be in high 30% of damages coming into those stores. There's no way those books are coming in clean.
Yeah, that's awful. Just to think, like, if that's your first experience picking up a book and it's damaged just right away, that sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I mean, it comes to the point where the stores, like there was one guy I know, I think 70% of his books came in damaged, and he had to discount all those books.
Well, what sucks is like the biggest store, my biggest customers, all my biggest stores, they begin their books late, like at least a week late or a couple days late, so they don't have time to like look through them and see, oh, these are damaged, and send them back, because they got people that are trying to get in and get these books.
But I mean, it also goes to the fact that a lot of people aren't just regular readers anymore either. They're looking for something to add to their collection.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to sell a damaged book to someone. If they're if they're going to read it, then fine, or they donate it to a library or something like that. But it's bad. It's really bad with shipping. And I know that was it Random House when they first started up, they were overpacking the boxes, and the books were damaged because of that.
Yeah, just the cost of them to get something damaged. The cost of anything, really. If you want to buy something, you don't want to get it damaged. That just sucks.
Yeah.
So
like you're paying $4 or $5 for this thing, and it's bent, or some of the pages are folded, and you're like, okay, what do I do with this? Can you return it to the store? I don't know. Do most stores take returns? I've never returned a book to a store before.
No, I've never done it either. I have no idea. I would assume not. But the one thing, it just makes me think of Bad Idea, because I think some of their promotional stuff was weird. But man, their books quality.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I think you could kick it and it still could come back a 9.8.
Right. Even with like
you're saying, like, if someone buys a comic and just ends up not wanting it, or what? Because I'm asking the shop owner.
Right.
Yeah.
I read it and I didn't like it. Can I return it?
Oh, he read it and didn't like it. That's your book, man. I don't have to ask. That's your book.
Like, this is trash. I'm returning it.
Yeah, he said it depends. Like, if it's a long-standing customer who just had a bad experience or something with a book, maybe. But still, that you're buying the book, and I mean,
yeah.
Right. I mean, like, think of it like you're going to like Barnes and Noble. You buy something. Can you return it? The book?
You shouldn't be able to. It's a book.
Yeah. Right.
It's kind of, you could use the same philosophy with going to see a movie. You go in, you don't like it. I want my money back. Why? Did you watch it?
Yeah.
You should have left before it was over.
I think most of the tickets have disclaimers on them that says that you can't get a refund. So
yeah, you can, like you said, flip through the book before you buy it. Check the artwork, or Barnes and Noble, read the synopsis of the book. I mean, there's
right. So even like with this,
oh, that sounds good.
That's
see, he does it too. He does it too.
Yeah. That's what
Marvin, my guy.
I mean, even the interior paper is thicker on these things than some Marvel books. So I mean, I'm probably concerned about you like having like moist fingers and you touch a page and the ink runs.
What kind of fingers?
If your fingers are moist.
Moister than an oyster.
Yes. Don't put your fingers in oyster. You don't want to get that moisture.
Yeah, I mean, just you opening the pages, you could tell that the pages are just like stick straight.
Yeah.
Just looks fantastic, rather than when you open it and it just like flops over.
Right. But when I opened the package up, I had to immediately put it into the bag and board because the cover was up because it's so thick. See?
Yeah.
Num nums.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I mean it is what it is, and I understand why they're doing it because they're trying to cut their cost margins. But I mean,
I wonder how much that actually cuts. I mean, I don't know you would probably know when you buy a book. And
your normal print quality, let's say DC books, probably run like it all depends on how many you print. So you can normally get your print cost down to like $1.50. That paper quality they're probably using is probably $1
for DC.
No, Marvel.
Oh, okay.
It's really cheap paper. It's probably recycled paper is probably what I would say it is. So they're ordering probably hundreds of thousands of the books. So it's probably $1.15 is what they're probably paying per book.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm going to hop off here and move on to the next leg of my journey.
Okay.
Yep.
Station.
So I mean, and I said I understand why they're doing it, but I mean, this is a huge corporation that owns Marvel, and they're cheaping out.
Yeah, by what you said, like 50 cents, roughly.
Yeah, right. I mean, but that's a guesstimate. They could be probably doing less than that, 60 cents, 70 cents. It's Marvel. I mean, they probably get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's bad for your customer though, and it's bad for shipping, and it's bad for everything when the paper quality is so bad that no one's going to want to buy the book. Like, I don't want this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ignacio said a couple cents on the dollar per comic is worth millions. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it adds up.
Yeah. Well, if the shop's getting it wholesale for 40 to 50% off of cover, and you're already $1.50 into production, your margin for Marvel and DC isn't great either. You know, even on a $3.99, $4.99 book.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
right. What's really it's probably it has to be under $1. They've got to be making a killing on print costs.
Yeah.
And they might even have their own printer. I don't even know who's printing their books anymore. It used to be, I think it was Brainier before in Canada. I don't know who's printing their books now. I'm going to probably find out who's printing their books.
Is it Penguin? I don't know for sure. I know they left Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the distribution side, but I don't know about the actual printing though.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure either.
Right, they're probably printing like overseas or something, like somewhere in China or something, really on the cheap.
Yeah, they've got to be making some good money on that. It's unfortunate because I mean you make good money on it off the top, but if you're putting out a bad product, the long term of that, would you be losing money because people be leaving, not buying it? Maybe even the shops will stop buying it because all they get is damages, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, and then even with the lower print quality and the higher cost on the book, and this book still has ads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, not only are you making money off the print, you're making money from the distribution, you're making money from the store owners, you're making money from the customer. Now you're advertising the books and getting revenue from that.
Yeah. Is there enough new readers coming into comics to justify increasing the budgets and things for print runs? I mean, because I watch this community, almost all of us are guys in our late 30s, you know, and older, and I'm going to buy ASM whether I like it, whether the print paper is shit, you know what I mean? Like that's going to happen. So they don't have to invest in it because I'm a sucker. I'm still going to buy it. And is there enough kids and people coming in that's even going to make a difference?
I don't think there is, and I think that's one of the major problems is that you're honestly not marketing to your market. Comic books are a market for older people, for us, because we're the ones that walk in the comic shops. When my first comic I bought at a newsstand, G.I. Joe #1, off the spinner rack. That thing doesn't exist anymore. So how are you marketing to the younger audience I mean, you've got them captured for hours and hours with a streaming service and movies that are based on these comics, and you're not pushing people backwards. You're not saying you don't have any credit scenes or anything at the end telling people to visit their local comic shop. I know with the Batman, DC did that. They had a trailer about going to your comic shops, and that's what needs to happen. You need to push people backwards, and like all these other things on the outside, the movies, the games, the toys should be being used to market the comics. And I don't know why they're not doing that. Like those action figures should come with a comic book.
Yeah,
or
that'd be a good idea.
Or a code to download a comic or something to get people in the comics. You need, like when I go to cons, there's a lot of young people at these cons. They know who Deadpool is. They know who Captain America is. They don't know who Morbius is. No, I mean that's not a movie that's going to sell anybody. I mean I don't even know. I mean I'm not really questioning that it's being made because I understand why they're doing it to try to expand their Spider-Verse. But how do you market that to a 13-year-old? They don't know who that character is. I mean, the last time you seen him was on the animated series back in the 90s. That's our generation.
Well, Guardians of the Galaxy did it, so I think they're just grabbing at straws.
Well, I mean, and the Guardians of the Galaxy was able to do it because you have a built-in audience with the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
Those things were you can establish those things. You can take chances when you built an audience up. You can't build an audience on Morbius if he hasn't been established already in a Spider-Man first movie. I think that movie. But beyond the problems with them removing scenes from the movie, that movie's had problems no matter what anyway. And I think this is the last time you'll see that character. I don't think you'll ever see him again.
I think the big two are taking efforts to hire more people from the indie comic scene, because I think at the end of the day, what they care about is getting the stories more so than selling the books. Because if they get the story, if Ron V writes a really good Swamp Thing book that can get turned into a film, they're going to make money on the film and the license. They don't give a shit about who bought the actual comic book. Exactly. And now they have the story. Right. You know, we talked about this on Wednesday night with Disney Plus and why Disney Plus can pump out all this content, but it's all like built around Star Wars because they're going to sell the licensing. They don't really give a damn about who's watching the show or whether the quality of the show is good. Luckily, they have been, except for Book of Boba Fett. They've all been good, but they don't really care because they're just that now they can sell Hasbro on Black Series figures and T-shirts, and that's where they're making their money. So build around existing franchises. Yeah,
it's the ultimate churn. You're just churning something. You're churning something out, then you're churning another thing out. And I mean, I hope that they're more interested in the quality of show. Like you said, Boba Fett wasn't very good. It seemed like something that was just there so they could promote Boba Fett. And then you had him, like you just recently had the Bounty Hunter, and then you had the Slave One or whatever they're calling the ship, the sale. So you're using it to sell merchandise, which Star Wars was anyway. That was one of the big things that George Lucas was about, was selling the hot dogs, selling the merchandise around the show itself. But you have to be able to create fans. And I mean, you have to be able to do that. You can't count on people in their 50s to generate revenue for you. Like, what are you doing to bring new eyes to these products? And they're really not doing much of anything.
Yeah. How's it going, Rebby?
You're actually counting on get the stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if 30 years from now, if there'll be people our age that were kids that are fans of anything because of the comics. It'd have to be from movies.
Yeah. Well, or in the games. That's where their money, their cash cow is, in video games and movies and TV shows. And the comics are an afterthought. All they do, it's a mining factory is what the comics are. Let's go and look at these comics. What story can we mine from it? Turn it into a movie and ignore the comic.
There's got to be there has to be a shit, because like even if you go through the toy aisles right now, I mean they're catering to the 30 to 50-year-old market. You know, like I used to be able to go and buy a Jurassic Park toy for my daughter for like $12. Now it's an Amber collection, and I got to spend $29.99. Those toys aren't made for children to play with. They're made for us to put on a wall and dust every year.
Right.
Like,
but I mean,
so,
then they'll have those the bigger figures that don't have any articulation, and they're like $5. Or there's stuff like I found these things at Dollar General for $1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or
but there's no playability with those
right,
figures,
exactly,
because they know the kids aren't playing with them. And I think that's the problem with comic books. I don't know that there's a generation of kids waiting in the wings to pick up print media. I just don't think that's the case. So it is something that I think is going to be on the backs of us older collectors, the people with the disposable income who can spend $3, $4, $5 on a book. You know what I mean? So that's the sad reality of it is I don't see that coming back.
Right. In that respect, yes, but they're buying manga.
Who's buying manga? Who do you think's buying manga?
Children who aren't buying comics are buying the manga. I see them in the Barnes and Nobles all the time buying manga. So it's selling. These things are selling, and it's because you're not marketing it to them. The mangas are being marketed to them. It's the covers are marketed to them. The shows that they watch is being marketed to them, and they're letting them know that these mangas exist. It's all about how you sell something to someone. You can sell comics to someone of the 7 to 13-year-old if you can capture that imagination with them, but you can't because you've got these things in niche markets like a comic store where it's not always a friendly environment for people to just walk into.
Yeah. Is there with manga and anime and I'll call it the hot topic generation group here, is there just an element of youthful contrarianism that is driving that? Because like you know, my daughter unironically loves Dog Man, but has no interest in the Babysitters Club graphic novels. You know what I mean? Because those are kind of those are her mom's generation books, and Marvel and DC and a lot of the indies. That's us. That's these Gen Zers and older millennials. You know what I mean? So, is there or Gen Xers? I'm sorry, and older millennials. Is the popularity of those things just built around the fact that kids are going to want to run countercultural to their adult peers, you know?
Right. I mean, I think that's there, but I think that you can make a shift in that if you provide those other things for them. So when we were growing up, you had animated series, you had Spider-Man, you had X-Men, you had all these things that were pushing other products. So G.I. Joe wasn't there to fight Cobra. G.I. Joe was there to sell toys. And you're not really, those things don't really exist to move that market because, like you said, those collectibles are for adults. So and then even when you go to these stores and you go to Walmart and you're like, I'm trying to find this Marvel Legend, and the shelves are empty. I've been to 4 Walmarts in Pittsburgh and haven't seen a single G.I. Joe figure since they start doing the classified line. Never seen them on the shelves because the adults are snatching them all up. And then but there's nothing to sell that to a child. They need something to sell it to them, like the Fortnite figures. Those things sell to that general people who are playing those games, and that's mostly your 7 to 13-year-olds are playing those games. They buy those Fortnite figures, and it's what they got codes in there or something in there, right, for the game. So I mean, you have to be able to capture that market by using those same tactics with them. You have to be able to sell backwards to a person. You got to have these, like with the G.I. Joe, we used to collect the codes to get Sergeant Slaughter or Duke, and it was on the animated series. Say, oh, collect this to get this. So I mean, it's there. You just have to do it. Like in the Saturday morning cartoons don't exist anymore. They wiped them out. So I mean, where do you go as a child to know that these things exist?
Yeah. Well, it's a fine line to walk, right? Because you don't want every comic book to turn into Teen Titans Go or Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom, right? So what's selling with kids, and I don't know. It's generationally so strange, man. It's going to be an interesting couple of years for sure.
Right, but then you have a brand for that. Like, there isn't any reason why Marvel is not publishing an MCU line of comics.
No.
That's based around the MCU and fills in some of those gaps like they're doing with the Star Wars books now. Why is that not a thing?
Well,
I think that'd be a great idea. At least I think it would.
Well, they used to, right? I mean, all the X-Men movies when Fox was releasing those, there were Marvel comic tie-ins,
right?
And the question is, did those sell?
Right.
Were they worth picking up?
Right, but then you have to think outside the box and then take those comics to the people. So I've seen very few comic shops set up in a movie theater lobby when one of those new movies is released. They should be inviting those stores into that environment and saying, sell your stuff while people are coming out of the movies, and it's in their head. If people come out of those movies, it's in their head, Spider-Man, I need a Spider-Man comic right there for them to buy. I need Spider-Man merchandise for them to buy because it's in their head. You can always tell. It's like when you're in a grocery store and you're checking out and they have all these stuff in the aisle for you to buy. Because you're standing there, you're not doing anything, you're going to go and pick something up because it's there.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to market to people when they're in that mindset of, oh, what's next?
Yeah. Well, but with the current model of selling directly to comic shops, that's all on the comic shop owner.
Right.
Like some of my shops here in Minnesota specifically partner with AMC and places to make sure they have a booth.
Right.
But like Marvel and DC don't care because they're just selling through their distribution network. And a lot of, even with a lot of indie publishers, there's no returns on some of these books. So don't give a shit whether you over order, under order. They're making their money already before it even hits the shelves. So
right. I mean, but when what was out recently? Was it either Eternals or Black Widow? They had a primer comic they were giving away at the
Black Widow
Fan Fest. Yeah, at the Fan Fest. And when I saw a screening of Captain America, they were giving away Captain America comics there. So I mean, if you can do it then, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's and with their paper quality, it's pretty cheap for them to print up some stuff and then ship it to the theater with the print of the movie.
They did that for the Batman.
Yeah, as it is. I mean, it's happening, but it's not happening enough to make it viable. So I can say if I can put this comic in this child's hand, inside that comic is a directory that says, visit your local comic shop. Here's a 15% off coupon for you to take to that shop.
I agree with Austin. I'm sure collectors had the same conversation back in the day about our generation.
I mean, yeah, everything runs in cycles, man. It's all circular. Like the same stuff that our parents hated that we do, you probably hate that your children like. So, and my grandmother was all like, "Get off that Nintendo." Everything was a Nintendo. But now when it's me and I'm in the game, I can't tell the children not to play it because I'm playing it. So I'm playing GTA, so I can't say, "Damn it, don't play that game. It's terrible for you." So it's like you said that it's all cyclical and it's all generational, and it depends on what you grew up with. Like I've gone from Atari to PlayStation 5 in my lifetime. Mm-hmm. So I mean that's a big upkick in quality and everything else. Now you've got VR and all this other stuff going on. So I mean it's still within my realm of something to do with those things. But back then the people outgrew those things per se as they got older, not because they didn't want to do it, because everybody was working 60 hours a week and didn't have time for those other things. So he said that, I mean, I think that in this stead that it's probably up to us to share that with the younger generation and get them involved in those things, because it appears that the Marvels and DCs of the world aren't interested in doing it when they're the leaders of the market when they should be.
You think that the collectability has anything to do with killing it off as well? Like I know that for my kids, when I show them a book, a lot of times I get well, how much is that worth? It's more on like the investment versus what you're actually reading. So I wonder if that, I mean, when you were talking about manga versus comics, I wonder if that mind shift as far as, okay, this is more of something that I'm going to invest in as opposed to just reading and enjoying. Maybe that has something to do with it too.
That might be true, but I mean, when I was buying comics and toys and stuff, I wasn't thinking about like keeping this sealed in the case or not taking my GI Joes outside and playing with them in the garden, which we did.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, as far as kids buying it, though, do you think maybe they don't because they're thinking of it more of like, oh, well, this is something that people collect to make money off of versus something I just want to play with or read.
Right,
but I don't know.
But I think that's something that the adult collector puts into their heads that, hey, I'm going to show you this comic. It's worth blah 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 blah. Don't ever touch it. So, and then it's also the same as grandma collecting her knickknacks in her display case, and you're not allowed to touch them because it could be worth X and X and X later on. I think that in some cases when you're introducing someone to something like that, you have to remove that factor from it and say that this is something to read and enjoy, and not something that you're going to seal away and collect and never touch. It's even happened with like Super Nintendo cartridges. Like there was that one game that they sealed it in plastic, and you can't ever take it out or touch it because then it loses all its value.
Yeah.
No.
Even like there's a guy who comes to one of the cons that I go to, and he has one of those newer Voltron sealed in plastic, and he wants like $800 for it. I'm like, I would like to have this, but I would never take it out and do anything with it. So why would I buy it? It's just something I'm going to sit somewhere and then try to flip later on. It only has value.
Comics, right? First appearance of comics.
Right. It's only something that has value to me as something is money. It's money. It's like it's an uncashed check. So, and like I said, that when you write a check, I'm supposed to cash it, right? I'm not supposed to just sit it on the shelf and look at it. So, I mean, I think that in some cases we kind of ruined the market in that stead, where everything turns into something that's worth something else besides entertainment.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I did, because I know the first book I got for my son, I was like, hey, look, it's Spider-Man. He was like, awesome. How much is it worth? And then I was like, it was like the second he wanted something, he was like, well, do you think we can sell my Spider-Man comic and then I can get this? And I was like, oh, man. Well, I guess I ruined it for him. The collector, he saw the collector in me was looking at it in dollar signs for whatever reason.
Right.
So,
and I think that in that situation, you say, well, let's buy two. You have one that you can put away and hope that it increases in value, and then you have this one to read. You have to be able to enjoy things, and something like, and because I've been making the same mistake where when I bought these things, we're like, man, are these collectibles? Should I open it up? Like, no, man, this is going on my desk as a display, and it's cool. So, I mean, I fell into that trap, and I buy stuff and I don't over open it. It sits on the shelf somewhere. I'm like, I'm not enjoying this thing by sitting on the shelf. I mean, it even happens like movies. Like, when I go watch a movie, am I trying to figure out how to record this so I can make it a collectible? We need to enjoy things, and you're not enjoying it if you're not touching it or making it something entertainment.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I think looking forward, I mean, a lot of the stuff we collect and the stuff we like and want is all based on our nostalgia from when we were kids, right?
Yeah.
My daughter doesn't care so much about playing with toys as she would rather watch kids play with toys, right? So she's more interested in the entertainer that's entertaining her, whether it's Ryan's World or whatever child on YouTube is playing with toys. So does that shift the culture of collecting in the future, where kids are more interested in views, likes, and getting and being personalities so much more than the things? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's we're there now, where even like the things that we do on the YouTube, I mean, we're still trying to show our enjoyment of that thing. And I think that a lot of things happening is that people aren't playing games they're watching other people enjoy things. I mean, if that gives you enjoyment, fine. But I mean, I'd rather go into the backyard right now and play with some GI Joes right now if I could. And it just
I'd watch that.
Yeah, take me back. That's what we used to do. We used to go to the store, and like I remember Toys R Us. You had a whole 3 or 4 aisles of GI Joe. You had the figures, you had the toys. I'm still mad that I never got the USS Flag. And I actually the other day there was one on eBay, new in the box, because apparently someone found in a warehouse like multiple boxes of the USS Flag still sealed up. and they wanted $1,000 for it. And I'm looking at them like, this was $150 when it first came out, which was $1,000 back then almost, it seems like. But it was the one thing I never got. And I always wanted, and I still want to get it. And I'm still like, man, I should just press the button and just get this thing. But then I'll think, well, I'll take it out the box and do anything with it. I'm like, I can't because of the price tag on it. But we used to get our Joes, and we went outside and we played with the Joes, and they got scratched up, and their helmets got messed up, and they were broke. They were toys. You played with them.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Now you think back and you think, man, if I would have kept that sealed, it'd be worth thousands of dollars right now. But as a child, I think that's where they've lost a lot of imagination. And
I used to dig holes and put like toothpicks in it for like a spike pit and all kinds of stuff, man. My Joes went through the worst.
Oh yeah, like and then like you would drop them and their nose would get scratched or something like that. But I think
yeah,
like the change in the way that things do. So the more interactive things are, the less imagination there's involved with it. So most of your games are more interactive, but it's less imagination because the game is telling you who your character is. It's telling you, it's flashing up on the screen, hey, go do this. Hey, go do this. I don't want to do that. Leave me alone. I want to go over and do something else. But that's the one thing that I always liked about the open world games is that the good and the bad is that I played Skyrim. It took me 3 years to finish that game because there was always something else to do besides what it wanted me to do. And that's more of the liking the things that I wanted because it's the interactivity, but it allows you that freedom to go off and do something. If it's just step into a world, kill everybody, and then you're the winner, that was not fun to me. I don't like Fortnite and things like that because it's not exciting to me. It's just, oh well, I mean, I killed this guy. Who's my character? What's my name? What's my backstory? So I think that's where the imagination part is what's being lost in those things. And that's why we want to watch other people enjoy things more than we want to enjoy things ourselves. I went way off on the end there.
No, I like it. That's the point. Chat.
Yeah. So I think that if you want to get your children into those things, you have to get their imaginations flowing and working. I mean, you have to remove them from the smartphones, and you have to remove them from the TV screens. Let's go fishing, and let's imagine what this world is about. I think that's what people are missing. It's the world itself and enjoying things outside of that box that you're in. Like I'm sitting in a box right now, and I'm like, I need to go outside and do something because it starts to grate on me after a while because I've been working from home remotely since 2020, and I've got like almost zero interaction, but 2 or 3 of my coworkers now.
I remember just you talking about stuff just takes me back. I remember I used to go outside and like throw my toys as far as I could and see it. Just I don't know why. But I had so much fun, and I remember losing toys in the gutter of my house because I would throw them on the roof and like watch them slide down. And sometimes every once in a while they'd get stuck in the gutter, and I was like, "Oh, damn!"
Right? Remember
now what?
They had parachutes. You had the glider thing. You would throw the glider, and it would fly, and then it would go straight into the ground, and the figure would break.
Yep.
And you're like, "Oh man, it broke," but you're like, "I don't care. The thing cost $3. I'll go get another one."
Or just figure out how to tape it back together and tape it back on the glider. So, oh yeah.
And I think, and then again, it's the cost of things too. Because now, what does a GI Joe figure cost? $15 now, $15-$20. So it's not a toy anymore. Yeah. It's a collectible. Yeah. And it says mostly on the packages, new thing, collectible, and you think about it, this is not a toy. Then am I supposed to play with it? Like I got this sitting on my desk right now. I haven't opened it. I got this from the dollar store. It's $1.25. I mean, why didn't I open it? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel the same thing. I've got Yoda coffee mugs and shit all sitting over on the shelf over there that haven't been opened for the last 10 years. They were like from Five Below or some shit, and I'm like holding on to them like they're gonna be worth something in the future.
Right. I mean, and this is why, like, as a creator, I have to stimulate my imagination. I have to. Or else it seems like that if you don't stimulate your brain, then you start to lose your thoughts and your memory sometimes. Is that like sometimes it feels like that's what was it Alzheimer's is that you're not using that muscle in your brain to do anything, and so it's like it starts to die. So I mean, it's like you said, that we can capture the imaginations of the young people. We just have to do it and take them to these shops, take them to these conventions, and show them that it's more than just these movies that are driving these things. And I mean, it's one of the things why I get a little, not really upset, but peeved that every time there's an announcement for these cons, it's about so and so who plays this in this movie. I'm like, what about the guy who wrote and drew that story? Somebody had to write and draw and create this character before Ryan Reynolds could be Deadpool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a cool guy though.
Yeah. Ryan Reynolds is cool, but
He's
I mean,
pretty cool.
This is an example. Like let's invite the guy who invented this character and gave it life before Ryan Reynolds could put that tight ass suit on. And then let's introduce the children to that writer artist and get their imagination going, because not only are you losing people's ability to collect comics or collect books, you're losing a generation of creators because they don't want to create anything. They just want to watch other people do things. So let you stimulate it and keep it going, because you're almost in a problem of the death of a whole entire genre of things, because there'll be no one to pick up the pace or to take it on.
Yeah. One thing I think about, especially when I look at my figures that I do take out of the box because I think they look cooler because I can display them or pose them and with other figures, is that like my dad always had these like Matchbox cars. I don't think he had any Hot Wheels. I think he only had Matchbox. And I would always get Hot Wheels, and I would always like race them. I'd put them down the little ramps and see how far they could go and see which cars would go the furthest. And I would like write it down. So stupid and nerdy. I almost feel dumb even saying it out loud. But I did it all the time. I loved it. And my dad always wanted me to like tell him which car won. I don't know. I think just because I was having fun with it.
Yeah.
But that me having fun with it is what, and my dad too, is what made it exciting. And then the good conditioned ones is what made it collectible.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you're having fun with these things, it like sparks the nostalgia to want to get one that's still mint in box.
Yeah.
At what point is everything going to be mint in box because no one ever played with it to spark the nostalgia that you had fun with it back in the day, or your dad had fun with it, you had fun with it. Like, is it ever going to be to the point where nothing ever comes out of the box?
Right. I mean, as I said, that's the path we're going on. But I mean, it's really good that you can go to, like you said, Dollar General, Five Below, and find those kind of products, because I didn't spend a lot of money on it. So open it up, play with it, do what you want with it. But if you, I think it's the dollar value that you set on something. If you spend $100 on something, you're not considering it a toy anymore. It's a collectible. Don't ever touch it.
Yeah.
Let's stay out of grandma's knick-knock case, because you might break something. I just want to have fun. We're not here a long time, so let's just have fun with the stuff, and like let's tear something open that we spend a lot of money on and destroy the value of it just because we can.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. Like
I just want to go and find that Nintendo game that they put in the case, buy it, and then open it right in front of them. Just say, and then stick it in the console and play the game. Like, I just want to
check out Remy Q Studios next Tuesday. I'm going to open up something expensive just for everybody.
Yeah, you should. You should.
And play with
this
it.
comic. Like, I think it's a really good quality comic. But what if you just like really like this cover, and you just want to save the cover by itself? You know, like you should be able to do that. Or this first page. This is a great first page. What if I'm like, I really want to put this first page on my wall?
You know what you should should just have a collection of all the covers and first pages that you love so much in one book.
That's a great
Right.
idea.
It'll be your book of first pages and your book of covers. It'll be great.
So
I
I'm going to
love
save
this
you.
Night Owl so much.
I'm going to save you the trouble of that and just sell you the print of the cover, so you don't have to do that. You can just leave it alone. Here's a print of the cover, and I'm going to charge you more for it than the book. It's $10.
That's everybody does that, don't they? I've noticed every Kickstarter I get now, I've got like now I got to find wall space for.
I literally just got one, and it came with like 3 different covers, and every single one of them had the print. I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah, that's making it easy for you, so you don't have to destroy your comics. But
Dude.
I really wish I really wish that this summer, and it should be a challenge for everybody to take a child, whether it's your child or a family child, take them to a convention or a comic shop.
Yeah. And every single one of them had the print in the back.
And let them have fun. Like,
Here's that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all. Well, that's how I did it. I just put it on the back of the silver foil.
But Spider Squirrel, I think Charlie sent like 17 covers, like additional. I only got 1 copy of the book, but I got like 17 different covers. They were all
that's all the same book. All 3 of these are all book 1. It just came with it.
I was all embarrassed on Wednesday because I opened this Kickstarter up from Boston Metaphysical Society, and I was like, they were like, "Oh, what's it about?" I backed the Kickstarter last April, so I don't even remember ordering this book. So I'm like, it's like a steampunk, like steampunk type book.
I remember I liked it at one point. It was very interesting when I backed it, but
then I was probably unfair as shit because I was like, well, it kind of reminds me of Bitter Root on the cover, so it's like Bitter Root but steampunk. I have no idea if that's the case. Holly Rosing, if you're watching, I apologize.
They were on somebody's channel recently, I think, talking about the book.
No.
Was it steampunk? Because there's going to be a lot of steampunk fans out there who are really disappointed that Manny sent them in the wrong direction. That son of a bitch told me to buy this.
He was on Legion. He was on Pop Culture Philosophers. He was on Big Herb. Steampunk.
Somebody was talking about there being an over influx of Cthulhu books now, and I saw that there's a Kickstarter for a Cthulhu Invades Oz book. And then I saw that somebody was doing a steampunk Snow White book. What I want to do, I want to do a story about the real Oz where Glinda's the villain, because she's the villain of that story. I don't care what anybody says.
You can do it.
She's kind of
I'm going to write it, and I'm going to see how it works in the comic. You're thinking about it right now because she set Dorothy up. She was like, "Yeah, put on these ruby slippers and put yourself in mortal danger for an entire walk across the map."
Dude,
now the irony is, if it's that good that they want to turn it into a movie starring Ryan Reynolds, and that would be the shit right there.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds would be the wizard. Like, she sends her to the wizard, who she has no powers to do anything. Then the wizard's like, "Oh, if you go kill this witch, then I'll help you out." And then at the end of the movie, she's like, "Oh, you had the power to go home the whole time." I'm like, she was like, "Bitch, what?"
Did
we almost got killed.
Have you ever seen Wicked, Marvin?
Yes.
Like
I've been waiting. I read the book.
Some convoluted fucking whole plan to screw over the Wizard of Oz. There's witches with like magic powers, and they need to go through this whole convoluted thing to get rid of a charlatan wizard. It's horrible, terrible show with a great soundtrack.
Yeah. Well, they've been talking about making it into that movie forever, and it doesn't seem like it's like it's been in development hell for like 30 years or something.
Yeah. I think musical movies, they have to wait until there's another big hit, and then they give the director of the previous hit that new musical so that he can make a shitty version of it, and then we don't see another musical movie for a while.
Right. I think the West Side Story bombing the way it did, you're not going to see any musicals for the next 10 years.
So good too. Did you guys see it?
I started it. I'm not a big fan of West Side Story in general. So like I was watching it and I was like, better cinematography and better acting doesn't help the fact that I don't like these songs. So,
Oh, really? Yeah, I love
Yeah,
it.
I do think the Wicked. I think the version that they were working on recently wasn't a musical. I think they were going to just do it straight like they did with Oz Great and Powerful. Like remember they were getting ready to start a song and he started yelling at him or something. I'm gonna shut the hell up or something like that. But yeah, I mean it's not only that one, but so Willy Wonka's another one where like Grandpa Joe's the villain of that story. I don't care.
Hey, we're getting another one of those, a prequel.
Yeah. Yeah, with
Did you know that?
Timothy Chalamet is
Yeah,
Wonka.
Timothy Chalamet is going to be what's his name?
Wonka. And then
we had a Willy Wonka preview. Who the fuck is Timothy Chalamet playing again?
Netflix has the rights to all of Dahl's books. So anything that Warner doesn't have, Netflix can make a series or movie about too. But yeah, I had an idea of a sequel where Grandpa Joe has become a dictator of the factory.
He ain't gonna take nothing over. That lazy bastard laid in bed for like 20 some odd years waiting for the kid to bring him some chocolate. To hell with that guy.
He could walk right away. If you laid in bed that long, you wouldn't be able to walk. So I know for sure he was walking around. He was just faking it.
Yeah.
You know, he wouldn't have muscles in your legs.
He wouldn't want to get no job. He's like, as soon as he walked in with that gold ticket, all of a sudden Grandpa Joe can not only get out of bed, but he could dance around. and then also when nobody was looking, he's like, hey Charlie, let's get some of those fizzy lifting drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the movie, when Wonka told them they couldn't have any chocolate, he's like, let's take this candy and give it to our Slugsworth. So there's the villain, man. He's like 3 times corrupting his grandson.
That's what I've been doing on all the PCP movie nights lately. I've just been picking the villain as my favorite character and arguing how they're the hero. It's been my bit. It's Major Chip Hazard in Small Soldiers. I had this whole impassioned rant about good soldiers following orders and not knowing any better. Anyway, yeah.
Is he talking Todd McFarlane came for Todd to kick off his next Kickstarter? The plot twist is going to be it's going to be a female action figure.
Is it?
Maybe that would be a twist because
so he's been trying to get this Spawn movie off the ground. You remember he wanted to be the director of that Spawn movie. Why didn't he just go to Kickstarter and get the funds for the movie there?
Yeah, I don't.
He could probably get $100 million off of Kickstarter.
You think 100?
I think he could.
Is there a sour taste for wealthy individuals going to Kickstarter to do that after Zach Braff's crowdfunding his movie like 20 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever the hell it was?
I don't know because I think it's up and down on that one. Like Archie did a Kickstarter. Like McFarlane's done Kickstarters. Liefeld did Kickstarters. I mean, do you really need it? I mean, you don't need the money. So I mean. You don't need it to gather an audience, which is why I'm doing mine is just for audience gathering. I mean, all the books and stuff are done. So I mean, the only thing I'm gathering off of that is printing and shipping costs. But I mean, I can guarantee you within the next couple of years that some major studio is going to do a crowdfunder just because they can, and they won't have any shame about it when they do it.
Boom Studios did the Power Ranger books.
Yeah,
like
well, they
all
did
the
Berserk book was
and Berserk, but they did these, but it's like a different thing, and it's got a slipcase, and it comes with all 6. I didn't get them because I thought it was way too expensive. It was like $450 or something crazy.
Yeah.
See, comics, we're used to buying stuff on Kickstarter. Toys has HasLab. I mean, there's plenty of places where these corporations are crowdfunding stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I think what HasLab, I think their thing was to test them. They were testing the market to see if there was a market for that product, and they didn't want to just put it out in the stores because it wouldn't sell. No one's buying a $650 Java skiff at Walmart. So I think that the turn down of toy stores could be a factor in that stuff too. Because if you had Toys R Us, you may have put that in a Toys R Us or a KB Toys or something like that. Now that you don't have any dedicated toy stores anymore, it's that market is shrunk considerably over the years. And Walmart can't keep things on shelves. Targets can't keep things on shelves. They can't even properly do pre-orders on their website.
Yeah, no kidding. They're awful with that. They'll just sell an X amount, like let's say 5,000, and they don't even know how many they're getting. They might get 150. They're like, oh well, we'll just cancel the rest.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Right. I mean, but there shouldn't never be a cutoff on a pre-order. Like you should take as many pre-orders as you can.
Yeah, and then make them.
Yeah, and then you tell Hasbro, well, this is how many pre-orders you got. This is how many we need. We don't like go back to the factory and make some more. I mean, it's not like these things cost a lot of money for you to make. They probably spend like $3 on a $20 figure. Come on, man. Serve your customers. Like Walmart's got a collector con going on right now, and guarantee you those things are gone out of stock already.
We talked about that on Wednesday on Herm's show. Is Omnibus is doing that, intentionally printing. It seems like they intentionally print way too small of a print run on Omnis, and just hoping for hoping for the secondary market. And I was just wondering, why don't they do that? Why don't they just license the shit off to smaller print brokers? Then those print brokers could make the money on the wholesale.
Yes.
Of those books. Then you've got another sales channel hustling those books. If the only license you have for your print shop is Moon Knight omnibuses, you are going to be calling every comic shop, every movie theater trying to hustle the shit out of some omnibuses.
Right. I mean, there's no reason that someone who wants a product shouldn't be able to get it unless you're telling them up front it's 1,000 print run and that's it.
Yeah.
Like if you're not upfront telling them what the print run is, then there's no excuse for someone not to be able to get something that they wanted. If I have money and I want to spend it, don't cut me off because it's just going to annoy me.
It makes sense what you said too, Manny, because like they print it one time and that was it. What if someone discovers it 5 years later? Like that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You might as well have that available to be printed again. From, like you said, a smaller company that only prints that maybe one book for Marvel and they have the rights to that one book.
Right. I mean, it should supply and demand. Like if I'm demanding it, you should supply it. Oh, sorry. Demand and supply go the other way. Like, I want something, make it.
Well, because like injection molders, stuff around here, when I worked in plastics printing, we were constantly having vendors that were looking for things to injection mold and make. There's no reason why Hasbro can't have their Lightning collection figures and then do the same mold but lesser paint apps and shit and be able to still sell that figure from a smaller print shop to give somebody the option to be able to get that figure for $12 for $10. You know what I mean? And especially if you're just going to play with it, make spike pits in your backyard or throw them up on your roof. You know what I mean? There should be I've
got a market. I got a worse one. So a friend of mine, we used to go in his backyard, dig a hole and pour gasoline in it and then throw figures into the fire.
Well, that's just dangerous.
Wow. Think about how expensive that would be today.
You get like 100 figurines you got for Christmas and throw them in the pit and then light them on fire. Your dad runs out. He's more pissed off that you wasted gas to burn all of your toys than you wasting all of your toys. What are you doing?
Not the gas.
You know how much that fuel cost?
Xbox dad on Julius on his show. That's $140 worth of gas.
Well, until the kid tells the dad that he filmed it, it's now on his TikTok. He now earned 11 million followers.
Yeah.
And it's going to be sponsored by Walmart to burn toys every week.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, that if like back on the TikTok thing and things like that, I mean, that's another imagination market, and I commend people who are able to. You're still drinking that sip. I just saw the face you made when you took that sip. That, I mean, if you like, somebody should do a channel where they read comics, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Story time.
Yeah, like a nice quiet reading time where we can just.
But not manga because they'll shut you down.
They have a you can't read manga on.
You can't even like show manga. Who was it? Near Mint Condition. Have you heard of them?
Yep.
Yeah.
They had like their manga omnibus reviews, just like any other thing, and they got like strikes against their channel and had to privatize all the manga because apparently you cannot show like one page of manga.
Wow.
So if you've ever done it, I suggest privatizing it because manga is really strict about it.
I've got my next Wednesday video is a review of the series Akira, and I've got all kinds of shit. All right.
Look into it. Search that manga, Near Mint Condition manga, and they have a video up about it.
So they're getting copyright strikes?
Yeah.
So just let anybody know if you ever want to read The Edge on your channel, I feel free to do so. I don't care. Feel free. Yeah, but I think that's. I mean, I just like content creation and things like that is still imagination. I just like wish more people would jump into those arenas of using your brain to do something and not just watching other people do it, or like doing what we're doing, like all get together and talk about crazy stuff like this, like or things like that, because you have to stimulate yourself because you need more creators in the world. You need more people who are creating things. It doesn't matter what it is, what you're creating, as long as you're creating something, as long as it's not hurting someone and like doing something nefarious, then do it. Have fun. Life is short.
Yeah, Tyler.
What? What did I do?
I see those slabs in the background.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
You can't read those books.
Oh no, you can't. We just interviewed Bearded Comic Bro and I just interviewed Livio Ramondelli, and that interview is going to be out in a couple weeks. It has nothing to do with what we've been talking about, but I just saw this and it reminded me of it. So go check out Bearded Comic Bro. It was a really fun interview, and this book is incredible. If you've never read The Kill Lock, so damn good.
Yeah, I'll be on his channel again next month. So if you guys need me on here, I'm making the run in April to promote the Kickstarter, and this is only my first Kickstarter. So I'm nervous and I'm excited, and I've got anxiety already, and it hasn't like I started working on this back in December because I wanted to do a slow burn on it, and I've had anxiety every day and I've had even when I clicked the approval button for it to go for them to approve it, and it was like 20 minutes later they approved it. I was like, holy crap, that was fast. And I've had anxiety since I pressed the button. I was back in January. So
are you doing backer kit, or are you just doing Kickstarter and managing it on your own, or?
I'll probably do backer kit. I mean, I'm trying to take. All I want to do, honestly, is like I got a few other people that are going to help with the Kickstarter itself, but I just want to then start the assembly line and start packaging stuff. I can start packaging stuff like early next month because I'll have everything, mostly everything. Like I've got a guess at the count, so I probably will have to order some more stuff. But I just want to start getting stuff together and start doing that now. Because then if I wait till after, it's just going to be this whole entire thing, because I got so many conventions coming up this summer that it's going to slow me down. Which is why I probably want to say delivery in October or something like that.
Oh, that'll be quick then. In October?
Yeah, everything's done. I mean, everything like all the books are done. They just have to be printed.
I love when they have it done or almost done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything's assembled. All the books are the printer has all the files, so everything just has to be printed.
Come full circle.
You're back. Yeah.
I was working on your video at 4 this morning, the rebuilding it, with the new credits and everything, Marvin.
Mm-hmm.
I got like 14 seconds left in the render.
Nice.
So now I know what you feel like with your books already almost done. It's like
awesome. Can't wait to see it. But so by Sunday we'll have 18 issues of The Edge done.
My LCS was looking it up as I was leaving because he heard you talking about it.
So yeah, about that. What store was that?
It's the Augusta Book Exchange.
Okay. So I will have to reach out for them. We haven't really announced this yet. We are no longer with Second Sight.
Station, though.
That's it. You should also reach out to my LCS too, the arcade.
Yeah.
What happened now, Marvin? I'm sorry.
I can send you the link and everything.
We're not with Second Sight anymore. We are not with Second Sight anymore.
Just straight self-published.
For now, everything I have is going to come out of the Kickstarter. We have been doing some things, but I mean, there's nothing I can talk about right now. So I would say let's wait until after the Kickstarter, and then maybe I'll have some news. But yeah,
Is there any kind of anything if someone wanted to pick up what already has been made, where they can get it?
Yeah. So I have stuff up on the store. I was getting ready to make issues 3 and 4 available on the store. So I'll drop that in the chat. But yeah, so anything and mostly everything is Kickstarter. So the Kickstarter is going to have.
All right, Marvin, just bail on us.
I kicked him.
Yeah. No, he's not even backstage.
I'm just kidding. I didn't kick him.
That was me. I clicked login. The Kickstarter is going to have a retailer tier, so they'll be able to get 5 issues of each issue that's available, 5 copies of the trade, stickers, cards, whatever's available. So it's $80.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So and then
action figure too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice.
So that's being done by Loose Collector. They did the Lady Death figure for Purgatory, and they did the Critter figure for Big Dog Inc. So we're starting with a 3-inch figure, and we were originally going to go all 3-inch, and then the whole entire market flipped upside down. Everyone's doing 6-inch figures now. So we're probably going to shift to 6-inch after that 3-inch figure comes out. So unless things change within the next 6 months to a year and things flip back to 3-inch, so you notice that only like Joy Toy and a few others are doing 3-inch figures now. Like Marvel's not doing them, DC's not doing 3-inch figures anymore. And now Hasbro has shifted. They're not even doing their retro line of figures anymore. They've gone back to the O-ring figures. And I hate the O-ring figures. Those are the ones that I grew like were back in my day in the 80s, the O-ring figures, and they're so ugly. I hate those.
What figures. Is it? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. O-ring?
O-ring. So the O-ring is a figure with a rubber band that attaches the torso.
It holds the arms and the legs on the inside.
Huh.
So hold on. Let me grab one of the new figures.
I'm sure I know what you're talking about. I've just never heard them called that.
Yeah. So this is the new line where the body is connected here. So that's all one single piece to the hips.
Okay.
So the O-ring figure is parts. So it's a chest. It's the torso, the crotch and the butt, and then the legs. And it's all connected by a ball joint. And then there's a rubber band. The rubber band is called an O-ring that holds it all together. So back then, the rubber band could break, and then you have to get a new rubber band to keep the figure together. So they've gone back to that model because they're using their old 80s molds to make figures now because it's cheaper. So I don't know if you saw when they did the crowdfunding for that Sky Striker. It had all O-ring figures and it didn't have the new retro style figures.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're like really cheaper figures and they break easily and not a fan. I mean, because with the newer the Joy toys and all that, and then a bunch of other ones. All those figures are compatible with each other. So you could take Duke's head off and put it onto another figure's body and make a custom. You can't do this with the O-rings because the heads don't come off unless you take the whole thing apart.
I'm a big fan of like the really big figures that have like an action to them, like the Tarzan. Yeah.
So I don't want to know what that action is called, but you know.
Oh, yeah, this is a discontinued Disney toy.
Yeah.
I wonder. Do you wonder why?
He's Tarzaning himself. He's Tarzaning himself.
All right.
That's how he was able to take over the jungle. He was standing in trees and do that motion.
Absolutely. All right. I gotta head out, you guys. Thanks for having me.
See you, man.
Yeah, check out the rap battles tonight. I'm about to kill Drac.
I hope so.
Gonna be
Be sure to follow Manny's Different Perspectives on YouTube.
Yep. Yeah. Subscribe to that channel, Manny's Different Perspectives. Do a search for it, and subscribe to that one, or Nick Comic Culture, or Herm, or any of the other ones that do what I do but better. So go check them out. All right, you guys. Peace.
Yeah.
So I'll reach out to Augusta Books. I mean, I can, like, I generally just do the direct, and I give them the same discount they would get from Diamond anyway.
Are you still like weren't you like working toward like the shared universe thing over there?
That's still happening.
Awesome.
Yeah. So once we get everything rolling again, that actually will kick off pretty much in issue 9. Like we've got a page in issue 9 that I posted it on Facebook, and I posted it on Instagram before. You might have seen it on Instagram, but Mark and I are going back and we're doing some more pages on that one to throw a few more characters in there and do a few more kind of reactions to what was going on in that situation right there. So it's still happening, and like I said, that I have no idea who else is leaving Second Sight. They lost a lot of books though.
Second Sight lost everyone?
Not everyone. They lost a lot of titles. They lost a lot of books from the catalog.
Has this been announced through Second? I don't necessarily follow Second Sight directly, you know, but
no, and it's something they wouldn't announce. Well,
I heard this like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler, you're not affiliated with Second Sight. What did you hear?
Just what he said. I didn't hear the news about it, but I heard that a lot of them left because there was bad blood for some reason, and that's what I heard.
So, are you following anything that's going on with Action Lab?
With who? Action Lab?
Action Lab.
Yes.
I've heard that.
I heard that a while ago that they lost a bunch of people for that same reason.
There's a class action lawsuit out for that. You can like the documents are online if you want to look for them. Mm-hmm. So let's just say that there's some parallels between those two things. So if you look up what's happening with Action Lab, parallels. Yeah. I don't want to say anything that I can't prove, so I don't want to like slander anybody, but yeah. But so yeah, I mean, like I said, the comic book market is always ebb and flow. And if people have quality products and they're able to market themselves, stuff like that doesn't really affect. It's not going to affect us at all. So the train just keep rolling. The only thing is that we don't have a distributor at the moment. But not that that's a bad thing, because people will want to go direct anyway. Now it seems like.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean,
it'll all come out eventually, I'm sure. So,
there is a news channel that's working on a story on it. I'm honestly really surprised that Bleeding Cool hasn't picked it up yet, because one of the writers of Bleeding Cool was with Second Sight. So I'm really.
Can be said real quick in case anyone in the comments can wondering, I am not in any way affiliated with any comic book publisher, and I just went and Googled what is going on with Action Labs, and there are creator concerns about payment issues, about timely releasing of publications, and yeah, creators getting paid is what it looks like.
Yep.
That's what's going on with Action Labs currently,
and-
which is public information readily available.
And the release of books too. They got caught in a it's all the information's all out there. They shut down during COVID. They were supposed to come back and they didn't come back. And then there was some problems with the publisher. So one guy resigned and another guy was supposed to take over and he didn't take over. And it's it's been a mess. And the thing about it is that Action Lab is local to my area. And I actually pitched to them and they turned me down because they were doing their Actionverse. So, I mean, if anyone's familiar with their books, they have book Stray and Midnight Tiger and there's that Mighty Molly is another book. So they were doing this whole entire big crossover between all their characters, and it failed completely. The sales tanked on it, and a lot of stores didn't really get interested in it. and it really grates me is that no matter which publisher I would have went to, I would have been in the same situation. So I mean, like I said, is that we'll see what happens after this Kickstarter. Like everything, all my energy is in that right now. So after that's launching, whenever it is, I mean, like I said before,
And Marvin, as a creator, how big of a push is there for you, whether it be from the industry or on yourself, to get your books, your creations attached to a publisher versus other options?
So when I was originally pitching the Edge to stores, a lot of them responded, "Hey, are you with Diamond? Get back to me when you're with Diamond. Diamond." And I mean, that's fine. I mean, I know that a lot of stores only want to deal with one person that's distributing books because it's lighter on them to have to deal with things. But now that you're having to deal with Random House, Diamond, and Lunar, I think that kind of busted that open. And any store that's dealing with games deals with multiple distributors. So I don't know if it's because Diamond is so their system is so archaic, and now that they've opened up their website for you to do orders on, has that changed people's minds on how to do things? So I know a lot of stores were still doing things in pencil, so they were actually filling out in pencil the forms and then mailing them or emailing them to Diamond or whatever they were doing, and that's time consuming. So I can see that time being wasted if I have to now deal with invoices from someone who is not with a distributor and things like that. So like I said before, is that I've been contacted by multiple stores who are interested now in going direct and cutting out the middleman. So I would think
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I mean, I would probably reach out to the other ones and say, are you more willing now to go direct with me and cut out the middleman and things like that until we are either back or we're either with Diamond, Lunar, or anyone else, if we're with a publisher or not. Because I might still pitch the Diamond, I might pitch the Lunar. I don't know. Like I said, that
I never really thought about that with how because like the whole monopoly by Diamond, like how that actually affected creators that weren't already attached to a work for hire publishing company or something, how big of a hindrance that might be. And that's interesting to hear the effect that DC stepping out has made, because this was attempted a while back, like where people have stepped away for Diamond, but they came back. And as of right now, there's no signs or no evidence that would show anybody looking to come back. Even with Marvel even spreading out, they're still with Diamond, but still spreading out with Penguin and stuff.
Right. Like I say, is that I think that it's more of I'm used to doing things this way.
Yeah.
So when you introduce change into something, people panic or they get flustered.
It looks like work. It looks like work to them. Yeah. Right. Now I have more work to do.
Right. So I mean, if like a lot of stores are using more in-house point of sales, a lot of people use the Comics Hub, and then there's that. What's the Legion? Is that what I forget the other?
League of Comic Geeks.
Yeah, League of Comic Geeks. Yeah. So there's all these POSs coming up, and some people string up their own. That makes it a lot easier for me to order books as long as I'm able to connect to those databases. I'm able to order at my leisure. But I think like being able to use the internet makes it a lot easier for someone than it was to have to do with Diamond, where you had to have that order book and fill it all out with pencil or ink. And now they've opened up their website for this kind of stuff. I think it makes it a lot easier on people in the stores to set aside time on a Saturday or Sunday when they do FOC to make sure that those orders are accurate and correct. So, I mean, it's a different world now with the internet. So, I mean, that it changes everything.
That is pretty wild. How long do you think it'll be till your next one's up? And you just got it fired up on Kickstarter?
It launches on April 20th.
So it's coming right around the corner.
Yeah.
Are you feeling the pressure of the last minute, or are you ready for it?
I was saying before, like I started building the Kickstarter back in December, and I've had anxiety almost every day since then.
Oh, awesome. So you're used to it then.
So and then like I pushed the button to submit it to Kickstarter in January, and it was accepted like in 30 minutes. And I'm like, is that a good sign or a bad sign? What the heck just happened? Some people was like, oh, I had to wait a week. I'm like, it took 30 minutes. Is that? I don't know. I don't know what that means.
So is this the first one that you've kickstarted since you were with Second Sight?
This is my first Kickstarter ever. I've never done it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I said that it's more or less to put feet on the ground and just gather more people around the book than it is more just to get funding for something. Because I said that the books are done, and the money is just for printing and shipping. And
how big of a run are you looking to do for this issue?
Say it again.
How big of a print run are you looking to do, or is it based off of what the Kickstarter does?
It'll be based on the Kickstarter. So I have a set in mind of like 200 units per issue. So we're doing all 4 issues with new covers, and then there's going to be upgrades to the silver foil, and then we're going to have the hollow foil cover as a special, and then an add-on, and then it's going to be the trade. So the trade of issues 1 through 4. And then that trade is going to have 12 pages of new stuff. So it's going to be previews of some of the stuff we have coming up. And that's going to only be available in that trade in the Kickstarter. So whatever is going to stores, unless they get it from the Kickstarter, they're not going to get the extra stuff.
And I apologize for turning this into an interrogation, by the way.
No,
but you should. I'm sure you enjoy talking about this stuff and having anxiety. So.
I mean, I think that like if I like being able to cut off one point of headaches helped me to be able to add more headaches onto it. So I mean,
you don't want to limit the number of headaches you can have. So that's right. A positive.
That's business, man. I mean, I'm a sole proprietor, so I mean, I'm creating, I'm marketing, I'm doing all the taxes and all the other stuff. So I mean, it comes with the territory, and like I said, that's the one thing that a lot of people miss as creators is the business aspect of it, and not being able to sell the hot dogs, as we say. So that's one of the things that I was talking about the series that we're working on right now, the Script the Store, is that the business part is going to be very important in that journey of getting that comic book completed and into a store. So I said that we're going to start filming for that over the summer at New Dimension Comics and Heroes Inc. Comics. And we're just going to go. We're going to see how it goes. And I said that I'm going to be working with Heroes Live on other material. So we've got a bunch of, and that's what we call ourselves, the Comicsburg here in Pittsburgh. And that's going to be our thing, and see how it goes. I mean, I like creating, and I want to like touch other things and just see what happens. So just having fun is where it's at.
Yeah,
that'll be cool.
So,
I'm sure do you have a goal already for your Kickstarter?
Yeah, I'm setting it really low. It's like 3,500.
Awesome.
So I mean, hopefully it'll fund really soon, and then we can get to the stretch goals. Actually, in that Kickstarter, one of the tiers is going to. I have 4-year licenses for Heroes Live TV. So we were to get four people will be able to get it for free for a year to check out the stuff that's on there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then of course the coffee. Coffee is the big thing on that. I was the first one to do that. And then I saw that Jonathan Hendrick did one on his Kickstarter. I was going to message him and say, you stole my idea. And I was like, nah. No one else ever did coffee and thought about it before. And then I did it. And they're like, oh, everybody wants to put coffee. And I'm like, oh, come on, guys.
Well, everybody likes coffee, so
yeah. So we are doing pre-orders for the action figure right now. So if you pre-order it from the store, you'll get something extra. We're going to kickstart that one probably end of this year and see how that one does, and then we'll have some special stuff with that one too. So I'm trying to make sure that people who get on something first get those perks instead of it working the other way around. Like when you like with Sony or Xbox, when you're a first adopter, you don't get all the free stuff. It's the people later who come along later. They want to give you free controllers and all that stuff after you've already been in bed with them for a year. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to like first comers get all the perks and the good stuff, and then
you heard it here first, babe. If you ain't first, you're last. Marvin's words, not mine.
What is that song? What does it take to be number one? Because 2 is not a winner and 3 no one remembers.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that Nelly? How appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Nellyville earlier.
Right. So I mean, we just want to try to get our first adopters and people who have been with us from the beginning, all the good stuff. So if you want, you guys message me your mailing addresses on Instagram. I'll get you some stuff out.
Oh, awesome.
Also, if you would like to be adopted by Marvin, message him on Instagram.
So I'm sending these out to YouTubers. So you get silver foil cover and the print.
Is that number 1?
This is issue number 1.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I'll be messaging the Marvin.
Yep. Same. That's awesome.
All right, guys. I got to bail out.
This thing like a horrible STD, Marvin. We're going to get it out there.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you say that because the original tagline of the Edge before 2019 was the infection spreads.
Oh, bad timing, bro.
Stop using it. But now that people are not wearing masks and acting like COVID is over, I'm bringing it back.
There you go. Do it. And now it's a catchy tagline. People be like, "What's he saying?" Oh, the nerve! I need to see what he's talking about.
Right. So, and then I was like, whenever I would post on social media, I would say, "Help spread the infection of the Edge further by reading my title."
I like that. You just double down on it.
Yeah. If you don't like it, well, you're gonna have to like it.
There you go. You're infected now.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm out of here.
Yeah, good hanging with you, man. All right, thanks for coming on.
I'm going to kill the stream because I have plans. I'm about to go pick up Finn, and then I'm going to reset up another stream because if I don't do it today, I won't be able to do it for weeks. I'm going to probably just live stream while I try to teach myself how to play this game again. I'm clean slating it with the game. I'm going to try to just take it with just 100% new stuff with this HeroClix starter set. And, the whole concept of it's easier to train a new employee than retrain an old one sometimes. So I want to see if it makes a difference for me.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to check it out because I'm going to be playing with you at some point, right? Yeah. So I got to learn.
What I figured out, there's a difference between just like recreational play and tournament play. You know what I mean?
Oh,
a lot of it is easily just adaptable from the old stuff to the new stuff where I don't see like you can't do that, can do that thing because I'm not playing by tournament guidelines or rules kind of thing. I'm just playing and it seems very straightforward in my mind. So I'm just going to see if there's anything that I catch or can see differently. Might have to go buy a new phone charger. This one's kaplurting out on me.
Thanks for coming in and watching as much as you do, Miss So.
Absolutely. And also, if you're in the chat and yet already, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and consider joining the channel. You only got a few days left to join if you want in on this epic $500 giveaway. That'll be the first Sunday in April will be the actual giveaway day. You have to be joined by the 30th of this month to be entered into it. And that includes the elusive JLA Avengers Heroes Initiative, as well as a stack of other goodies. DJ Links is throwing up the devil horns. We got to get out of here, Tyler.
Yeah.
It's either the devil horns or the shocker. I can't tell.
Either way.
Either way, 2 in the bush, 1 in the Cheney. Until next time, guys, we are Legion.
Oh.